the man of God was in power, the people rejoiced. Almost every staff and appointee came to shake hand with him and also congratulate him on his meritorious elevation. The outpouring of reverence was not just because of the office of secretary to the state government. They knew how close he was to the governor. They understood that his office would be a strong political and financial power center. He retired to his inner office in the early afternoon and turned the key to the door. The general decor of the office did not please him in the least. His predecessor was an old-fashioned relic who always reminded him of his old father. He located the bunch of keys easily and opened the safe. In front of him was the file containing the handing over notes and the envelope of cash the old man left behind. He tossed the envelope in the inner pocket of his jacket and brought the file over to his desk, reading the content rapidly. He smiled mischievously. His man had no idea what to do with this office, he muttered. Well, he was there now. It was a kneel down. He dipped his right hand into his waistband and brought out the Magnum 45 Police Special Automatic gun and placed it on the table. This gun has become his most trusted friend since that fateful day in the university. He had carried it day and night with him, even when he preached in church. He did not want to be a sitting duck in any soldier's hand. He was a made man, a hard man.
My name is Hope, and I'm a member of the core team for Naija ReadFest. It's been a very, very interesting day for us. We went all the way to Graceland, which is the space for the ReadFest, and we are just going around to see what the facility looks like, talk to the staff around, interact with the people we're going to be working with, and check out what it is that works for us and that not works for us. It's really been an interesting day, you know, because we really want to have the best for the ReadFest campaign. We're looking forward to having the best experience and to give our audience the best experience. So as you can see, we had earlier gone round, we had seen the hostel facilities, we have seen the intend to use. We looked at what they have, very beautiful space, I can tell you. And then we're also thinking about how to incorporate all our side events and everything into the space. It's been an interesting adventure.
Determined in this very church. This is where electoral positions were shared, where appointive offices were distributed and ambitions terminated. Power and money was their quarry. They had found both and were worked hard to keep things as they were. That way, other contending brotherhoods will not overtake them in the scale of influence they had on the government. The group was led by the SSA Chief Charles Moda, who had become known as Don Charlie Lucky Luciano back in school because he was a benevolent gangster, especially after taking over as the hitman when Gosno has fled the campus. He took to politics after school and rapidly rose through the rank to become the strategic and strong arm of the party. He could have been appointed into any office he wanted, but he chose the position of SSA, which put him directly in charge of the security vote, which ran into billions of naira a year. It also allowed him the leverage to put members of the confraternity in key positions in preparation for the struggle that awaited the group. Don Charlie Luciano, as he was now privately addressed, aspired to take over from the incumbent as governor and has started working towards this goal from the first day the governor was sworn into office. That gave him a head start of 8 years of careful planning and manipulation of the party, the governor and the system, a job he was adept at doing. Now, he was almost ready to spring the surprise first on the governor and the entire system. It could not be denied. He was going to be governor on his own terms. The governor was a greedy man who was also careless and applied no strategy. He had donated the money to him as requested and to a shady network of family members who did not know when it's time to stop. Now he had him by the balls and would squeeze as hard as was necessary when the time came for the governor to choose a successor. Over the years, he had amassed a huge cage of videotape recordings, pictures, and voice tapes, including vouchers and sundry approval for various sums of monies that were legitimate electors. When Sir Amos educated his position as SSG, the governor had wanted him to step in, but he couldn't give up the office of SSA and the enormous subterranean powers it offered. So he turned down the offer politely and suggested God knows Agbeji in his stead. The governor could not say no to him. The two of them had too much water running under the table, so he had easily accepted the nomination and approved the appointment. Don Charlie Lucky Luciano produced a bottle of vintage whiskey and brandy, which were easily disposed of by the brothers, and the meeting ended with everyone coming to exercise loyalty with a bow before kissing the SSA's hand in the manner of the Sicilian mafia. Meanwhile, the SSD continued his Christian morning devotion every day at his office, and workers strong to attend and tap the so-called anointing that the Almighty had so generously gifted him. There were stories that he performed some spiritual healings on the sick, even though no one ever mentioned the name of the particular people who he had healed and what they had been stricken with before the miracles. Even the staff in his office were happier because there was money to spend, and the SSD never asked questions, unlike his predecessor almost made himself an auditor. What they did not know was that the new SSD had secured an increase in the monthly interest from 2 million to 10 million with the intervention of the SSA, who had accompanied him to discuss the interest with the governor. He had, with advice of the SSA, also directed that the SSG interest should be paid from security votes rather from the office of the Accountant General of the state. Everything was going well, apart from, as the SSA told Pastor Gosno, the small matter of the labor union that were bent on plunging the state into a needless strike just to embarrass the governor and make the administration look weak. The SSA took this affront on the government as a major insult and decided to try to undo it in his own way outside the official negotiations that did not appear to be making any progress. He had suggested to the governor to camp the bastard into detention on Trump charge, but the man had not heeded his advice. Chapter 17. Peace had eluded the strongest men in the governor's office lately. In spite of biting animosity, they presented a facade of peace and equanimity to the public who had no knowledge of the state of affairs. The men had been unhappy with one another since the beginning of the administration, forming and discarding alliance according to the governor's change of favor to one or another. These strong men included the Chief of Staff, COS, the Chief of Protocol, COP, the Chief Security Officer, CSO, Aide de Camp, ADC, the State Security Advisor, SA, and the Chief Press Secretary to the Governor, CPS. These are the governor's highest ranking personal staff, who derive their power from access to the governor. By convention, all of them could see the governor at will without following the laid-down protocols of booking appointments and filling long forms, which others, including cabinet members, were expected to do. The fact that each of them could simply walk into the governor's presence after merely nodding to the ADC was potent power by itself. Although structurally, all personal staff to the governor are headed by the COS and sometimes answerable to him as the clearing house. Few governors adhere strictly to this rule, and some could sometimes give instruction and a lot of responsibility that appear to undermine one office or the other. The security vote is largely managed by the CS, a practice that automatically accords him substantial pomp and substance around the governor's office. Even the chief accountant of the governor's office is designated as chief of staff, as if to further underscore the weight and significance of office. The underlying conflict.
I could remember when, before gaining admission, someone walked up to me. What's your main reason of going into a medical field? I was like, I'm being money driven. It was like, if money is your sole passion, then you failed as a medical practitioner. I'm physiotherapist Omisha Pius, all the way from Osun State. I'm here to volunteer for the Naija ReadFest, which is a reading marathon to break the Guinness World Record. And here we are to make an impact and to make an history. In this kind of event, we are expecting some cardiovascular and musculoskeletal disorder, also some as a result of fatigue, muscular stress on the people, as a result of sustained postural fatigue on them. We are here to provide that the emergency healthcare system is readily available and accessible for them. We are going to provide every available medical assistance they can get, and we have our team ready. We have the pharmacist, we have the nutritionist and dietitian, we have the nurses impact that will be coming on. Hearing this event, I was so happy to volunteer because this is a means to show that physiotherapy is readily available for everyone.
While the security chiefs suck from what they usually term as a deliberate attempt by the governor to eat alone in spite of the huge monthly security allocations. As soon as the governor discovered that none or only few of the head of security agency were picking up his calls, he knew it was time to convene the security meeting. For about 2 weeks, fire was burning in the governor's office, brought about by the absence of propriety on the part of the governor himself. Because he was easily excitable, especially when he was regarded with high-sounding praises. High Chief Lawrence was one to literally put apples and oranges in the rum basket, thereby setting off internecine wars among his key staff without really meaning to do so. An example of this was when he got very obtuse with a particular technical staff of the state radio station for his inability to get the right broadcast equipment. The governor ordered the government house doctor, who was in his office at that material time, to instantly procure and supply the best microphones in the market for the broadcasting corporation. This inadvertently set off a tripartite feud among the commissioner for information, the general manager of the broadcasting corporation, and the unfortunate doctor who had been saddled with this task. The raging war in the governor's office this time was, however, way beyond microphones. The chief of protocol had accepted to personally deliver a Save Our Soul letter from his immediate community, which had recently fallen into pestilence after landslide tore down the adjoining forest into the villages. The governor had read the letter in his presence and, filled with great pity and compassion, had admitted the letter to the chief of staff to release the sum of 50 million naira to the chief of protocol for remedial work on roads and houses in the community. There had been no love lost between the COS and the COP lately, because the COS believed strongly that the COP was deliberately disobedient to his operational directive in recent time. The COP, on the other hand, had never recognized the COS as a superior official to him. He had been a director in the civil service before he was transferred to the protocol unit of the governor's office. When he retired, he was appointed into the substantive office by the former governor, who had advised High Chief Lawrence to retain his services. He knew the governor's office like the back of his hand and had privately been a teacher to the governor in official protocol, convention, and public conduct. He saw the chief of staff as a power-drunk upstart who had only previously been a clerk of council in his local government area before coming to the capital to take up the lofty position of COS to the governor. He had never seen the man as a superior. At best, he admitted that they were coordinate in their powers and mutually independent. When he added the letter with the governor's express meaning to the COS, he noticed the blatant malice etched on the fellow brows and rising shock in him as he read the directives. Are you now the State Emergency Relief Agency or the Commissioner for Special Duty? The COS asked. I undertook to bring the letter to you myself, so that I will not hear that it got missing in transit. As for my office, I believe that I'm still the COP, sir. However, you may wish to direct further inquiries about the property of the meaning to the governor himself, since you cannot kill the messenger because you don't like the message. And saying this, he turned around and left the office, working with as much dignity as he could muster. Since that day, the relationship between the two top men that was characterized by mutual disdain and suspicion now became openly confrontational. The rage in the COS was not stirred by the indiscriminate allocation of responsibilities by the governor, but by the sheer amount of money involved in this assignment. He knew that half of the money, a whopping 25 million, was going to end up in the pocket of the COP, wondering why the governor did not simply minute the letter to him to treat if he did not want the State Emergency Relief Agency or the Special Duty Commissioner to handle. He picked up the letter and read it over again. There it was, in plain language. The money would have been paid to the old fool who thought he knew everything in this world and looked down on others. It was now clear to him, the rumor he had been hearing, that the COP maintained a special spiritualist who had given him something to put in his mouth before coming to work every day. Once he did that, people accepted whatever he said to them without asking questions. The COS was troubled by the fact that this tendency was becoming a recurring decimal in the governor's office. He recalled an instance where the governors inspecting facilities at the township stadium in one of the senatorial zones in preparation for the state athletics competition became angry with the height of the grass, and the COP had quickly whispered into the governor's ear and was asked to find a company that could be retained to maintain sport facilities around the state. The man had made a huge cut from the deal, which ran into several millions of naira. One only needed to see his exotic mansion, fitted with the most excellent comfort, to gauge the level of splendor in which he lived. The COS knew that the governor did not know the man the way he knew him. The story is told about how the man and his friend, who was now a very big civil servant in Abuja, had been thieves in their younger days and had been severally sanctioned by the clan head and his chief for stealing and banditry until the day things came to a head when they stole the village deity. That was the day the wounding gong was sounded, calling all members of the community to assemble at the village square. Then the two boys were marched forward to the center of the woman's circle, carrying the village deity on their heads. Women had broken out crying and wondered who had laid such a curse on the two boys. It was a common knowledge that people stole, but no one had heard that someone who was not raving mad will walk into the community shrine and attempt to steal its deity. The informant for the COS had told him that the deity had imprisoned the two boys immediately, turning them into the posture of a goat until the chief priest was summoned to free them after certain rituals had been performed. The community had agreed in one accord to send the boys on exile. The youth of the community creamed the two thieves with charcoal from head to toe before tying palm frond around their bodies. They had put long leashes on their waist, and as they put them to the end of the village by the long leashes, their age mates beating them continuously with long whips until they made a fine mixture of blood and charcoal. At the head of the village, the youth returned home, leaving them to proceed an exile to wherever they choose. The COS thought it was an irony that this very man now had been honored with one of the highest titles in his community, and was now even leading the governors by the nose, and in many ways deciding what happens in the government of the state. For 2 weeks, he kept the approval locked up in the bottom drawer of his huge desk, too angry to forward it to the accountant to commence processing. Although the COP was anxious to have the money, he did not let it show. Continue with his work and socializing around the governor's office as though nothing was afoot. He was a more experienced campaigner in this office struggle and had always endured the internal squabbles for tough among the big players in the inner circles of government until the last minute before springing up with a deft surprise. On the day the governor launched the Free Girl Child Education Program, which brought the Federal Minister of Education to town, the COP took charge of the seating arrangement himself, making sure to uphold the official state protocol order to the letter. All the seats were properly labeled with exact designations and offices according to the descending gradation of power. The COS arrived with the governor and minister, bathing in the glory of his own affinity with the governor, which also conferred on him a special closeness to visitors from the federal authorities. While everyone was taking their seats, he remained upstanding in the handshake and tete with the minister, perhaps for the benefit of the cameramen and the general public. He realized only at the last minute that there was no seat label in his name and office. Everyone was already seated except himself, and there was no chair for him in the first few rows of seats for the VIP, which were all crimson red in color. He dug his hand into his pocket and brought out his phone, proceeding to speak into it as if in serious conversation as he made his way out of the arena to the eternal happiness of the COP who had so carefully led the trap for him. The COP knew there was no place for the office of the COS in the state official protocol. His elevation to sit near the governor was only a matter of discretion, since the governor often required to speak to him during such occasions. He could not, for instance, take the place of a commissioner or member of the House of Assembly, not to talk of the chief judge or the head of service, all of whose offices and positions were gazetted in the list of official state protocol. As the driver took him back to the governor's office, he knew what had happened to him, and the event was not by accident. The COP was paying him back for refusing to process his approval and had chosen to disgrace him in public glare. But he has chosen the wrong guy to tangle with, he thought. He was going to show him the other side of tolerance. What happened next, however, cautioned him to tread carefully in the future in all matters in which the COP was involved. The COS could not say if it was orchestrated or a coincidence, because the very next day, the chairman of the opposition party addressed a press conference and attacked the governor for abandoning communities that recently suffered natural disaster. The governors angrily summoned the COP to his office and demanded to know what he did with the funds that were released to him. Whereupon the man speaking meekly like a helpless lamb, confessed handing over the approval to the chief of staff, who did not seem to have found the money for him. The storm that followed that statement almost cost the COS his job. No invective or insult was spared in the dress down he received in front of all the principal staff of the governor's office, while all the time the COP stood there like an innocent bystander, looking down at his feet as if he was the guilty one. The money was released to him in a matter of hours, and by the next morning, the COP was smiling. The COP was smiling all the way to his village. After he briefed it up, to say so, since they had known that he did so. It was a whole week later that he sent something to the chairman of the opposition party, as agreed, thanking him for his assistance to his traumatized community. He told the chairman in the telephone conversation that there was no doubt that brilliance and intelligence were key to societal development. In addition, there was no need for energy and effort, but that experience was essential to guide all other factories to the desired nation. Forestall the grave destruction that can be wrought upon the society by the exuberance and unrestricted pugnacity of this young upstart. And that the great modern political tragedy was that young people who strayed into government from the campus and from the streets with chips on their shoulder without gift or capacity were being invested with responsibilities of the state. He had always had sessions, leader of the opposition party, with whom he went to school 4 decades ago. A brilliant chap who would have made of money if he was in government, but preferred activism to joining what he called the coven of pests, vampires, and locusts in governments. Gradually, the blunt assault of the chief of protocol on the chief of staff became the trending subject of small talk in the governor's office, with mid-arguments breaking out among the junior staff concerning the true source of the powers of the COP. The COS was such a powerful man that it was not odd for him to have been brought to his knee easily. The chief press secretary also had regular skirmishes with the secretary to the government because their duties clashed with any territorial aggression on the part of either of them or mischievous duplicity on the part of the framers of the offices. The governor himself was the most confused when considering an incoming memorandum or minuting on a file. Even though the government could direct any of his staff to undertake any assignment, some of them were more suited to specific officials under whose No one was sure about how long they were going to last in their position or what to do in order not to attract the ire of the governor and his instant and definite punishment. The common joke among the appointees was to feign surprise at seeing each other in the office. Are you still working here? Is the headmaster aware that you are still here? Became the usual refrain. Many staff pointed to the youthfulness of the man and the fact that his curriculum vitae was pretty scanty in the column for experience having been in employment for only a few years before becoming governor. When a clerk in the office of the government house accountant brought Sir Jikwe, the former SSG, the usual list of impress to sign, one of his wayward eyes strayed across the sheet of paper, scanning the sum of money allocated to each office, even though he knew that he received the highest sum among the top functionaries in the government office, beside the SSA, whose income was nebulous. He was, however, shocked to his bone when he saw the amount of money standing in the column of the chief press secretary, which far outstripped his own. The office of the CPS was now receiving almost 3 million naira above his office, which carries so much responsibility, including the management of the Executive Council Secretariat and the huge volume of memoranda that had to be processed. He nodded his head repeatedly while mumbling to himself, to the consternation of the clerk, who gladly accepted the list from the SSG and fled. It was shortly after the clerk left that he had been informed that some people were waiting to see him. When he stepped into his meeting room to meet them, he encountered a disabled assemblage of ragtag people, clearly coming in from the regular countryside. Their leader announced with an apparent gust of bounce wind in his head that they had just been announced as member of the State Board for Animal Reproduction and were in turn to collect their appointment letters. The flushed SSG, perplexed by what he considered as reckless declaration of the fellow, took a few minutes to look at them individually and then collectively, concluding that they did not amount to much before asking them where they got the notion that they had been appointed into the government. He was told that the chief press secretary announced their names on the state radio and television and in the social media the previous day. The check of it, the man had mumbled to himself. The boy was now issuing directive to him in the media without even the courtesy of coming to his office to explain to him what was happening. Go back to the chief press secretary and tell him that I said he should go ahead and document all of you. I don't know about your appointment or the existence of any board on animal production or reproduction, and the government has not told me anything about that. So go back to the man who announced your appointment so that I can do the needful for you. By the way, who among you has any veterinary experience? All of them deny any knowledge of that field of study. With much shaking of head, as if to absorb themselves of such a malevolent charge. A smart boy who knew his way around the tricky wrong of politics and power, the CPS rushed into the office of the SSG and flung himself on the floor at his feet at the same time, explaining how the governor himself had dictated the word in the press release to him the previous day, including the part that the new board members should present themselves to the SSG for documentation. He had recanted and accepted that the men should be sent back to his office for documentation, whereupon the CPS went to fetch them himself. The young man had learned very early in his governor's office career that quarreling never seems to come to an end. One started because of the size of everyone's ego, and made up his mind never to allow any disagreement to fester, even if he needed to roll on the floor to atone for any perceived infraction. His targets in the governor's office were well defined, and he was not going to allow anyone to shoot him down from his perch. The official he loved most in this place was the state security advisor, the Doyen, as he was popularly called. Every weekend, he sent him what he called welfare, which was never less than 200,000 naira, without his asking. He loved him without condition, just the way every staff on the roster appeared to love him. He could even be the governor himself in any popularity contest, because he gave out money so freely as if it was soon going out of fashion. The CPS was a deliberate apprentice to form politics of the governor's office. He could see the clear balance of power in the place which weighed more on the side of the state security advisor. He was the real man with the reins in his hand, and the future belonged to him. His further research revealed that never in the recent history of the governor's office did an SSA control the security, political, and even the entire security vote of government. With him lay the clear path to the future. The COS was just fishing at sea regarding power and the inheritance of it thereof. Every morning, the CPS went to pay his respect to the SSA, and every Friday, the SSA sent him an envelope containing cash money as a return on investment. And he was not alone. Most players who knew the game of politics well were increasingly aligning with the SSA, who they believed was going to be the next governor of the state. At first, the COS tried to square up with him in the struggle for turf, especially when the security vote was initially removed from him. But he too had failed and had forged some kind of accommodation for himself in
Who will read? We will read.
Of things in the governor's office.
Loud and proud.
Yes, he resolved to survive the onslaught while waiting for a possible change of weather in the near future. The COS suspected that because of the concentration of advantage in the hands of the SSA, the man was going to ultimately trip and fall, leading to the return of power to his own self. As the regime coasted to his corpse, he was already seeing signs of discomfort in the governor. It was as if he was no longer comfortable with the power-grabbing streak in the SSA, whom everyone in the office knew was preparing to succeed him. Did his ambition represent the mind of the governor? Will it come to pass? There was no doubt that the man hailed from the part of the state which was next in line to produce the governor. But was the SSA going to be the choice of the governor and of the people? Was he that man that most suited for the job and for the protection of governor's interest when in existed power? Would Chief Lawrence still be able to control this man once he was sworn in as governor? What about his own self? After service as chief of staff to the governor, where was he going from here? Can he trust the SSA to carry me along when he becomes the governor? Or was he to retrieve his certificate from the bottom of his box and hit the road in search of employment? There were too many questions waiting for answers. His problem was that Ade said that an okra stem can never grow too tall for the farmer owner to bend. For the farm owner to bend, this man had been allowed to grow so tall that the governor could not easily bend this awkward truth. He cried. Not that he had never admitted it to anyone. He was not that humble. The COS knew the governor more than anyone else and could tell the creeping sign of fatigue with the SSA overarching power grabbing schemes. He knew that things were usually going to come to a head one day and the die would be cast. He himself must have a big part in this affair because he was a politician and this was his farm now. No one will expect him to just sit by and watch his farm taken over by weeds. He must begin to clear a path to his future in this farm, where he was a legitimate part owner, either in concert with the governor or even on his own. If the governor was not playing square with him, after all, he reminded himself, politics was a game of self-interest. The governor was already patched up on the topmost rung of his political career. Neither he, nor his grandchildren were likely to know ever again, judged by the number of investments he had made in the last few years and the volume of money he and his siblings had stashed away in the secret accounts all over the world. He had slaved for him and his family all these years, laboring in their vineyard selflessly. But none of them had made any commitment to him regarding his own future. There were times he thought they expected him to be happy, even for the privilege to serve them. That was the hateful feeling he got. Chapter 18. The Accountant General, Elder Vincent Mukoro, was a pious man. He spent most of his spare time in the service of the church and partaking in acts of charity. His father had been the treasurer of the local parish of the Presbyterian Church in his village for 6 years, 46 years, a few years ago. The parish church had elected Elder Vincent into that position as a testament of gratitude to his father, even though he lived and worked in the state capital. This was a distance of over 200 kilometers away from the village. Here in the city, he was one of the decision makers of the diocese, and for about 6 years was the chairman of Archdiocese of the church, a position that made him very popular but infrequent expenditure for the church. Its less privileged members, Bogion, and the church project never seems to be completed. It was who got the archbishop to decorate the governor with a knighthood after he had convinced him to make a hefty donation to the diocese when it began raising money for the construction of the archbishop retirement home. Elder Vincent was looked upon as one of the closest people to the governor, especially because they had been very close in the city university, and there was a story that they belonged to the same secret society and had worked together on some risky adventures back in school. People were not surprised that soon after the governor was sworn in, he was one of the first few people whose appointments were announced immediately. An appointment had stirred up a lot of controversy because he was not the most senior accountant in the service. He had slowly won over even his most bitter antagonist, with curiosity apart from the governor to make the most senior accountant, who should ordinarily have been the accountant general, a permanent secretary. The deft move that sorted out all the underlying rancor in the accounting cadre. Elder Vincent was widely regarded as one of the few people in government who had the fear of God, even though it was general knowledge that the position of the accountant general of the state inevitably exposed one to a lot of shady movement of cash. That was part of the job, and the public understood that there were not much the poor man could do about that. What was not obvious to his colleagues and the general public was that after a few years in that office, Elder Vincent was no longer happy with his position. He was grieving inside him with discontent arising from the shabby treatment he had been receiving from the governor for almost a few years now. The office of the Accountant General was a creation of law, and the duties and responsibilities of the office were clearly spelled out in enabling law, but about 1 year ago, the governor suddenly posted a politician to the office to oversee the payment of salaries to the civil servants and the political class, thereby whittling down the work of the AG and the power that he wielded. What was more painful was that in the monthly preparation of salaries, his office and the office of the head of service of the state worked out an arrangement that had been quite suitable to the two offices in such a manner as to leave a little something for them to share at the end of each month. The governor had been complaining like a pregnant housewife of late, poring over figures as if he wanted to abandon the exalted office of governor and become an internal auditor instead. When Elder Vincent complained to the Archbishop, who had become quite close to the governor after the donation to the church building, he promised to have a word with him on his behalf. But the day the Archbishop went to see the governor was probably not the right day, because the man appeared to have been irritated by an earlier caller, and was barely able to hold down a rage throughout the interaction. He told the Archbishop that he had nothing against the Accountant General, who he described as his brother. What irked him was the fact that although there had been no recruitment in the state in the last 6 years, the more people retire, the more the wage bill increased. Your Lordship, you know that government is really the management and application of scarce resources, and one of the basic roles of the governor is the payment of salary, quite apart from the execution of programs and projects. The AG and the HOS have been unable to provide credible answers to this anomaly, even though I have tasked them to find answers for over 2 years now. That man I put in charge of salary now is really not a novice, as you may have been led to believe. On the contrary, he retired as a chief internal editor in the federal parastatal only recently. The Archbishop had left the governor's office feeling a little cheap and convinced that if he knew all the details, he probably would not have accepted to intervene in the matter. It was clear to him that both Elder Vincent and the head of service were running some kind of racket which the governor smelled. But the government has also assured him that the new appointment was an ad hoc capacity. Once the new man found the missing link, he was going to return the payment of salary to the office of the Accountant General and post the man to another area. Elder Vincent felt no remorse that he had put the clergyman to such untoward stress. He was one of his founders, even before he retired. There had been no month in the past 6 years that he had not given the Archbishop at least 1 million naira privately, and this was outside his spend donation to church causes and projects. He received the news of the meeting with self-respecting candor, even though he boiled on the inside. He was never going to sit down here and allow goats to eat grass on his head while he lived. Never. When the consultant on salary assumed office, he and the HOS had agreed to make him a welcome gift, which cost each of them 5 million naira. The man had accepted the gift with thanks, but was still acting like a plaster saint. All attempts to convince him to maintain the figures he met had hit a brick wall. What exactly did the man want? Did he understand the consequence of deliberately sprinkling sand into someone's garden? There must be a solution to this mess, a permanent solution. It was one of the junior accountants, one of the young men he was bringing up in the system, and had been the forensic auditor for salaries, who suggested what he called the solution to the nagging headache. He told the AG that he did not believe that the consultant
Who will read?
was working with any man.
Loud and proud.
Yes, aloud. Yes, aloud. We will read. Books in hand, voices rise, reading bright beneath our sky. Young and bold, we take the lead. Nigeria's rising, yes, we read. Naija ReadFest, we read together. Strong and proud now more than ever. Naija ReadFest, hear our voice. We choose to read, we make the choice. We will read. Yes, aloud. We will read. Naija ReadFest, 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 Naija ReadFest. Naija ReadFest, we read together. Strong and proud now more than ever. Naija ReadFest, hear our voice. We choose to read, we make the choice. We will read. Yes, aloud. We will read.
Live cow at the office without people noticing what he had done. In a few days, he arranged and paid for a cow. Then he arranged for young excavators from the neighboring state who he lodged in a hotel. The young accountant helped him to procure the other items, which included 7 live cocks, 7 yams, 7 kola nuts, 7 fruit of alligator pepper, and 7 duck eggs. 6 days after they returned from the shrine, Elder Vincent arrived at his office in the middle of the night to coordinate the sacrifice. The diggers were brought in with their equipment shortly after, while the man who sold him the cow was called to deliver the animal immediately. The office of the Accountant General was an imposing building in the reserved part of the city where the rich and powerful live, and electricity was never in short supply. Elder Vincent had arranged with his boy at the power distribution station to trip up the light in the area throughout the night. When he produced the wad of cash, the boy had not asked any further question, but had done as he was told. The digger first removed the interlocking stones in the compound before they began to dig. They were all young and strong, and by 3 o'clock in the morning, they have made a big enough crater to accommodate the cow, which was very large. Elder Vincent now appeared completely naked, holding the cow by the rope on his neck, as the boy assisted him to push it into the ditch. The animal seems to have fallen on his neck because no matter how it struggled, it was unable to achieve an upright position again. His legs continued to jut out into the air continuously as Elder Vincent threw the other items one after the other in the ditch. When it was through, the boys picked up their shovels and began to shove red eggs on top of the cow in spite of his frantic mowing. After an hour of shoveling, the place was completely covered, and the landscape expert neatly replaced the interlocking stones in the exact place they had been. As if in acceptance of the sacrifice by the god, the rain came down in torrents a little after they had finished burying the cow. Chapter 19. In the morning, the young accountant took the workers to the motor park, waited enough to make sure the vehicle returning them to state had departed before going to his room in the hotel where Elder Vincent was also lodged. He took his bath and promptly went to sleep with no intention of rising early, since it was a Sunday and his wife believed he had traveled out of the city. But the young man was luckier than his boss, for no matter how he tried, Elder Vincent huddled up in bed in his room and found no sleep. When sleep finally came, he dreamed of a herd of cows chasing him down a slope. They were very big cows with long horns, and they ran after him in a determined effort to knock him down, and even trampled on his body. Just when the first one got to him, he woke up sweating and made up his mind not to attempt to get back to sleep again. He sat up in the bed and stared at the window as dawn prepared to break up upon the city. Far in the horizon, he could see the belfry of the Presbyterian church house where he worshipped. He was not going to be in church today. His wife and children, who believed he had traveled out of town for a meeting, would be preparing to go to church now. The church was the bastion of hope for him. He had always taken his earthly worries to the Almighty God on the altar of the church, until the present challenge, which has now led him to the devil and his agents. But how else was he expected to prosecute this work with a man who was so determined to envelop everyone in his path, including the governor himself? The consultant on salary was an evil man who held fast to his fetish practices, leaving everyone with no choice but to descend to his level in order to be able to confront him. Now that he had buried a live cow at the office, he was sure that the excesses of the man were going to be checked, and the governor recovered from wherever spell was cast on him. For the past 4 years, he had been making between 10 and 15 million every month from the ghost names inserted into the pay voucher. That was how he made money, which was always paid into first account open for this purpose. Every accountant general of the state that he knew had done this, and was in place to know that, having worked in that office for almost 30 years now. Why should it be during his tenure that this will be stopped? Who did he offend? He was ready to fight anybody who wanted to remove one morsel of food from his mouth or pour sand into the gari he was sipping. The head of service joined him for lunch after church service. He was an older man, a Catholic and a ranking knight who was well respected among the Catholic faith too. The AG had kept him abreast of his movement and the extraordinary things he was doing throughout the weekend. They ordered food from the room and ate in silence. They could hardly eat a lot of the food because there was too much on their mind. Both of them were in the brotherhood, meaning that they were among the people who control the levels of this administration and were well known by the governor. Who was this new man and where did he come from? They agreed to watch what will happen in the next coming days before meeting again to decide on the next step. The HOS left after an hour to return to the cathedral for a meeting of the project committee, which he was chairing. Throughout the following Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, the consultant on salary did not come to his office. No one knew why he did not show up at work, and it was not until Friday that word came in that he had suffered a partial to the racket. You do not understand that something momentous was happening at the place. The clerk and general staff were oblivious of the core issues, but members of the critical accounting cadre was having a ball. Stories were told in Hushtones about how the consultant on salary has stepped out of his house to head the office, but at pitchfork right outside the doorstep and falling flat on his face. Elder Vincent could not pluck up sufficient courage to attempt to reach the sick man, even for the purpose of social correctness, since he believed that the stroke had been brought about by his own action. If the man was no longer going to be fit enough to return to work, and the full benefit of the accountant general office were restored to him, then he was going to dedicate himself to worship in the shrine in spite of his faith as a Christian. This was not something he ever thought could happen in his life. But no one could swear, never until they were dead. No, he acknowledged that life was not a bed of roses, and that only the toughest and the strongest survived. He was not going to lie down and die in the face of an unwarranted affront simply because he was a Christian. Why? Even Christians have a duty to survive and to protect their sources of daily bread by all means necessary. For 2 weeks, the consultant did not come to the office. The staff of the accountant general office resumed preparation of the next month's salaries, working late every day, but in rather jolly mood. They all agree that their worst fear were over, as God had passed judgment on the matter by himself. Already they were summing up ministerial figures and should be through with the whole things in a few days. In those 2 weeks, the head of service stopped at the accountant general's office more than half a dozen times. On this very day, he brought the AG a gift of bottle of very good champagne, which they popped in the office and drank to the God of justice and fair play. As the AG escorted him to his car, which the driver kickstarted upon sighting them, a new SUV elegantly rolled into the...
I don't take joke with my money.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Sorry, please, what's your name?
Mercy, David Esther.
I'm Moses Victor Jasa.
My name is Sheidu Christiana.
A question for you. When last did you read a book and finish it?
Funny enough, I'm currently on one. I've not finished.
All right, thank you.
Say, Matt, why you too? Now, movie there for life. To even read Cuba. No time for that. Back notes there for life.
Well, I don't have a specific date, but I'm currently reading
Okay, thank you.
I don't take joke with my money.
saying this, he walked into the office, climbing the steps rapidly. The head of service and the accountant general stared at each other in trepidation. Each of them opened their mouth to speak, but word did not come out. They stood there awkwardly in the sheer feeling of tragedy, not knowing what to say. Leastwise too, when the HOS eventually recovered from the shock and stepped into the car, the AG also entered the car without meaning to do so. The driver drove them away as the two men sat staring in front of them with eyes that did not see anything. At the state secretariat, the two men went up to the office of the HOS on the second floor and sank into different chairs. The AG sat upright with his two linked palms accepting the weight of his large head, which he rested on his hands, while the HOS instructed his that he was about to begin a meeting and therefore could see no one. Then he walked to the door, turned the key in the lock, and spoke for the first time since he saw what qualifies as the apparition of the consultant on salaries. All my life, I worked for this day. I knew if I held on long enough, I was going to be the head of service of this state. So I worked hard for it, dreamt about it until finally I got to my destination. And now that I am here, a fly has appeared that is not afraid of the face of a lion. It is perching right on my nose, and it has no fear. It is dancing on my face, taunting me, daring me to make it. He stood up and began to pace up and down the length of his polished office, snapping his fingers intermittently, as if in rhythm with his footfalls. He has to die, he declared, as if he had finally discovered the solution. He looked at his friend sitting forlornly on the long sofa, his head still on his hands. He noticed that his shoulders were shaking in a steady motion, as if the gentleman was sobbing. Just at that moment, the AG raised his head up, and the HOS, even though he suspected it, was startled by the stream of tears coming down from his friend's eyes. He was in real anguish as his face contorted in several deranged forms, like the work of a scary artist out to frighten young children. Even the HOS was surprised by the sheer intensity of his friend's visage, which momentarily reminded him of his mental image of Gorgon Medusa in her most heinous form before Perseus slew her. He too returned to his seat, walking very slowly until he got there. He sat upright, staring into space for what seemed like an age, even though he was not seeing anything. When he looked down on the blotter on his table, little drops fell on the thick paper. The drops of tears sat for a while on the thick paper before deciding to expand slowly, spreading around the initial drops and expanding outwards until they were colored and soaked into the paper. He was not ashamed of showing so much emotion. It was okay to show emotion when one was truly touched, and he was truly touched, wrecked even by circumstances that threatened to wipe out all he had worked for. Crying was the least he could do at this point. If he could walk off his own head right now, he would gladly do so. But he knew he couldn't do it, not when the Almighty had opened a crevice in the wall and showed a glimpse of heaven. All he needed to do was to find a way. He was going to find a way, another way. The inner resolve boosted his morale so strongly that in a jiffy he was on his feet again, and opening the door of his mini fridge, he produced a bottle of Scotch whiskey and 2 glasses. He poured a stiff drink into both and handed the AG one. "Drink up, my friend," he nodded. "He who laughed last, laughed best. We are still here. We are still alive and strong. The tortoise may try, but can never walk fast enough." He went back to his seat. The HOS was a comfortable man in non-material respect and also enjoyed a good relationship with the governor, who was also his townsman. He was one of the luckiest civil servants of his time. Just that he did not want to lose that stream of steady income which all his predecessors had enjoyed. That is why he had gone into this alliance with the Accountant General to mop up whatever one could while he was still in service. He did not want a cold fireplace in retirement. The Accountant General finished his drink in silence. Then he brought out his phone and called his driver to come for him. In the car, he brooded over the proficiency of the medicine man he had gone so deep into the forest to consult. He wailed over the elaborate operation he had undertaken to implement the man's sacred directives. He wondered if he was right to have listened to the junior accountant whose idea was to embark on that action despite his Christian faith. What was he going to tell God in the end? Didn't the miraculous recovery of the man from a stroke in 2 weeks signal God raging anger against himself for disobedience of his commandment? How was it that he, of all people, worshipped both God and Mammon? As his car approached the gate of his office, he shifted forward in his seat and tapped the driver on the shoulder. "Don't go in, Clifford. Take me home." At home, he went upstairs and, removing his clothes, laid on his bed, pulling the covers around him. The air conditioning system had just been replaced and now seems determined to prove its worth. He felt very lonely with his wife at work and all his children in boarding school. It occurred to him that every human being was actually alone, even in the middle of friends and family. Psychologically and emotionally, one was all by themselves. He knew that even if his wife and children were here, they would only divert his attention from time to time, since he could not discuss the subject of his agitation with them. He alone was destined to carry the burden on his mind until he could find a solution to it, or by some kind of benevolence, God decided to intervene in his favor. But which God now will he look up to at this time? He felt like a prostitute with unhinged allegiance and loyalty to one man. Therefore, did not expect any man to take responsibility for her well-being. The room was getting ice cold, so he stood up and switched off the air conditioning. System. He could not bear to think about the consultant on salary because the subject matter hurt him so gravely. There was no doubt that he had done well in life, far above even his own initial expectation when he joined the service. Wasn't he worried too much about money and success and all the things the Holy Bible called vanity? Could he really say in all good conscience that both God and life had been unkind to him? He went downstairs and walked into the dining area, removed the glass decanter from the fridge. There was still some wine left in it from the previous day, so he poured some into a wine glass and took it upstairs with him. The sour taste was soothing to his almost deadly taste buds. He sipped slowly, sitting up in bed until the glass was empty. He liked the wine so much, so he went downstairs again, and this time brought the whole decanter up with him. After a few more glasses, he felt giddy. He laid on the bed and promptly fell asleep. His wife was very surprised to see him already at home when she arrived from work. His early arrival had not happened for a long time. Her mind was put at ease when he glibly adduced his early return to a bout of malaria which suddenly came upon him while he was at the office. Even though she accepted and sympathized with him, offering to make him a bowl of spicy pepper soup, an offer he readily accepted. She noticed the wine decanter and the large quantity of wine he had consumed, in spite of his ailment. She had long suspected that her husband was worried about something but could not ask. He always unburdened his mind to her at his own time and preferred to be left alone until he was ready. She brought the soup up to his room and sat across him on the sofa facing the bed. As he took his soup, she examined him closely. Vincent had always been a fine man who surprisingly looked younger than his real age. He was a thick-set with very bright eyes and the white teeth and carried himself well. She noticed the lines on his face had become deeper and that bags had appeared under his eyes. No matter how daunting and cheerful he tried to appear.
She knew he had a load on his mind. Even though she did not approve of how he suffered alone in times of vicissitude, she could not bring herself to interpose upon his thoughts or ask him what he was worrying about. She had never done so again after her first mistake. He had warned her sternly that the mind of a man was a workshop, fabricating different things, and that a good wife did not inquire about which machine was producing what. A good wife just waits to receive the finished product and kept her husband's bed warm. She did not quite disdain the tight pigeonhole his definition of her role in the marriage consigned her. Despite her postgraduate education and civil service experience, because she was convinced that the man was a good man who had lifted her entire maiden family from grass to grace, if all he wanted in return was unquestioning loyalty and companionship in bed. She was more than ready and capable of playing by his rules, however limited to perspective these rules were. The man has neither reneged her his responsibility to her, nor refused her any request. He therefore deserved the accordance of every of his wishes. But she inwardly grieved to see him suffer as she suspected he did right now, and prayed that whatever was the subject of his present discomfiture would soon pass and allow the return of his affable and infectious gaiety and the sunshine that he radiated to all who came into his presence. As she watched him take spoonful after spoonful of the hot, spicy soup, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and it seemed to her that he was going to have a running nose, which was itself a sign of wellness and clearing of nasal congestion. She thought he looked a mite shrunken and pale. His hands trembled a little, spilling some of the soup before it got to his mouth. Was he having a nervous breakdown? She thought, before she immediately forbade such tragic circumstance. She rose and went into the bathroom, appearing with a small wet napkin with which she proceeded to dab his face, neck, and shoulders before bringing it to his nostrils, whereupon she asked him to blow his nose. He did so in surprising obedience, and not a little catarrh came out after 2 or 3 tries. She went back to the bathroom and washed the napkin, hanging it up on a rail to dry. When she returned to the room, he had finished his meal. As she made to clear the table, Elder Vincent took her hand, brought her to sit on the bed beside him, and began to tell her the story. He began from when the governor hired the consultant right through to what happened that very afternoon. Chapter 20. The SSA summoned an emergency meeting at the church a week after the last one. He wanted the brotherhood to discuss urgent and critical matters of interest to their fraternity. Selected student leaders from the universities were also allowed to attend, but most attendees were government functionaries and contractors who were members of the frat. Don Charlie sat at the head of the table, flanked by Pastor Godknows on one side and the head of service on the other. Also on the high table were the Commissioner for Agriculture, the Commissioner for Finance, the permanent secretaries of Finance and that of Agriculture, the Accountant General of the State, the Auditor General of the State, the Speaker, and the major leader of the House of Assembly, and the Police Commissioner of a neighboring state. The man sitting at the far corner later introduced himself to Brother Peter as Yakubu of the Labor Union. The SSA spoke without courtesies or preliminaries. The governor is not able to be here with us because he has a problem. We have a problem. The administration is facing an existential threat to its good health and livelihood, and all we have done so far is just sit and watch the ship of the state flounder at sea. Where is the brotherhood and fraternity? Where is the love and loyalty? The silence was so thick that one could cut through it with a knife. The SSA rose to his feet and struck the table in front of him with so much violent force that it cracked, and the men sitting aside of him flinched. We have got to do something, decisive and quick. We are not women. Women could talk, men should act. I want your approval for us to act in a way that shows once again that we are men of honor. As soon as he sat down, one man after the other rose and bowed their heads, signifying approval. The proposal was unanimously carried. Brother Peter obtained permission to say a word, and having received the nod from the SSA, thanked the Brotherhood for his recent elevation and the change of circumstances that went with it. He confessed that all these years he thought he had been forgotten and abandoned. He wanted to renew his loyalty to the men who were his leaders and all those who were his brothers. This was greeted with a general hand clap. Then he was assured of support and care from the leadership and reminded to choose his friends with utmost circumspection. To beware of men who are not their brothers, men who do not believe in the cause. As the meeting rose, the SSA drove to report the resolution to the governor, while Pastor Godknows offered to lift the 3 student attendees to somewhere they could find public transportation. He drove them for a long distance before he dropped them at a prearranged safe house. Then he opened the glove compartment of his car and handed over the pistol wrapped in a towel to their leader. There was a small bag also containing 1 million naira, which he passed to him. The perfect cross for a Messiah, he said. The young men stepped out of the car, bowed their heads in unison, and vanished into the darkness. That same night, Comrade Tete and his associates were also meeting at an undisclosed location in the city to finalize agreements on how to paralyze all government activities in the state the next morning. Every little detail was straightened out while activists were posted to designated areas for enforcement and control duties. Comrade Tete told his colleagues that the struggle and the sacrifices they were making were for the state and the citizens, and that all of them will be remembered by history as the men who gave their state freedom. If we die in the cause of what we believe in, we would have died honorably. I cannot think of any other better way to go. You can see that many of our colleagues are not here. These are the ones who are already dead, even though they still live, as Shakespeare wrote. Cowards die many times before their death, but the valiant only taste of death once. We are all going to die anyway, whether we die today or tomorrow, whether we take their filthy money or not, whether we run to hide or come out to fight. His head was enlarged and heavy because many of his colleagues were said to have accepted money and have capitulated. There was repeated reports on the state radio and television that one of the affiliate unions was withdrawing from the proposed strike action. Its members were directed to report for duty as usual. He could understand that Yakubu was not here. Yakubu had never been on the side of the people. But where was Fidel Castro? Who would have thought that Castro would chicken out or conceived that he could sell out? There were rumors that he had received threats from agents of the government. But he too had received the same threats. Who does one trust these days, he wondered. Not the politicians, not the workers, and now not even the unionists. Everyone wanted to save his neck or get a seat at the dining table. He said good night to his friends, shaking hands with each of them before sneaking into his car to go home. At home, he parked his car, brought out his door keys from his pocket, and began to open the door. He was surprised that it opened easily, and as he made to step away from the door, a hand gripped his shirt and pulled him into his lounge. A pall of fear enveloped him as a cold chill ran down his spine. The man wore a hood and was pointing a gun at him. The first shot hit him between his eyes, and although he couldn't know what happened to him after that, the second one hit him on the stomach just below the navel, the third on his left breast, while the fourth shot was fired at his right breast. The bullets were full metal jacketed with explosive impact on the target, so they left large gaping holes on the points where they had made entry. The perfect cross for a Messiah. The shooter mumbled as he closed the door and went to join his friends, waiting for him in the car at the gate. That night, the SSA and the new SSG drove to the governor's lodge to see the boss. Even though they got there at 2 o'clock in the morning, they found the governor sitting alone in the courtyard, fully awake. I have been waiting for you all night long. Sleep declined to come to me, so I came down here to share in the beauty and abundance of the nature that the Almighty God has created. Captain of captains, boss of all bosses, the SSA said, as the two men bowed and kissed his hand, which he held out to them. The two men picked garden chairs and came to sit close to him. He turned and looked at the SSA directly in the face. Their eyes met and locked in. Then the man nodded his head in confirmation. He has received the cross of honor befitting for his messianic dream. They all looked at the grass around them, avoiding one another's eye contact. The governor began to speak as if addressing himself, his eyes still on the grasses. Throughout human civilization, men who controlled other people have had to take very grave decisions, sometimes bordering on the life or death of the people placed under them. Absolute peace is not a possibility in this world. It is not just achievable. No matter how one tries to live the good life and avoid friction with one's fellow men, trouble will still come to look for them. It is my government, my time, my reign, and my franchise. Why do little people think they can stand up to a man whose time has come? Why do they think they can tell him what he can do and what he cannot do? Don't they know that when you do that, then you can be sure that bad things could happen to you? The statement remained hanging in the air. No one answered the question. No one responded. No one was expected to respond. The SSA suggested to him that the boys that handled the heat should be given protection and taken care of. I will call the commissioner of police to arrange for their protection. You took for middle-level vacancies in the administration, and you look for middle-level vacancies in the administration and inform me immediately. They sat like that for a long time. It was a very cold night, and the sky had become very dark. Light curtains to cast a halo on the car porch or the entrance of the garden. He excused himself and went back into the mansion to have his rest. A few days later, their friend, the police commissioner, visited the state and went to talk with his counterpart serving in his state of origin. They shared confidences in very low tones as their lower-ranked colleagues a few meters behind the commissioners. Not a few beers were popped that night at the police officers' mess, after which the visiting police commissioner went to meet the SSA and the SSG, who had been waiting for him at the restricted bar of the presidential lodge. He took out a wrap bundle from his car and went in while his security team waited outside. After the peculiar pleasantries, he handed the SSG the bundle and left. The SSG called for a last drink again. The two men toasted, drank some before he handed the bundle containing a brand new Beretta pistol to Pastor God knows Abiji. Chapter 21. Brother Peter went to Abuja alone to initiate the release of the last tranche of the grant. He had been briefed by his commissioner that it was just going to be routine work. The top echelon of the central bank and key officials of the Ministry of Finance had been properly taken care of by the governor. They were already working on a new grant designed for only a few states, including his. While in the capital city, Brother Peter went to see his old schoolmate and brother, who helped to find a neat bungalow in an estate in the city center and a large shop in the central market for him to buy. He contacted his bank manager to pay for both in his wife's name, and not long after, he moved her and the children to their new home. They were very excited about the big city, the new house, and the new school. The family was grateful to Daddy for his love and sacrifices for them. Back in the States, Brother Peter now spent more time in Jesam's new home and prepared to go to the village to meet her mother. He could not recall when he was happier throughout his life. He enjoyed her food. Her company was very warm, and once under the blanket, she became a wild alley cat that made him feel so much younger than he really was. This was what he desired out of life, and now he had it all and some more. The marriage ceremony was a quiet one. Very few people were invited. Those whom confided in, he also advised not to travel with him for the ceremony. They could send them gifts if they wanted, otherwise, their good wishes were sufficient. The irrepressible SSA still sent a one-man delegation with a small beautiful car gift for Jesam's mother. The woman cried throughout the ceremony, making Jesam also to shed some tears of joy in the end. There was too much to eat and drink at the occasion, and villagers freely took as much as they could to their own homes. One of them, after a belly full of drinks, began to declare loudly that if the morning sun did not shine on a man, there was still a chance that the evening sun would. Brother Peter visited the Bisons upon his return from the marriage, and taking Dr. Bison to the side, confessed that he had a secret to share with him, if he could oblige him his account details. Dr. Bison did so, and after a few days received a bank notification for a deposit of 10 million naira in his account from an anonymous benefactor. He knew it was his friend, Peter, who had sent him the money, but no matter how much he tried, his friend never took his call again nor allowed him to see him. Brother Peter was pained that he had to cut Bison out of his life the way he did, in spite of their mutual love and respect for each other. Dr. Bison was openly critical of the administration, and the brothers knew about that. There was no way else outside the hard way. The brotherhood did not warn its members twice on the same matter. He had tried to leave the cult group after his graduation and had labored extremely hard on his own, but now he knew he would never ever leave. From the first day he made a blood covenant with these men, never to leave until his dying day, here he was after all these years, back in the army, wearing the fitting epaulets of a very high rank and reaping all the benefits appertaining to his cadre. When Jesam gave him a pair of twins, only members of his brotherhood were invited to the naming ceremony. It was at the high point of the occasion that his wife walked in, and for a brief moment his life and his world stopped. He thought he was going to faint. Where did she spring from? When did she come into town? Who had told her? She went to Jesam and hugged her. Then she took the boy and the girl onto her bosom as she said, "Thank you, our beautiful wife, for giving me these beautiful babies. All of you and your older sons are welcome to our family." It was then it dawned on Brother Peter that his wife had always known that he worked so hard to conceal. He went to hug her, wrapping his hands round her and squeezing her hard against his body. Then he looked into her eyes and saw that her love for him was still alive and well. He knew she was not angry. She had accepted the reality of life in the same way that her mother had accepted her father's second wife. "Thank you, my dear wife, for your love and understanding. But I am an African woman. Look at my flat nose, not a European or American. I will always love you even if I have to share you with another woman. But today, you and I are going back to our old house to spend the night together. We must allow Jesam to nurse our children properly." He nodded in agreement. "In whose hands will you like to die, if God were to grant your wish?" she asked him, her lips almost touching his ear. Brother Peter looked into her eyes and recognized that she was only joking. Then he thought for a while before answering, in a general meeting of the entire family, so that no one is shortchanged. Chapter 22. The tenure was rapidly drawing to a close, and politicians were already making plans for the years that would follow and the inevitable roles and positions they must struggle to occupy in the next dispensation. Although some youth groups had been posting posters on walls around the state and had even sent some to Abuja, announcing his availability for the presidency of the Federal Republic, High Chief Lawrence knew that aspiring for that office was wide off the mark. He had never discussed a presidential ambition with anybody and wondered who really was behind the campaign. He knew it could only be two types of people: the ones who truly loved him and therefore overestimated his capacity and ambition, of fifth columnists who could not wait for his tenure to expire before plotting to banish him to Abuja. Whoever it was, he was not game. All he wanted to do was to rest after these 8 taxing years, but rest was a luxury he knew he could never afford. He had to go to the Senate to represent his zone. That has recently become the logical progression of the political careers of state governors. It was not so much the desire to represent the people as it was the necessity to use the hallowed red chamber as a buffer against the loss of immunity. They knew that even though members of the National Assembly did not enjoy blanket immunity, as did governors and the president, they still operated behind a protective cyst and that ameliorated their exposure to the excesses of security and anti-graft agencies. Not that he entertained any agitations about his fate in that regard, especially since he had insulated himself against such embarrassments by his generosity to the top brass of these agencies. His family was leaving the country to live permanently in a chateau he had bought in a false name in Copenhagen. He had chosen Copenhagen because its inhabitants were reported to be the happiest people in the world, and over 80% of Danes spoke English. Since it was the right of sitting governors to allocate both elective and appointive offices, he would have no hesitation to award the senatorial ticket to himself. His greatest challenge was going to be the choice of his successor. The SSA had made himself the #1 choice for the job, and he had no doubt that he was quite capable of making a good governor. His concern was that the man loved and craved for power with too much passion. Such men soon became uncontrollable and could in future become a threat to him and to his investments. But how does one keep a man like that from getting what he wanted? He couldn't stop him now, even if he wanted to. The SSA was the power behind his throne. He had built an incredible network of strong men around himself and had become extremely rich as well. There was only one way to take him out of the race to governor's office, even though he regretted to admit it to himself. The man would have to be taken out via an unfortunately fatal accident as soon as his mind was made up. He picked up his mobile phone and dialed his chief of staff. The end. Diamonds in the Flame by Theophilus Enemali. Chapter 1. April's warmth had descended upon the coastal town of Zuwara, casting a sense of anticipation over the gathered migrants. Akoji and Atama stood among them, their eyes fixed on the horizon as they waited to embark on the final leg of their journey to Europe. The Sahara Desert's scorching sands and Tripoli's chaotic streets were not distant memories, replaced by the endless expanse of the Mediterranean Sea. The sky above seemed to be holding its breath, a brilliant blue that promised a perfect sailing period. The air was heavy with anticipation, the stillness punctuated only by the occasional cry of a gull or the murmur of hushed conversations. Akoji and Atama exchanged furtive glances, their faces reflecting the turmoil that churned within. As they stood there, the weight of their doubts began to settle upon them like a physical presence. What if the fabled other side wasn't as idyllic as they had imagined? What if the stories of prosperity and safety were nothing more than a myth, a cruel joke played upon the desperate and the downtrodden? The thought sent a shiver down Akoji's spine, his eyes darting nervously towards Atama. Atama's face was a mask of calm, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of uncertainty. He knew that they had come too far to turn back now. That the die had been cast and their fate sealed. And yet, as he stood there, he couldn't shake off the feeling that they were standing on the precipice of a great unknown, staring into the abyss with nothing but a fragile thread to hold, to cling to. The migrants around them seemed to sense their unease, their faces reflecting a mix of emotions. Some were calm and resigned, their eyes fixed on the horizon with a sense of determination. Others were nervous and fidgety, their eyes darting anxiously towards the sea. And then there were those who seemed lost in thought, their faces itched with a deep sadness, as if they had already lost something precious and irretrievable. As the sun began to dip towards the horizon, casting a golden glow over the assembled migrants, Akoji and Atama knew that they had to make a decision. They could let their doubts consume them, or they could take a leap of faith and trust that the unknown would be kind to them. Akoji's slender frame stood at average height, his dark complexion a testament to the harsh sun he had endured for most of his 29 years. His skin, roughened by the elements and the trials of his journey, told the story of a man who had faced his share of adversity. Deep lines itched his forehead, and his eyes, though bright with determination, held a hint of weariness. In stark contrast, Atama's rounded features and gentle punch seemed almost endearing. His growing pot belly, subtle yet unmistakably, spoke of a man who had known moments of comfort but not excess. His appearance belied a life of luxury, instead revealing a natural physique forged through physical and mental struggle. As they stood together, the bond between them was palpable. They had shared a small, cramped room in Nigeria, their lives intertwined by the threads of friendship and necessity. And now, they stood united in their quest for a better life, driven by a desperate desire to escape the harsh realities of their homeland. The memories of Nigeria still lingered, etched in their minds like scars. The struggles, the hardships, the endless striving for a glimpse of hope, all these had taken their toll. But even as they stood on the threshold of a new chapter, they knew that the journey ahead would be just as unforgiving. The unknown beckoned, a siren's call that promised both danger and deliverance. Akoji and Atama joined other migrants who had been on the waiting line for a couple of months, waiting with patience and hope, intertwined with the fear and frustration of crossing the North African coast of Libya to the islands of Lampedusa in Italy. The faces of the migrants told varying grim tales of their experiences in Libya. Libya had become a ground for modern slavery. Human beings were captured, sold, bought, and resold without their consent. This sordid business was carried out in chains of agonizing trick and disguised, helped by some travel agents in African countries of Nigeria, the Gambia, and Ghana. They collected an understandable amount of money to facilitate the journey of the migrants, only for the migrants to realize that they were being sold to some Libyan traders. They were treated in the most dehumanizing ways that one could possibly think of. The ladies were raped time and again. Some men had their kidney plucked out from their bodies and sold. The migrants, once bright and burning hope, soon transformed into a giant dwarf of hopelessness. Those who escaped being sold waited for the sea storm to abate so they could cross the sea. It was reported in a newspaper that those in the business of crossing the migrants used to be sailors who conveyed passengers across the sea. It had been a big business for them, as they often charged between $500 and $1,000. But as the sea got terribly stormy and the rate of death and disaster swelled significantly, they began training some of the migrants to be sailors themselves. Only a few days ago, the Italian Coast Guard reported sea fatalities of over 3,000 migrants that had met their end, while attempting to cross the sea to Europe within a space of 2 months. Some sailors had also died in the process. Rather than get better, things only got worse. To ameliorate the ugly demise of sailors, the seafarers increased the fare and made a less standard and more dangerous plastic inflatable boat, otherwise known as a dinghy, that appeared vulnerable to sea storms. The day of the much anticipated journey finally came amidst quavering hope of the migrants. There were 135 passengers to board the dinghy that had the carrying capacity of about 50 passengers. They were called out one after the other to get onto the boat. This was basically according to how they had paid their fare, when they had all be crammed onto the boat by squeezing their unwashed bodies together to accommodate the smallness of the boat. A loud voice of a middle-aged man rose in tumultuous prayers. With his eyes firmly shut, he ordered the passengers to start thanking God for their lives so far. He spoke a sort of accented English, and one could identify that he was a typical Nigerian who had fled his country because his dreams had been hanging in the balance for several decades. After the brief prayers, he spoke some words of encouragement. My brothers and sisters in this boat, I want all of you to know that this is a journey of faith and hope. Faith because we trust that God will be with us all through the journey, and hope because we are confident of what God has in store for us when we get to Europe. We know that some have died while trying to cross this sea, but we will not die. In Jesus' name, amen. The people in the boat chorused loudly. As he spoke, some of the migrants, Akoju was not too good at swimming, but Atama was a pretty good swimmer. They were not anticipating any form of danger on the way, yet an ominous fear loomed in their hearts. They sat close to each other with a wavering confidence that switched from the extremes of polarity, from full hope to total fear. They had also joined in the prayers and listened with intense interest to the middle-aged man who was preaching and praying on the boat. After what appeared to be about 30 minutes had sped by, and the Muslims on the boat also said their own prayers, the boat's engine came alive and they set sail. The calmness of the sea was so pleasant to all passengers that had been crammed together onto the dinghy. It appeared as though the daring elements of the sky, sea, and storm had reached an agreement to be kind to them. It was usually a 24-hour ride from Zuara to the Italian shore of Lampedusa. However, the Italian Navy had tightened the borders and mounted surveillance across the region in the last 3 months. The European Union, in their last meeting in Malta, had discussed measures on how to curtail the seemingly unending influx of migrants from some African countries like Somalia, Nigeria, the Gambia, and war-torn Middle East countries like Syria, Yemen, and Afghanistan. Sailors conveying illegal migrants had to navigate carefully to avoid the Italian naval surveillance teams. Hence, the journey might extend well into 2 days. Huddled up on the boat were people from different nationalities. Nabiha, fleeing the war in her homeland and in search of a better life in Europe. She had lost her father 2 years ago when Al-Shabaab militants stormed their village, killed over 70 men, and took the young women into captivity. She had escaped capture because her older brother had ordered her to lie flat on the ground and remain quiet in the animal shed where they kept their camels. He then dumped camel hay on her to keep her hidden. She just couldn't forget that terrible night that changed the history of her family and made life very frustrating for them. She wouldn't have contemplated the journey, but her grizzled mother had encouraged her to make the journey and get a better life in order to provide for her three younger siblings who have had to drop out of school, experienced terrible starvation, and were on the brink of utter hopelessness. Her mother feared the boys would soon turn addiction among young men in Somalia if nothing urgent was done to salvage them. The images that her mother had dreamed up as better sides of life was quite distant from what she had experienced so far on this journey. Nabiha sat close to Akoji and Atama in trepidation. She trembled and was scared of swell waves. She just couldn't talk to anyone on the boat. Each person seemed to be on a suicidal journey, devoid of hope and faith. The journey program make fun of their past pain in Tripoli. Even Nabiha loosened up a bit and told her story in an almost incoherent but fairly comprehensible English to the men who paid rapt attention to hear and understand her. They were sorry to hear her story and sympathized with her. The men talked about those that had died in the Sahara Desert. They mentioned those that had been taken to my immigration detention center. They sighed until the mixture of the vague joy and the transparent pain convoluted right in their heads. As the boat sailed on, the sea, at times, became ravaging with tempests that swung the dinghy from side to side. The captain gave directions to the passengers to balance the sides of the ship so as to prevent water from splashing into the boat. The storm finally became a bit calm and sailing continued. The Mediterranean Sea is a very deep sea. Standing at 481 feet, the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt was the tallest structure in the world for 4,000 years. Yet, you could pile up 10 pyramids of Giza atop each other in the Mediterranean Sea and not even see the tip of the 10th one. The sea is bordered on the north by Europe, the east by Asia, and in the south by Africa, the border of Libya. As the migrant journey in the vastness of this sea and the depth of danger became ominous, they were shaken by the fear of the unknown. One of the mature Yemeni passengers had mentioned that he had heard that over 3,000 migrants had died in the sea the past few months, but over 75,000 had crossed the sea into Europe too. Hearing this made the migrants apprehensive. They wondered whether they would make it or not. Akoji and Atama sat close to each other. The boat was built in such a way that they had to sit on the edge of the balloon boat with their legs astride. They had all been given life jackets, but most often the current of the sea and the storm could be so fierce that even those that had one life jacket had been carried far away into the sea, far from where they could be seen and rescued. The sailors told a group of passengers that they were now halfway in their journey and halfway in the depth of the sea. The passenger in turn told their passengers what they had heard, interpreted in several languages of English, Igbo, Ishan, Somali, and Arabic. The words got around quickly. They were now halfway in their journey. They began to nurse the feeling that victory was just a step away from them. They began to develop a kind of sound confidence and hope that they had made it. Besides the life jackets, they had been given some kegs that would enable them float freely on the sea in case their boat capsized. Each person had a keg close to him or her. Most often, the Italian Navy would make a patrol of the sea in order to arrest or rescue illegal migrants. They usually ended up rescuing than arresting. Bree! The sound came sharply, suddenly, and very loudly. just about the time they were to celebrate their entrance into Italian waters. Akoji and Atama looked at each other, wondering where the sound had come from. "Hold your kegs," shouted the sailor. The fear in the sailor's voice and their frantic struggle to get to the middle of the dinghy while pulling the tightly clustered passengers apart told Akoji and Atama only one thing: there was trouble. Chapter 2. Few years before making the decision to travel through the illegal route to Europe, Akoji was jolted into full consciousness with the flash of the light on a particular day. The entire neighborhood of Inacholo had become quite familiar with the constant power cut anytime the epileptic electricity was supplied, which was almost a rarity. It would appear unreal to them. He sat on his bed with a silent effigy of disappointment. He seemed to have woken up from the other side of his bed, feeling unenthusiastic about nothing in particular. He stood up from his six-spring mattress, laid on the uneven floor, which was covered with a torn red carpet that appeared to have fallen out of beauty and attraction. The room was stuffy, small to a fault, and too little for air. Not just fresh air, but the air of good living. He had wallpapers that were meant to beautify the room, but most often the beauty in the wallpapers failed to appeal to his sense of beauty. One of the wallpapers had a bare bust picture of Tupac wearing a diamond chain and serrated by tattoo. The poster had no changes written boldly on it, and of course, the only change he had noticed was a switch from the mild harshness of living to the hot horrendousness of life. At another angle of the room, close to his bed, was a more inspiring picture of a man climbing a rough grassy mountain with an inscription, "No height is too great to attain," but that could cut anyone on the rough edges of life. The color of the paint in the room had faded to the point that one could hardly identify the initial color that was used. That alone couldn't have been a big issue, but the mud wall that was plastered with clay developed terrible cracks which harbored ants and other insects. The deepening disturbance of the ants was becoming unbearable. Some days, they would form a civil line in a surprising unison to different parts of the room, including his bed. He had attacked them with a locally made insecticide that had proven ineffective. Tired of this situation, he allowed them to stroll freely around the room as they often disappeared and reappeared in such a worrying vicious circle. Atama shared the decrepit room with Akoji. They sometimes spoke about different issues, but not always because they were hardly together in the room, except after they had both returned from their places of work. Atama soon came in from his night shift at work. The moment Atama pointed the torch at Akoji's face, what he saw on Akoji's face was pain. He engaged him in an unsolidated question that showed concern. "Akoji, what's the matter with you at this early hour of the morning?" I am fine, my brother," Akoji answered him slowly. He then sighed, stood up with such reluctance of uncertainty, and said, "I'll be traveling later today." "To where?" "To Abuja. I'm tired of living this kind of life," Akoji blurted out. Atama sat on the bed. He could not figure out this sudden change in his friend. They had never discussed anything personal in the past few days. His eyes concocted like a magician who could dig into people's minds. And he could see that Akoji was transparently frustrated by life, which made some questions race through his mind. Could it be that he was absconding responsibilities from his folks? Moreover, his family lived in another village, Ibaji, a little far away from Inacholo. Since the proposed marriage between him and Ojone hit the rock, he had been battling with his life. His choices and even his prospects seemed to dangle before him. Atama knew that they had not been living their dreams. He also knew that living in a village that had few engagements, come biting joblessness, was unbearable, especially for youth of their demeanor who were optimistic. Nonetheless, one cannot be too choosy where there are no choices. Atama looked into Akoji's face. A faint expression hung on his face. Akoji looked at him in return and looked right away again. There was that awkward silence of pain, a common pain of those who were deeply downcast, yet hopeful. Akoji, why do you want to go to Abuja? I am tired of being here, Akoji answered. I know, but before you leave, you have to be sure you have something better where you are going. I agree with you on that, but I have made up my mind to go there in search of a job. That's a good idea, but you have to be sure of something before leaving. There are so many unemployed youths in Abuja also. They feel it's a place where better jobs are easy to come by, but that's far from the reality. I just want to make you reason wetin I dey tell you. Akoji thought for a while as though he had given in to the advice of Atama. You see, my siblings have placed their hope in me as their ascension from poverty ladder. My parents are peasant farmers. They struggle to give a polytechnic education and they hope I land a good job soon. But it seems I have disappointed them and perhaps crumbled their hopes, Akoji said. Atama breathed down and kept quiet as if his thinking ability had been switched off. You have to rise above family expectations. You are not on earth to please anyone. Your time tickles by the seconds and you need to live your life in honor of your calling and purpose, not necessarily to check the boxes set for you by family and society, Atama said after a little while. But he thought in the line of Akoji and agreed with him. He warned him to be careful with such a paternal advice or something of a sort that was typical of Atama, a soft-spoken man with a careful choice of kind words. Be careful with the vehicles you board while traveling, please. This is election period and you know how dangerous the country becomes at times like this, Atama added. Off the bed and made way to the bathroom. Upon reaching the bathroom's entrance, he felt a deep irritation. He stood for a little while and stared into the bathroom with some uncomfortable silence that was nauseating. 2 black blocks of cement had been infested with spirogyra right in the bathroom. They were for placing 1 bucket of water and for keeping 1 feet away from the stagnant water in the bathroom. The bathroom was an improvised enclosure made with rusted red zinc, barely enough to cover all parts. It wasn't meant for Atama and Akoji alone. 4 other neighbors shared it with them. Some days, there would be a queue and one had to wait, but the last person always found it greatly uncomfortable, as the stagnant water oozed out a foul odor at irregular intervals. Akoji hurriedly had his bath to escape the odor. When he got to his room, he dressed up as his mind wandered restlessly, as many uncertain thoughts raced through his mind. He peered through the window and he could hear the ever unending noises of cars and motorcycles. He was almost backing out of the house when Atama rose from the bed and spoke to him. I forgot to tell you something. I need you to cast the past pain of disappointment off your chest. That you lost your job at the bank months ago. The past is gone, Akoji replied. Okay, just be a man. I trust you. I wish you a safe trip and know that there's no future in the past. These present moments, all we have got to make a change, and you are on the right track. Thanks a lot, my friend. Akoji said. Chapter 3. The road that led from his street in Inacholo to the park was tarred almost 40 years ago. Since then, he had not been reconstructed and had become dilapidated. The potholes were large enough with stagnant water rights in it. That rainy morning made it greatly inaccessible. The commercial motorcyclists were stylishly dodging the potholes at a snail's speed. The unintentional splash of water staining people's dresses could get on one's nerves. Sometimes the entire street would be flooded, especially days of heavy downpours. There had never been any kind of drainage system. The road was rather filled with debris mixed with eroded sand that made the flood meander uncontrollably at will. These odd characteristics of the place often encourage incessant exchange of abuses between motorcyclists and taxi drivers. Sam Pete, as he fondly called himself as a taxi driver, who often cracked sharp-tongued jokes, a kind of painful joke that people would hardly crack. He never allowed women that he considered as very fat in appearance to board his taxi. He had once asked a beautifully large woman to pay for the spaces of 2 people because of her blessed big body. The refusal of the woman led to a mild altercation that later snowballed into unpleasant exchanges of unkind words, which caught the attention of other passengers and passerbys. Since that ugly encounter, he had made up his mind never to allow any fat woman board his taxi. Even with his comical behavior, he was easily provoked by the slightest annoying act or statement. Akoji had boarded Sam Pete's taxi that morning to the park. When they got close to the overflooded spot that was close to the Four-Square Gospel Church in Inacholo, he felt someone had splashed water on him through the window of his taxi. Sam Pete consciously gathered saliva in his mouth. It appeared he hadn't had his early morning mouthwash, so one could imagine the unsavory odor. He spat the heavy saliva on the driver, who had inadvertently splashed water on him, and followed it with Danduruba. Danduruba. He didn't really understand the Hausa language, but any time he wanted to insult a person, those were the quickest phrase he often passed on people, as though the Hausa language conveys more insults than any other language. Right in the park, Akoji felt an uneasy dizziness. The water-lodged park with stagnant water never allowed him to have his legs comfortably placed on the ground, but he made his way through and sat at the back seat, second to the last person on the bus. He was quite lucky and might not have to wait much longer to set out. At the outset of the journey, Akoji's mind wandered a lot more than ever. He saw himself as an image of disappointment, and he appeared to have lost his youthful gait that brought a loving happiness to him years back. Akoji sat in a pensive mood on the bus. His mind was racing through the past events. His intended wedding with Ojone that had been cancelled was one of them. Since then, he had not gone to his hometown, Ibaji. His parents had been mad at the situation. The entire village was disappointed by the twist, but of course he was soullessly sad, felt withered down by life, and torn apart. That alone could have been bearable. Perhaps another was the loss of his job at the bank due to unspecified reasons from the bank, except that there was an economic crush biting so terribly and in full swing in Nigeria. He had reread the retrenchment letter so many times that he had now learnt every sentence of it by heart. But the most painful thought was not the loss of his job at the bank, but rather the aborted wedding of Ojone, his supposed wife. The image of the past could never be erased from his mind. His future seemed bleak and terribly excruciating to him. He had lost his job barely 2 months before the wedding. He seemed to have a quick mental journey always. His mind wandered a lot to a lot of things that had happened. He would often try to pick the pieces of himself up, but every attempt seemed like a rock that was tied to his back. He began to think about his father's many pieces of advice. Tough times are only for a moment. Don't give up. Every setback was a set-up for a greater comeback. Akoji's father, Padi Ajodo, was an ardent listener to motivational talks and readers of inspiring books. Although he only attended teachers training college and taught for a few years, but now he derives joy in helping the pastor of his church shepherd the flock of Christ. His motivational words were just what Akoji needed to hear at those low moments of his life. They were soothing words that would make him see the positive sides of life and put a kind of spring that would bounce him to life a little. He was a bit encouraged and thought of wearing a smile on his face, but his face found it difficult to form the shape of a smile. Many things were placed on his mind like a heavy load of invisible rock. He couldn't imagine himself becoming a community secondary school teacher after he lost his bank job. Several people had advised him that he should be a man and that men were taught to face challenges and never to exhibit any form of outward weakness. However, he knew that such a huge expectation from men only leaves some of them with a sort of a breakable ego. Societal expectation was that men are made to put behind them disappointment and surge on with vigor of renewed hope, and that is what was expected of him now. The journey started on a good note. Seated close to Akoji was a nice and good-looking lady, absolutely beautiful, but he was not sure of her being nice anyway. In fact, he had distanced himself from the glance of girls. He always envisaged a premeditated evil, which he believed every human being hid behind their good looks. So he carelessly greeted the lady with such a general reluctant respect that suggested that there should not be any conversation between them. Akoji peered through the window of the bus, wishing to arrive earlier than possible. The rickety vehicle seemed to crawl in an awkwardly awful manner. The stiff seam between Akoji and the passenger neighbor made him to buy the Vanguard newspaper so that he would keep himself company with the news stories. The headlines on the cover page of the newspaper were not only horrifying, but also carried an air of shame. The disturbing news seemed never ending. Bomb blast kills 21, injures 47. PhD holders applying for driving job at Dangote. Man 63 rapes a girl 7. Every story seemed terribly heart-wrenching. Akoji couldn't understand why the bomb blast would never end. He wondered why Nigeria. Another puzzling question was, how are the terrorists getting the weapons of finance? He decided to wave it aside because that was his least concern. The journey had only just begun, and the girl sitting next to Akoji glanced at him time and again. Drew closer to him intentionally, but pretended to be unaware of her own action. Akoji moved an inch away, but the girl would move 2 inches closer until there was a comfortable touch of both laps in a relaxed mode. She noticed Akoji became calm, and in a little while she raised an arm over him to put it on the back seat in a rather more relaxed position. Then Akoji drifted away frantically. "Sir, please, when are you through with your newspaper? I love to have a lot." She spoke with such eccentric Americanized affection that irritated Akoji. "No problem," he replied. "Is that the bomb blast of last night on the cover page? This terrorist group, when will they stop? May God deliver this country." "Amen," Akoji replied. He handed the newspaper to her. It was the Vanguard newspaper with high repute of professional journalism, as they had claimed. She was about to flip the first page, but she came across a rather terrible story that generated arguments. The title was "Man 63 Rapes Girl 7." "Haba! Men are so terrible," she said. "What made you say so?" The next neighbor on the right asked, "Can you imagine?" How can a 63-year-old man rape a girl of 7 years old? Men are not only unfaithful, they are demonic and devious. She hissed very loudly and dropped the newspaper on Akoji's lap in such an angry mood, as though Akoji was the 63-year-old man that had raped the minor. The other passenger, who later identified himself as Musa, interrogated her after she in turn introduced herself as Lydia. Lydia, so you mean your father is one of the men that are demonic and devious? Lydia looked at Musa and refused to respond. The question to her was unnecessary. After some sad silent moment of about a minute, she spoke. Please stop defending evil because you're a man. If I say anything further now, you will say men are naturally polygamous or polygynous or whatever. What of many of you are evil? How could you rape a 7-year-old child? I didn't rape any 7-year-old girl, Musa replied with a smile. Lydia laughed. I didn't mean you. I meant the man in the news. But men ought to be careful. Some of these men are not just interested in these underage girls for no reason, Musa said. Tell me what else can be the justifiable reason for their actions. What? If not their evil machination, what? Lydia retorted. Some of them may be under some spell or acting according to instructions. No, maybe from a higher being, Musa replied. Lydia eased again and kept quiet. She had heard of stories of some politicians who were said to engage in occult activities, doing all sorts of unspeakable things, from sleeping with married women in marketplaces at night to sleeping in the cemetery, and also engage in homosexuality and sex with minors. Those were the dictates of their lords, which they must follow in order to gain some common favor and a rapid rise in highest rank. Lydia would never believe such fetish phrase in those stuff. She had termed it as rubbish. However, she wouldn't like to make the argument get deeper and even more complicated, so she brushed the thoughts aside. Akoji enjoyed the brief conversation that ensued between Lydia and Musa. He made no attempt to contribute to anything they said, but savored the humor of the conversation. He also thought about a true life story that he had once heard of 3 sexually served ladies who had raped an innocent commercial motorcyclist while he was in school. He knew that some sexually overactive women also raped some men, but nobody would ever do it. He had also heard of sex housemaids who had lost the young sons of their masters and got them deflowered. But nobody ever talked about the virginity of boys, as though boys were naturally accustomed to losing their innocence from birth. While there was throwing a tantrum in a fit of feminist fight for the right of the girl child, Akoji was thinking about the untold stories of many young boys too that had been sexually molested, but no one raised alarm. The ongoing gender fight resulted from the fact that there was a strained understanding about the unsaid vulnerability and virginity of boys. Boys are hardly praised for being virgins, and even when abused by older ladies, it appeared to be a favor than a crime. Akoji decided to let things slide and think about his life. He saw himself as a man on adventure, trying to break barriers in order to get to the needed heights in the society. Chapter 4. The journey progressed, and after a crawling 6 hours, with the snail speed of the rickety bus, they arrived in Abuja. Here he was in Abuja, hoping to make ends meet with a typical spirit of resilience and dogged determination. He first of all prayed a sort of a quick Thanksgiving prayer for the safe journey, and he backed off in a bid to board the intracity green, white, and green cab to meet up with his cousin Ame. His plan was to spend some few days with his cousins, pending when fortune would shine a light on his path. He planned to forge ahead against all failure, but his odd simplicity of purpose sometimes knocked him off his feet. He had called him 3 days before and even reminded him last night too. After thanking him, he added, "Don't forget to keep your phone charged, please." He had added after thanking Ame for agreeing to host him in Abuja during their phone conversation. Even in Abuja, electricity was still a problem in 2007. He recalled his inability to reach Ame for a whole day because there had been no power supply some days before that day. I should be in Abuja before 6 p.m., Akoji had said. "It would be nice to see you again, my brother," Ame has responded very enthusiastically. After that call, Akoji had not bothered to call again since he began the journey. He had switched off his phone in order to conserve the battery life, and so he could call upon arrival in Abuja. The streets of Abuja were a fine figure of beauty to him. The houses and the streets were perfectly planned and well laid out, or at best. That was the impression Akoji had. The beautifully patterned flowers along the streets, the tall trees that blew in rhythmical pattern with the breeze were endearing to him. Although this was not the first time Akoji was traveling to Abuja, he had been there before on an entirely different mission. He brought out his phone and quickly dialed Ame's number. It rang for a long time, but there was no response. He redialed, yet there was no response. Akoji paused for some 6 minutes and dialed yet again. Still, there was no response. He stood on the street, pacing a little to the right and swinging back a little to the left. There was that noticeable uncertainty in his steps and movements, like a man so unsure of where he was going. While he was still wondering why Ame wasn't answering the phone, he paused and brought his unsure steps of movement to a halt. So many thoughts raced through his mind. What if Ame did not answer? Then where would he sleep? It was obvious that he knew no other person in Abuja, but the fact remains that life is a risk, and risking everything for a slim chance of success is sometimes an uncommon act that could be glorified soon afterward. Akoji glanced at his wristwatch, a plastic black watch that he often wore on his right hand instead of the traditional way of wearing a watch on the left, a habit he had learned from an unknown person or place. He could not even explain why he wore his own on the right. He wasn't left-handed, but he was super comfortable with his wristwatch on the right hand. It read 7:17 p.m. He became even more agitated. The day was crawling faster into night in a speedy manner. He had to redial Ame's number. He brought out his phone and looked at it, a Nokia phone, neither sophisticated nor smart, but sound. The phone rang yet again, no response. At that point, Akoji became tired of everything. Some sort of tired wrinkles made a ring on his forehead. The night was getting darker, and here he was standing without direction. Was it possible that Ame was not willing to accommodate him? No one could correctly predict how long he would stay before he would get his own accommodation, if at all he gets a job. Or worse still, Ame had perhaps changed his phone number and might not easily be accessed by anyone anymore. He thought about what might have gone wrong. It was just yesterday he specifically told Ame that he would be coming to Abuja. But what stopped him from dialing his number earlier today before starting the journey? He asked himself, and the answer did not seem anywhere close to his mind. Then he continued in his thoughts, blaming himself for his careless act of omission. He was often fond of that. He was often quick to accept all blames and heap them on himself anytime anything went wrong. He could have at least called, but he thought again, it is pointless worrying about past mistakes. The best thing to do was to get a place to sleep. He thought about anyone he might have known in Abuja, but obviously nobody's name came to his mind. He decided to stay with a young boy who was selling airtime and mobile SIM cards by the roadside. He was a lanky dark boy, bereft of, bereft of muscles and beaten not just by daily hard sun, but also perhaps by sting of mortgage future. Please, may I sit on your seat while I wait for someone? Akoji requested. Yes, you may, but I'll be closing real soon, he said. Akoji listened to the educated English of the young man at the phone booth, selling to his customers and intermittently introducing some cool tongue jokes and comic caricature. Akoji wondered why such a person should be there. He assumed he was a victim of the unemployment in the country, a plague that had become endemic lately. He engaged the young man in a conversation. Sir, I am Akoji. Please, what is your name? Timmy, he replied. So why not buy some airtime and call the person you're waiting for? Timmy suggested. I've called but got no response. When I tried again just now, the line had been switched off. I guess he's out of reach of his cell phone, Akoji said. Timmy made no further comment. He looked Akoji over and again and looked away. He wondered what had brought him to Abuja. Akoji had 2 bags, a light plastic bag, popularly called a Ghana must go, and a little rumpled black bag that seemed to have lost alignment as a result of wear and tear. Timmy asked another question yet again. Have you been to Abuja before? Yes, Akoji answered with a superior tone of finality. An adult of his age that have never been to the federal court. What brought you to Abuja? Akoji kept quiet as though he had not heard the question. He felt shy to state the obvious, but again he thought that one wouldn't know who could be of help to one, so he reluctantly replied. I came to Abuja to see the possibility of getting a good job. That's a good one, but there are no jobs, to be honest. You see, I've been sending airtime for nearly 7 months here after my graduation from university. I had no choice but to go into this business. Akoji took in a deep breath, that kind of heavy breath that bespoke absolute disappointment. He knew jobs were difficult to come by, but he couldn't afford to remain on a dark and hopeless line of life. I guess you need to try your friend's number again, because I'll be leaving in a moment and it's still switched off. Akoji replied with profound disappointment. All right, this is what you will do. I will leave that chair you are sitting on, but make sure you keep it behind the kiosk. I'm going home now. Akoji sighed and said, okay, thank you very much. Timo was leaving and a thought struck his mind. Why not help this man and take him to pass the night with you till his friend's cell phone goes through? Those were the words his good part told him. Another idea raced through his mind in sharp contrast. People are becoming increasingly more dangerous than ever. What if he was an evil man that might do something silly or rob him of his money or his little property? In the end, Timmy left Akoji with a sort of a prophetic assurance. Don't worry, his line will surely go through, as though he knew why the number had neither been accessible nor switched on earlier. Akoji was left alone on the street, with no place to go or anyone to run to. He leaned on the chair in a sort of a recline. He decided to bring out his rosary and start praying, but he wasn't particularly in a mood for any form of prayer. He opened his mouth to sing a specific song that has been residing right in his mind, and he wished he could let it out loud. But the words said, there was something in him, heavier than fear, but darker than danger. He couldn't escape something out of the ordinary. He brought out his phone again. After a quick prayer, he wanted to force a smile to tell himself that everything would be all right, but behind those fake smiles were a hidden pain, uncertainty, and darkness that loomed like a fog in the winter. And the annoying automated voice of a lady came through with a kind of hopeless finality. The number you have dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later, or out of coverage. At this point, it had become so dark that the entire street was consumed in darkness, except for some moments when cars drove by and a flash of the headlights would illuminate and the empty streets. A little later, he became very hungry and he was lost in thoughts with alternating spots of hopelessness, of frustration, or maybe a combination of both negative emotions. He discovered that he still had some money on him. He kept his eyes on his bag and took a little walk to where he could buy a loaf of bread and a drink. He got it and ate with unimpressive precision, knowing not what to think and how to think. Soon after, with a depressed mind and a stagnantly strange fear, he reclined on the chair at Timmy's kiosk and prayed for the quick arrival of morning, but he wasn't sure what would come with the morning or what the unfriendly dark night in a strange neighborhood had for him either. Chapter 5. Akoji couldn't have a wink of sleep. He was overshadowed by the fear of the unknown, enveloped by a sad mood, unsure of where to pass the night, with his luggage by his side. The daylight had morphed to dusk, with a kind of overshadowing darkness permeating through the street already. He had decided to take some shelter under the bridge at Berger Junction, one of the busiest spots in Abuja that seems to connect you to all parts of the city in a split moment. In one of the conversations he had had with Ame, he had expected to be picked up from Berger Junction after the bus that conveyed him from Kogi State had dropped him off at Jabi Park. But things were beginning to fall apart for him as the rain clouds had begun forming. It seemed there might be a pelting march of rain, the kind of rain that may not wash away his pain. His maze of thoughts seemed too overcrowded, with decisions too difficult to make. There was a darker part of him that was more of inner danger than ordinary fear. It seemed to him he had been hypnotized, or a sort of spell was cast on him, like a kind of spell that made one act like a robot or a puppet, with a loss of one's own ability to make his own decision. He sat on the chair Timmy had allowed him use. Some moments later, a dark blue Sienna that had some 4 hefty uniformed men drove close to him. They were wearing the police uniform, and he felt a sense of relief somewhat. But a fierce baritone voice came through from the window of the slow-moving vehicle that was almost coming to a halt, but wasn't stopping. "Hey, who goes there? Why are you here at this time?" The voice was authoritative. He did not answer, and they drove the car very close to him. It appeared that the clock had drawn close to midnight. His heart was beating in his chest, and it seemed like the thumping of his heart could be heard from some feet away. The thump was that of fear, of danger, and of dark evil, all in alternation but weaved into an uncommon fear. He wanted to answer their question, but a certain invisible cold gripped his mouth tightly, forcing him to remain mute. The man who sat on the front seat of the car got down and went straight to where he was seated, enveloped in deep fear. "Hey, get up," the man commanded. Akoji stood up swiftly with obedience. "Wetin you dey do here?" the man asked in a sort of energetic threat in pidgin. "I came to visit my friend, but since I arrived for the past 2 hours, his phone number has been unreachable." "Don't worry, just enter the car. We would help you out," he said. Akoji was not sure of what to do, but the conviction and sympathy in the voice of the man, alongside the police uniform that appeared to have seen better days, conspired to convince him. In fact, that was enough to make him believe the policeman was ready to help and take him to the police station, where he would probably pass a night and perhaps go with Ame that upon his arrival, he would call him at the junction he had described. But things had gone totally out of plan. It was a dark night already. He cast his mind back to when he woke up that morning, in which the bright sky seemed to cast elegant grace on the earth, ushering not just a reflective light, but also a ray that seemed to carry a kind of hope with it. Akoji had defied the inner and outer voices that were swimming against his decisions like a catastrophic current of a flash flood. He suddenly remembered the words of Atama. He had even warned him to be careful of the kind of car he would board because of rumors of ritual killings and street kidnapping, popularly known as one chance. He had heard news of the corpse of a young girl, which was found 3 streets away from the place he had been sitting. The breast and head were yanked off the corpse, and the cadaver were disposed of on the street. The police had made some arrests, but such a case always ended at that. No one could really tell the mystery that surrounded the death. Neither could the police find any link that would make anyone appear as a prime suspect. The general election was just by the corner. Elections in Nigeria were usually a period of fear. The fear that made many parents to warn their kids to avoid moving unaccompanied at night. They believed that the evil eyes of the devil were hovering around the street. Politics was associated with all kinds of demonic entities. Many politicians were often believed to be in need of adequate funds during the campaign, as it is always found in politics everywhere. But there was a sort of unverified belief that one of the ways that many Nigerian politicians added more money to the already stolen ones was by devising a means of getting a virgin, an albino, a minor with bright future, and use them for money ritual. They believed that they had a way of forecasting into their future, so not everyone would be picked after all. That was the belief. It was believed that every human being had monetary value. Some produced good currencies when used, the others could produce poor ones with no value. Akoji was scared stiff of all those tales that everyone seemed to believe. The 3 demonic tales appeared true, and the voice of warning of Atama began to ring high in his spirit. He could hear it as though he was transmundane. He was transmundane. As he sat in the car, his thoughts were mixed with several uncertainties. They were driving at a slow speed, talking and laughing and drinking wine. But Akoji was quite quiet, and he couldn't tell whether the disguised policemen were actually out to help him. Suddenly, a panic sweat started streaming down his face and even making a tired ring and wrinkle on his forehead. They kept driving from Bega Junction through Wuse to Gaki and straight ahead towards Lupe and heading straight to an unknown dark path. He couldn't understand what was happening any longer. They were driving out of the city already. He wanted to talk, to tell them he would like to alight, but the deep fear made all the words in his mouth not to pop out of his mouth. He tried as much as his strength could take him to cast his fears out. He mustered some courage and spoke up. "Please, can I stop here?" There was silence rather than response. He repeated himself. "Please, can I stop here?" Akoji said in a shaky and fearful voice. The nervousness in his voice could easily be felt. "We are sorry. You need to follow us somewhere first before we return to the police station, okay? Just relax." The man closest to him replied with a kind smile. "Please, I don't want to go with you people any longer. I want to stop here and go wait for my cousin's line to go through. Hey, make you no worry yourself again. Now your luck be this," one of them said in pidgin. "Shey you sabi pray? Make you just dey say your prayers, may God accept your soul soon," another added. Akoji appeared to be lost in thought, as his train of thought lost all the lucidity of action. Abeg, make you no kill me. Na only me my papa son. Na only me be my papa's son. I dey beg you. Akoji pleaded amidst tears. He couldn't imagine how everything had turned bizarre in just a matter of minutes. Guy, make you no explain your story. We get our own story. If you hear our own story, you go pity us. You fit even cry for us sef. Why your papa no do your mama well to get plenty boys? Dat one no concern us o. Na our assignment we dey do. If a fiercer man who had spoken only once thundered so loudly at him, and his raspy, huge voice vibrated the seats of the bus, and the imminent danger was becoming unbearably real than expected. He couldn't even think about what to think. Hey, if you talk again or shout and cry like a baby, we will gun you down immediately. The man seated to him said in a deep voice. Then he pulled out a pistol and through the window he shot into the air. Akoji couldn't help it. His heart was thumping faster than ever. He had never been so close to a gun in a fierce rage, but the eyes of the man that shot the gun were lit in a heinous way, with an intermittent demonic laughter. Ha ha ha! If you shout again or think of dropping off this car, you would go down, he warned as he pointed the gun at different directions before finally settling it on Akoji's forehead. Akoji's chest beat to his heart. He could not figure out what had befallen him. After a little while, they started getting to the outskirts of Lupe. The beautiful street lights with few flowers faded off. They were going deeper into the deep darkness with a fading hope for Akoji. Chapter 6. As he stepped into the coven, a chill ran down his spine like a cold finger tracing the vertebrae of his backbone. The air inside was heavy with malevolence, and he could feel it seeping into his pores like a dark, vicious liquid. He shivered. Despite the sweltering heat that seemed to cling to him like a damp shroud, something was watching him, something ancient and evil, and he could feel its presence stirring within him like a serpent uncoiling from a deep slumber. The walls of the shrine seemed to close in around him, their mirror-like surface reflecting his image back at him. Distorted and twisted, he saw himself as a stranger, a pale, frightened face staring back at him with eyes that seemed to hold a deep, unspoken terror. And then he saw them. Human beings, standing motionless, their eyes dull and lifeless, like on stones that had been plucked from their sockets. They seemed to be waiting for something or someone. A voice, low and husky, vibrated through the air, making his skin crawl. Do not bother about anything anymore. It growled. Very soon you may rest in pieces for breath. His heart racing with fear. Tears pricked at the corners of his eyes, and he felt a lump form in his throat. He couldn't imagine himself ending his life in this strange, unknown place surrounded by these creatures. The human skulls that adorned the walls seemed to leer at him, their empty eye sockets grinning with a macabre glee. The red lines that decorated the walls seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, like the very lifeblood of the coven. And the voice seemed to come from all around him, echoing off the walls and reverberating deep within his chest. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, its face a twisted mask of intensity, and the voice was like thunder, shaking the very foundations of his being. The figure held a round object adorned with shiny chandelier, like lights of different colors and feathers that seemed to quiver and tremble in the flickering candlelight. And wrapped around the object like a living, breathing entity was a black snake, its eyes glittering with a malignant intelligence. The figure began to chant, its voice rising and falling in a hypnotic rhythm. The words were incomprehensible, but the meaning was clear. This was a ritual, a dark and ancient ceremony, and he was the central figure, the sacrifice. He tried to move, to run, but his feet seemed rooted to the spot. The chant grew louder, more insistent, and he felt himself being drawn, unable to escape the clutches of this ancient malevolent force. And as the chant reached its climax, he felt his very soul being torn asunder, consumed by the darkness that surrounded him. Pull off your shirts and lie down face up. Akoji did. He had lost the will to make any objection. He was too scared to complain, too close to death to think, and breathless to beg. So he lay down in tears. Even when he was stared strangely in the face by death, he knew nothing to do but resign to fate. The man spoke a language he couldn't understand. It was a long monologue, a sort of an invocation of spirit beings, an invitation of the unknown and unseen. When the man chanted the incantation, the entire foundation of the building appeared to shake now and again. After a while, he stopped. He took the object in his hand and placed it on Akoji. When he touched him, he felt as if he had been transcended to a world beyond in a flash. He abruptly removed it, stood thoughtlessly for a little while and placed it again. Akoji felt the same way. Each touch seemed to draw him to a death point. He felt the spirit fly from his body. The man moved round, spoke yet another strange language in an incantatory manner. This time around, however, Akoji was breathing faster than ever. His adrenaline was pumping so high, and he was really restless. The first man beckoned on another. He came from a supposed inner chamber too, where the bodies of those that had been used for rituals were kept. He could see through the mysteriously transparent mirror wall. The second man looked at him with a questioning confidence that had been challenged by a power bigger than his. Yet he couldn't comprehend it. He took his eyes away swiftly. He touched Akoji with his own round object, a similar kind, but removed it from his chest. Immediately as the other man did, the object was a transporter of soul to the world beyond. Akoji was expected to freeze and remain stone there with the touch of it. This had never happened before. They had successfully carried out their ritual before that day, and nothing should make this a different one. Stand up, he ordered. Akoji stood up and gazed at him. Why do you have a bad blood? He asked. I don't know, sir. Akoji replied. Do you believe in anything? He asked further. Akoji kept quiet. He couldn't figure out anything. In fact, he didn't know what he believed in. A man rose up a while later, beat him so severely, they disposed him and showed him a way out. However, he had lost his way and couldn't get through to the main road. That did not only seem too distant away, but also too dark. While they were conveying him away, they would look at him in awe of admiration. He was taken to a nearby park and was surprisingly given transport fare by them. It was nearly 2 a.m. in the dead of the night. He had no option now but to make a return home. Ahmed's number may still not go. He tried a couple of times, but it was still switched off. At this moment, he resigned to fate, and there seemed to be something waging a war against his progress. He redialed Ahmed's phone after another hour, but there was still no connection. He was withered down by life. The image of the shrine was not only alive in his mind, but it was becoming scary to him, as though it followed him all about. He couldn't have a wink of sleep in the remaining hours of the horrific night. He laid right at the bus stop by the road, and when daylight seemed to wave a hand out of the darkness, he went to the park to board the bus home. The journey from Abuja back to his village took some 6 hours. Akoji still jerked at some intervals as though the entire thing that had happened at the scary shrine was playing back in his mind like a record. His heart was filled with thanksgiving, even when the future ahead of him seemed a sag to several unwanted sides. His father had once told him that he was not born of a woman, that he took as not born of a woman couldn't be killed by any human. He was born 29 years ago via a cesarean section that brought him to the world, but sent his mother to the world beyond. It was the first surgery that was ever carried out in such a way in their village. They had to travel many miles to the nearest city, Lokoja, to have it done. It was his birth which brought death to his mother. Now, as he sat on the bus making an unplanned journey back to the village in the most unwanted way, he was contemplating that unknown power that he was told that he possessed. The power of not being born of a woman and the immunity to horror and perhaps immunity to premature death that seemed to accompany it. He couldn't verify this claim. He never believed in it before. All he knew was that he was on a dark sideline of life, a life filled with pain and no path forward into the future. But after this incident, he began to have a strong conviction about this belief and the powers of cesarean-born kids. No matter his labyrinthine journey of life, he would continue to nurse ambition and to believe that he would rise to his highest potential with a levitation. Chapter 7. One can safely say that Akoji seemed to possess a kind of epigenetic trait that had built his resilience to keep picking himself up over and again. After experiencing misfortune, he had come to believe that if at first he does not succeed, he would dust himself and try again. And this is why he was able to pick himself up and try against all odds, to leave Nigeria in search of what he had been denied by the harsh realities of the Nigerian state. Akoji was becoming weary.
Hi, great to be talking to you. So you attended our first day of Naija ReadFest. What did you think about it? Sorry, could you introduce yourself first?
Hi, my name is Uzo. Yes, it's actually very exciting just hearing them read. I've never heard of the book before, so hearing him read was really interesting. Even the way he was pronouncing some things, it was very interesting.
What stuck out to you?
Kai Kai.
Oh my gosh.
And the Kai Kai he was saying was very interesting. And then there are some parts where I was like, what is happening? So it was actually very interesting, very enlightening. I didn't think I would like it or enjoy it as much as I did.
Yeah.
But it's actually really, really good.
That's
Happy
exciting
to be here.
to hear. Do you think you'll be showing up for other days?
Yes, definitely. You'll be seeing me. Don't worry, I'll be chief supporter. I'll be at the door.
We love that. It's so exciting to hear, actually.
Okay.
Do you have a favorite book that you might have hoped they would read?
I was thinking I Do Not Come to You by Chance by Adobe Trisha Mwaubani. But I'm hoping that he gets there or they get there rather.
We just might. You never know.
I'll come for that. I will stay all day, all night.
Oh my God.
On the floor
we're
for
getting that especially for you then. Thank you so much for talking to me.
Thank you for having me.
We hope that you made some videos and you could tag us when you do post up.
I will tag you. I would share, comment, like, post.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you. This has been Naija ReadFest with Jemima. Bye.
Being able to talk to our agents, Atama asks. I don't think we'll be needing any agent till we get to Libya. Some of them are very dubious, Akoji said. They had earlier contacted a travel agent who had promised to facilitate their journey till they reach Europe. But they lost interest after hearing stories of several people being tweeted. They had heard of a certain Emeka who wanted traveling to Dubai for a job. He was linked to a travel agent whom he paid the sum of 1 million naira to for the travel agent to process the visa. But soon after payment, the travel agent simply vanished. Months after months, Emeka kept hoping the agent's phone contact would go through till it became too obvious that the man had pulled a fast one on him. That was one out of many, but some others had been able to get some kind of assistance and had even traveled out. Whichever way, Akoji refused to give up. His first journey in search of a better life almost ended his life. Now he was about to make another one, which he knew would be even more dangerous, but he had made up his mind to bear all risks. After all, he had only one life to live, and it was his responsibility to make it worthwhile. By the way, he had heard several times that to live is to risk death. So every human venture that has ever led to amazing success was also laced with some elements of risk. The holiday season was approaching, and this time he wouldn't resign formally nor tell his colleagues where he would be traveling to. It was just going to be between him and his friend Atama, and both of their families, who had reluctantly supported them separately. They didn't have the requirement to be granted visa to any country in Europe. In fact, Akoji having the minimum acceptable funds in their bank account. They remembered the way the travel agents they contacted had explained it to them. See, the easiest route is to travel first to Sokoto, go through Niger Republic to Sahara Desert, then to Libya, and finally cross the Mediterranean to the shores of Italy. It is all sounded like a very simple and sound plan, but Akoji and Atama was to find out that it was easier said than done. They had expected it to be a tedious journey, but they could not have imagined the depth of what they were getting themselves into. However, they had already made up their mind to embark on it against all odds, and that is why they were going, and that is where they were going to. When they got their money ready, the next step was to go to their respective families to ask for prayers and to bid them farewell. Akoji's father was initially indifferent about it, but he later resolved to offer prayers for the success of the trip. Akoji had earnestly fasted and prayed too, alongside his friend Atama, for the success of their trip. When Atama went home to tell his people, they were very jubilant, but his mother, who had been bedridden with a mini stroke for 5 months, was very uncomfortable with the journey. They had initially planned not to tell their family that they were not going by air, but they later made a resolution to just tell the truth in order to get the right prayers from them. When Akoji went home, his father had to encourage and tell him not to be afraid. You see, my son, I am very proud of your determination. You are truly a man, Pa Ajodo said. Thank you very much, Daddy. The situation of our family is not pleasant to me. I need to make effort to make a change in our family, Akoji responded. I know that it is the spirit of a great man, always reaching high to make progress. As you already know, there is no easy road to success.
Everything is working out for
Life
me.
is filled with
Everything
bumps
is
along
working
the way,
out for me.
but success
Everything is working out for me. Working out for me. Working out for me. Everything is working out for me. Everything is working out for me. Everything is working out for me.
joy. Atama too had been blessed and prayed for by the members of his family. They were excited that their son would be traveling abroad, but could not tell what awaited him. The truth was that some people who had gone abroad for studies and work had been able to remit some good dollars back home and better the lots of their families. There was that joy that was deep in the minds of the parents of Atama alongside his younger siblings. The day of the journey arrived. Akoji and Atama boarded the night bus from Inachalo to Sokoto. It was almost a 12-hour journey. The night was piercingly dark, and the emptiness of the road at some points in the night was not only scary, but also soul-snatching. That was the first time they were taking a night bus. Both of them sat right behind the driver, whose bulbous nose and raspy voice was a source of humor for them. They were talking about the incident that had just happened in Enugu, which the newscaster on the car radio had just read. It was about 22 people who had been detained in Enugu prison for protesting for the actualization of the sovereign state of Biafra. The court had refused to grant them bail, and people were angry at that. The driver was venting his anger against the protesters and said nothing that swept the discussion into ominous silence. Make them keep them for prison safe. Which independence they want? Banza, his Hausa accent was very much revealing. Akoji and Atama pretended not to have heard him, and they kept quiet. They traveled through Kaduna because they had been told it was the safest route. As they journeyed down into the outskirts of the city, a certain bus passed by, overtook them, and sped away. Many of the passengers, mainly Hausa traders who were going for Salah celebration, were deeply asleep, but Akoji and Atama seemed to be enveloped in fear that they couldn't sleep. Few minutes later, the same bus returned and ordered their driver to stop. They were panicking, but he had told the driver to turn back because some armed robbers were right in the front, robbing and shooting into the air. It was then they noticed the blast of guns. They drove back in fear. After some 30 minutes, there was calmness, but they were not sure if the robbers had gone until Peugeot 406, which drove past from the other way, told them the road was not clear before they hit the road again. But wrapped in deeper fear, they arrived Sokoto at about 8 a.m. the following day. They were weak and worn out, but Akoji and Atama kept encouraging each other. They had to wait till noon before boarding another bus to Niamey, then straight ahead to Agadez in Niger Republic. Within the first 2 days, when they reached Agadez in Niger Republic, the reality of their journey dawned on them, and they felt that they were already deep into it, that going back was no longer feasible. They were already out of Nigeria. Akoji and Atama joined other migrants in Agadez. It was a Friday, and they had to wait till Monday before taking the longest journey of 3 days from Agadez to Tripoli. Mondays were the only days the journeys were always made. They were given a makeshift apartment that had no wall-like cover except roof, with mats on the rough uncemented floor to sleep on while awaiting the arrival of Monday morning. They were numbering up to 22 travelers already, and more people would be coming. They had to feed on bread and water for those 2 days. Atama would comfort Akoji at some calm moments. Don't worry. Yes, we can't give up. Nothing good comes easily. Easy, Akoji added. They had a way of being positive and staying passionate. No matter the uncertainties that marred their journey, a journey they were not sure of what the future would look like when they arrived in Europe. In fact, the first issue that confronted them was whether they would arrive or not. There had been reports of hundreds of migrants drowning in the Mediterranean on a weekly basis, but that was not enough to deter them. The much-awaited Monday morning came, and a white Toyota Hilux was ready to drive them on the 3 days trip to Libya. They had made up their minds to endure the grilling Sahel weather, a terribly harsh weather that almost made them regret making the journey. They had stayed in Niamey for about a whole day, arranging to travel through Agadez in Niger Republic for another day. And now it was time to embark on the 3-day excruciating journey by road to Tripoli. Atama and Akoji had arrived days earlier, and so they had to pass some nights. As they slept on cement sacks under wall-less thatched roof, and then joined other 30 migrants from Senegal, the Gambia, and some Nigerians who were already waiting for the day of the journey. They were squeezed into a red Toyota truck that drove them for 4 days over dunes and rocky lava fields. They stopped occasionally so that they could eat and also to relax in the shades of trees and refill the fuel tank of the car from the extra fuel they bought from Agadez. because it was impossible to find a petrol station along the way. They had bought some foodstuff, bread, and had bottled water stocked in a bag. Although they would stop over in some rural villages along the way to eat, rest, go for a convenience, and ride on with the bumpy journey, the luggage of the travelers were often not too heavy. Just the needful were carried. The road through the terrible route of Agadez to Tripoli, Libya, was over 2,000 kilometers. It was not only horrible and dangerously filled with bad elements of the weather, but lots of armed robbers ambushed migrants there to dispossess them, and they were often successful, leaving the migrants to their first shocking ordeal of their desperately dangerous journey. Chapter 8. The journey began. The driver that carried them was blessed with a heavy mustache that appeared so unkempt and had a loud laughter that often came out with a splash of spittle. He kept telling them his experiences along this same road, and at intervals, he encouraged them to be fearless, that the day was gonna be a good and a happy day. They kept riding in the open space truck where Atama mingled with other travelers. They were not talking at first, but there seemed to be an internal dialogue going on within the two of them. The uncertainty of their journey and the danger that seemed to accompany it appeared to start revealing itself. Akoji was beginning to swell up in a consuming fear. The driver's name was Malam Jimbo. He had been transporting migrants through this dangerous road for nearly 2 years. Malam Jimbo was turning out to be one of the most successful youths in the entire village of Agadez, according to one of his numerous stories. Akoji sat in front with one other man from Niger. They were fortunately allotted the front seats. The travelers had to cast lots by picking numbers written on carefully folded papers. The lucky pickers of number 1 and 2 were automatically given the front seat with the driver. So Akoji and another passenger were lucky to have picked these numbers, and this meant that he would be sheltered from the cold and the dew in the night, as well as the harsh sun in the afternoon. They were just about 30 minutes into the journey when the driver decided to engage them in a conversation, but first he proved his little generosity and friendliness by giving each of them a stick of sugarcane. They accepted it gladly, and Malam Jimbo started the conversation. "Hello, what's your name and country?" he asked. "I am from Nigeria. My name is Akoji," he replied. "Abdallah, I Senegal." The other passenger struggled to respond in the best way he knew how to. "So where you go and why you go this dangerous way?" Malam Jimbo inquired. "Honestly, this was the last thing I would have done, but I lost my job at the bank. My planned wedding failed, and things were just getting too bad for me. So I thought to myself, maybe I should go far away from home and try my luck elsewhere," Akoji replied. By this time, Abdallah, the second front seat passenger, was crunching the sugarcane and appeared to be uninterested in the conversation. It seems he couldn't speak English. I was better off in French, just like Malam Jimbo too. But Malam had been able to pick up bits and pieces of the English language courtesy of his constant communication with many migrants from Anglophone African countries. He was perhaps the one who spoke the best English among the drivers plying that route. "Oh, my friend, so sorry. Sorry, my friend. This life difficult sometimes. My wife died just 4 months after our engagement. But what I can do but take my kada and move on. Just think good. And I wish you good luck for your journey," Malam Jimbo said. "Thank you very much. But is it true that this road is very dangerous and that a lot of people die on this trip?" Akoji asked curiously. "True be say the road dangerous and bad too. Many people die, as I hear and see, but plenty more people pass here reach Europe, and they live better life now, and even send fulus, money home," he responded with a light slap on Akoji's thigh. "Wow, that's a good one," Akoji said. He chose to note only the advantage and pretended not to have heard the negative part. He wore a slight smile of hope. "Just pray God make everything go well for you. You not need to fear man. Malam Jimbo removed his hand from the wheel to make a praying gesture with his two palms to encourage Akoji, and jokingly slapped Akoji on the thigh madly as he got to the word man. There was silence, and those at the open space of the cramped truck seemed very quiet, or the bumpy ride had perhaps swallowed their conversation. The road was not smooth at most points. At some other places, it was smooth, but filled with sand that appeared so hot under the harsh sun. The other passengers had to shelter themselves from the harsh sun by covering their heads with face cap. Abdullahi, who sat close to Akoji, had already started sleeping and snoring. He put his head on Akoji's shoulder. Akoji would not have been so bothered if the man was not pouring out saliva generously from his wide open mouth. Akoji shook him and he fell on the other side, leaning against the vehicle's door. Malam Jimbo looked from him to Akoji, and both of them laughed out aloud. Abdallah is already very tired. This 3-day journey, oh, he said sarcastically. Akoji, there is place we reach and cars no fit move again. Just for the middle of Sahara Desert. You walk for like 10 hours before you reach, eh? Outside Tripoli, Malam Jimbo intimated. There was a terrible beating of the heart in a fearful manner at the drop of the information. Akoji was devastated when he finally pieced Malam words together in his mind and grasped it. He found it hard to believe. Are you serious? Jesus. I was never aware, he said, clenching his hand to his teeth in a sort of a regret and an undercurrent panic of what lay awaiting him. You not need fear. People move like this every time, and they reach Libya. You are man, bro. Man. Malam Jimbo said, smiled, and tapped Akoji's lap quickly as he finished. Akoji kept quiet and could not continue the conversation. He started thinking about a lot of things, that he had made a mistake by making the journey. He began to feel that he was thoughtlessly desperate to travel abroad without thinking about the agony of the journey. He kept thinking about his father and 2 siblings who were waiting for him to make some money in order to send them to university. He was getting scared, and all the familiar frustration of his life gave him a strange stir that boiled up in his head. He couldn't just understand why everything for him was just a struggle, or rather appeared to tumble into a single narrative of bad omen. He decided to pray silently in his mind, to tell God to see his good heart, to help him overcome the battles of his life, but his unsettled mind couldn't make him say any word of prayers. He became moody, and Malam Jimbo seemed not to notice him. He was just driving and dodging some rough obstacles on the way. Some moments later, he saw Akoji sleeping. They had journeyed for nearly 5 hours non-stop, and the afternoon sun seemed to start sliding down behind the cloud. The weather was getting a bit friendlier than earlier. After a complete 6 hours journey, they came to a spot that had a sort of a planned boulevard. It was the usual resting place, so Malam Jimbo stopped and disembarked the passengers. He told them to get some rest, go to a convenience or drink water and eat bread while he refilled the petrol tank. The tired bodies and weather-beaten faces at the back of the open space truck all alighted. They smelled of compounded body and armpit sweat, which brought forth some foul odor that was only irritating but could make one throw up. When they disembarked, some went a bit far away to urinate, as they had eaten barely more to avoid them to need to defecate. Others simply spread their clothes or mats beneath the shades to relax before starting again. Akoji lay under the shade where they were resting, and his thoughts wandered to Ojone, his estranged fiancée. He thought about her and concluded right in his mind that they may never meet again. Chapter 9. Just as Akoji was absconding Nigeria, his ex-lover Ajone was also making the same plan, but in a more dignified way, to Europe as well. Madam Charity, her aunt, had made every arrangement for Ojone.
And it seemed to fall in place, crest after crest. Since aborted relationship with Akoji, it appeared he took a slice of her soul away and left her invisibly paralyzed. But she was ready to pick up the broken pieces of her life, and mount it into the divine shape she was meant to be. She was being cajoled by her aunt to accept an Italian scholarship. She was in her prime, and it was a period of making the right choices. Her aunt walked into her room to inform her that her international passport travel was ready, courtesy of the financier, Madam General, who would pay for even the flight ticket and every other expenses. Ojone, here is your international passport. Madam General would be returning home toward the end of the year to take you to Italy. Keep this passport very securely, she warned, and handed her a brown envelope. Ojone took it in the least listless manner. She just couldn't figure out what was happening. But the aunt would not let her finish before interrupting her. You don't want to do what? Madam Charity asked, as her eyes turned into a sort of a smoldering coal. There was silence in a kind of silence that was filled with fear, a frightening fear that seemed to sway one's destiny to ruin. Well, you have no choice but to accept the scholarship and go to Italy to study. I have told you that this scholarship is meant for just brilliant orphans like you. You need to be thankful. Mama General would come and pick you in December. You have to start getting your mind and things prepared for the journey for now, she said, and left the room slapping her slippers against the foot, as she often do whenever she felt justifiably provoked. Ojone was left alone, and tears were beginning to well up in her eyes. She had heard and read about what many African ladies who had traveled to Italy did to survival. Right in her mind, she could see the concealed truth, the underlying fact that had been recreated to look so superlatively truthful. She got up from her bed and began to pace around the room, talking to herself in the most insane way, with a weary spirit that seemed too disturbed. She gazed through the window, and she could see that it was drizzling with a sort of misty, foggy air, as though nature was empathizing with her. December rolled in quickly. Mama G arrived from Italy in the second week of December. Madam Charity took Ojone to welcome and meet with her for the first time. Her aunt was quite impressed by the modest mansion Mama G had erected in her hometown. These people who live abroad get rich quickly. This is money. Money. Just look at the mansion this woman built for herself. Kai, money is good. Look at the cars parked in her garage. They are worth millions of naira. See all this furniture. All imported Italian furniture. All this for a person who only visited and greater things than this when you also travel to Italy. But do not forget your good Auntie Charity when you are finally living well. Oh. Madam Charity kept telling her niece as she admired almost everything in Mama G's house. Mama G soon came down with majestic steps from her room upstairs. Madam Charity could not contain her joy on meeting with the popular Mama G. She smiled foolishly like a child that had been gifted a bar of chocolate. She admired the tall and huge woman bedecked in gold chain, earrings, and rings. Are you Madam Charity, the one I have been speaking with from Italy? Yes, ma'am. She genuflected humbly with a wide smile and pointed at Ojone. And this is my niece, Ojone. She is the one whom you helped to secure the scholarship. Ojone knelt to greet and thank her immediately. Oh, really? That's interesting. Such a well-brought-up girl. I am sure you must have done a lot to train her to be this way. She told Madam Charity and looked at Ojone. Get up, my dear. Have your seat. Madam G scanned Ojone from head to toe as she stood to return to her seat. She seemed to be impressed with her physique. I have heard a lot about you, Ojone, and I am willing to help you. You and your siblings would not know suffering anymore once you get to Italy. For now, feel relaxed and enjoy your food. My cook is already making something delicious in the kitchen and would soon be here to serve you. Once you get over there, I will be your second mother. Feel free to come to me whenever you have any problem or need anything at all. After eating to their fill and consuming almost a full bottle of non-alcoholic grape wine, the larger part of which Madam Charity was responsible for, Mama G presented a copy of an admission letter from an Italian university alongside an entry visa to Ojone's guardian. She then opened her Italian leather bag and brought out wads of cash, which she gave out to an overtly excited Madam Charity and Ojone. Both of them knelt down quickly to appreciate Mama G, but Mama G asked Madam Charity to stand up immediately. No, Mama. Don't do that. I don't like it when older people kneel to thank me. Please, stand up. With all what you have done for my family, you deserve it, ma. Let me thank you, please, Madam Charity said as she stood up. As you have helped my family, may you continue to progress. My God will continue to bless you and prosper the work of your hands. Amen, amen, and amen. Mama G retorted. As they returned home, Mama G's generosity and humility, despite her wealth and affluence, became Madam Charity's topic for discussion on their journey back home. And she constantly brought it up in discussions in their homes afterwards. She wished Mama G was her sister. Weeks later, found Ojone alone in a room. The days had ticked very fast, and it was now 2 days to her trip to Italy. She had placed the picture of her late parents on her bedside table, and now she was thinking of the past, the pain, and how fate had led her to this journey. She just could not tell how her stay in Italy would turn out to be. But there was an angry part of her that was filled with fear and an undercurrent misery that could not be explained. She held the picture and placed it on her chest as she walked about her room. She wished she could see her younger brother, Ikwojo, to explain things to him. He, at least, would understand her plight. This might be the last time they would be seeing each other. No, it would not be the last time. She refuted the bad thought immediately. He was the truest family she had left now. She had to tell him how much she loved him and wanted to promise him that she would never forget him. The urgency with which her aunt had facilitated her journey still startled her. She reclined into her bed, and tears trailed down her cheeks. She could not predict what would happen to her in the future. She could not also tell if she was actually going for study. Although the envelope her aunt received from Mama G the day they visited her contained an admission letter to study pharmacy at Sapienza University, Rome, she was not thrilled or moved to happiness, and that surprised her, and even her aunt too. She finally decided to call her uncle, who was already aware of the plan and had totally supported it. He was also the guardian of her younger brother. When she called, there was no response, but the call was returned soon after. She requested to speak with her only sibling, although Ikwojo was still young, but he was now 16 and he was already in senior secondary school. The phone was, she felt a sense of an unexplainable completeness and some sort of relief. "Hello, Ojone. I have missed you," he said. "I have missed you too. How have you been, my brother?" Ojone asked. "I have been doing fine. I came second position in my class last term. I am clean," Ikwojo said. "Wow, that is wonderful. I am so proud of you. Please keep it up, Omaye, my brother." She was getting emotional as the conversation continued and couldn't figure out how she would break the news to him, to tell him that she would be traveling to Italy because just 2 days away, to explain also to him when she would return, and more importantly, what truly she was going for. And of course, even herself was not certain of what truly she was going to Italy for. But she knew that the deep gulf between truth and time and the image of its opposite was as deep distance for only a moment. But she had to tell him, to let him know, and to ask him to pray for her. There was a brief silence of some seconds, and they resumed their conversation. She had considered all of this before calling him. "Ikwojo, I called to tell you that I will be traveling in 2 days' time," Ojone said. "Where are you traveling to?" he asked impatiently with a slight kind of worry in his voice. "Auntie Charity had linked me to a scholarship board for orphans to study abroad." "Are you serious? I'm so happy, sis. This is good news. So which country would you be going to?" "Italy," she replied. "Wow, that's okay. I'm very happy for you." "Thank you very much, my brother. Please always take care of yourself and always remember to be prayerful. You know, we don't have anyone to rely on, but I want to assure you that God is always our daddy and mommy. I want to assure you that no matter the situation, don't lose hope. Pray and trust God. I will call you as soon as I arrive," she said. "I wish you a safe flight, and I will always pray for you too, and I know you will be a success," Ikwojo replied. "Thank you very much, and bye for now. I wish you the best, sis." She had barely dropped the call when her eyes gathered a kind of mist again. She could not even understand the excitement in the voice of Ikwojo. Well, she knew that anyone would be excited by the news, but there were so many things she didn't understand and may never understand. She had to do her laundry and start preparing. She had expected Eleojo, a friend and confidant, to come around. She had been a reliable companion in a time of despair. She started the laundry soon after. She wanted to keep aside some blouses she would give to Eleojo as a parting gift. She knew Eleojo would like them. She was still thinking and deciding the exact one to select for her when Eleojo came around. Eleojo was happy to be there. She helped Ojone to do her laundry, and they talked a lot about Italy, the Italian language, weather, and food. Eleojo left much later in the evening with gifts from her closest friend. She knew she would miss Ojone a lot, but she was hopeful that things would get better for Ojone, who had passed through a lot already. In fact, she had whispered to Ojone to arrange for her to come and join her as soon as a slice of fortune shines on her. Mama General came around to collect Ojone as early as 6:30 a.m. on the day of their journey. Although their flight was scheduled for 3:45 p.m., it was quite a distance to Abuja. It was a very cold morning because the Harmattan season had already set in. Ojone interpreted the intense cold as a bad omen of what the future had in store for her. Ojone sat right next to Mama G at the departure hall of Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja. They were not talking. Seated next to Ojone was another girl she had never seen before. She seemed to look like Mama General, she thought, but the different skin color proved the possibility of blood relation otherwise. The girl was wearing a skirt that seemed too long, far below the knee, with a scarf perfectly tightened to her head. She was holding the rosary, but Ojone couldn't tell whether she was praying it or not. They both kept quiet. Mama G had spotted someone at a little distance, and she stood up and went straight ahead to exchange pleasantries. It was Mary, a secondary school classmate many years ago. She had told them after she returned to break the seal silent between them. But before she returned, Ojone had initiated a conversation between her and the girl that came to the airport with them in the rented car. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Ojone, and you are? My name is Ngozi. Good afternoon. Are you traveling with us to Italy? Ojone inquired curiously. Yes, she affirmed. There was a good measure of excitement in her voice. Ojone looked into her eyes, and she could see that Ngozi should be about her age, although she didn't ask because people often concealed their age in Nigeria. They said I have been given scholarship to study pharmacy, and Madam General had facilitated it for me, Ojone said. That one good though. Your own better. You dey go school, Ngozi said warmly. What of you? Wetin you dey go do? Ojone switched to pidgin. Somebody connect my mother to Mama G. We talk say some Oyinbo need house help for Rome. So I dey go do house help. I just dey pray, make them be good people. Make them give me chance, make I fit go school, Ngozi revealed. Amen, oh, don't worry, everything will be fine. How about your father? Ojone asked. I know say him dey fine anywhere where him dey. Him and my mama no dey together again, and we no dey hear from him, she said almost tearfully. At least your own good, Ojone said. She wanted to tell the girl that her own parents were killed in the Christmas Day bombing in Madala a few years ago, but she brushed it aside. She was not ready to feel emotional at the moment. Her attention now should be focused on the journey. Even the thought of boarding a plane for the first time was not even exciting to her. She appeared as though she was in another realm, and her head seemed too crowded with many things that were too big for her to carry all alone. Few minutes later, Mama General beckoned them to join her at the eatery. They ate in silence. Two of them had rice, but Mama General had aku and egusi. They sat together after the meal, waiting for the departure time. When they boarded the plane, it dawned on Ojone that her journey was actually real. She made a quick prayer before the plane took off finally. She wore her seatbelt and looked out through the window with excitement mixed with fear and uncertainty. Chapter 10. As the airplane touched down at the Aeroporto de Torino, Mama G, Ojone, and Ngozi felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. The cold Italian air hit them like a slap in the face as they disembarked, a stark contrast to the warm Nigerian climate they had left behind. Mama G quickly wrapped a cardigan around her, though it seemed woefully inadequate against the chill. As they journeyed, the queue at the immigration checkpoint, Mama G's eyes scanned the area, her gaze lingering on the stern-faced official and the endless stream of passengers. She nudged Ojone and Ngozi, reminding them to have their international passports and documents at the ready. Ojone, with her student visa, sailed through the process with ease, earning a warm smile and a wish of good luck from the immigration officer. Ngozi, too, passed through without incident, though Mama G's eyes never left her face, her expression a mask of calm reassurance. With their passports stamped and their baggages reclaimed, the trio made their way to Terminal 1. The sound of the airport giving way to the hum of the city beyond. As they emerged into the cool night air, Mama G's eyes sparkled with a mix of excitement and relief. She turned to Ojone and Ngozi, her voice low and urgent. "Give me your passports, my dear. I will keep them safe for you." The girl handed them over without hesitation, their trust in Mama G implicit. The shuttle bus, operated by SADM, whisked them away to the city of Turin, the landscape unfolding like a canvas of twilight, twinkling lights and majestic architecture. Ngozi's eyes widened as she took in the sights, a sense of wonder momentarily eclipsing her fatigue. Ojone, too, seemed entranced, her gaze drifting from the ornate building to the bustling street below. As they arrived at Mama G's apartment, a chorus of warm greeting and hug enveloped them. The other ladies in the building, eager to welcome their friends and her new charges. Annabelle, a kind-faced woman with a quick smile, had already spirited Mama G's luggage away to her room, while Princess ushered Ojone and Ngozi to their own quarters. The room was sparse, the thin mattresses on the bare floor, a far cry from the comfort they had left behind. But Princess's warm smile and gentle manner put them at ease. Her efforts to make them feel welcome and included a balm to their frazzled nerves. Mama G too lingered, her presence a reassuring reminder that they were not alone in the strange new world. As they settled in, tentative glance, their hearts still racing with the uncertainty of it all. But with Mama G and Princess by their side, they felt a glimmer of hope, a sense that they might just make it through this daunting new chapter after all. I am Princess, but people here call me PP. You are welcome to Italy, she said curtly. Thank you very much, the chorus. You see, wetin be your name and where you comot from? My name now Johnny, you fit call me OJ. I comot from Inachalo for Kogi State, Nigeria. Correct, babe. Your eyes clear, Joe, Princess said in an excited manner. Over to you. Wetin be your own name, beautiful Blackie? Princess asked as she pointed at Ngozi. My name na Ngozi. I comot from Enugu, she replied in a childish, fearful manner. My name na Ngozi, Princess mimicked her and added, no come here, come dey act like baby o. Wear no complete 9 months for belle o. Na Oyinbo land be this. Make you wake up, make you shine your eye. Make I leave una for now. Make una arrange una sef. We go see tomorrow morning. Abi una get anything wey una wan ask? Please, which school are you studying and what is your course? Ojone asked, speaking good English. Oh, school? Course? Na school you come? No worry, you go be prof before you come out here. She laughed sarcastically and added, I go talk to una tomorrow. Make I go find some customer, Joe. Good night. The way Princess had replied left Ojone deep in thought. She was wearing a sleeveless blouse and bump shorts. She was not particularly beautiful, but her presence was a slight discomfort to Ojone. She could perceive the odor of cigarette coming from Princess all through the duration of their conversation. Ojone put her bags in a corner. She wasn't hungry. They had had a good meal on the airplane, or rather, she had lost her appetite. She opened her box to bring out the neat stuff for bathing. Ngozi had already gone to the bathroom and had a bath. The room was sealed in silence. A strange silence filled the air of uncertainty. Ojone couldn't tell how we were going to walk out. The signs he had already seen were not good ones at all. Mama G had brought and registered a new Italian mobile SIM card for her at the airport. Ojone inserted it into after removing Nigerian MTN mobile SIM card. The first person she called was her uncle. Actually, she couldn't have called him, or rather, she didn't call him. She had called to tell Ikwojo that she had arrived. Ikwojo, the place is good, and I'm doing very fine. Please take care of, she said it quickly. She never had the airtime to talk for a long time, and it was an international call. Bees, so in Italy now. I am very happy for you. Please take care of yourself too. Here waiting for you. Responded with a mixture of happiness and sadness of his voice, only loved one being too far away. Ojone disconnected the call, and deep within her, she couldn't tell whether she was fine or not. She just could not figure out how things were going to get her. But she had convinced her brother that things were not only just okay, but that everything was fine. She thought of calling Madam Charity. She was still mad at the whole situation. It seemed to her that she had been deceived and brought to place for reasons she could not ascertain yet. She didn't call. There was no need to. She had already spoken to the only person she knew was her true family. Ngozi was on the bed, while Ojone was sitting on the chair, stared into the nothingness of the air, and all she could see all around her above her, beneath her, and even in the cloud that hovered around her was nothing but deep uncertainty. She wanted to speak with Ngozi, but she prepared or was probably sleeping after the 6 hours flight. And the bedspread was new, even though the mattresses was uncomfortably too thin for her. She could only stare at sleep. Her eyes kept roving around the spacious room while she kept rolling and rolling on the bed with wide awake eyes. Not because she was tired. In fact, she was not tired. But anytime she changed her environment, it would appear to her that everything would change as well. Years ago, when she first came to Inachalo after the death of her parents, she couldn't use the toilet for the first 5 days. It was not because it was a pit latrine, but she just couldn't get adjusted to the change easily. So she made up her mind to pray and think about how everything would turn out to be. Already, she was beginning to see that she had been deceived down to Italy. She had questioned every move, but they brushed her agitations and fear aside. She wished that this time around, the change of environment would not go with not being able to use the toilet. She hoped it might just be sleeplessness, and it certainly was. The cold had become so intense, and she protected herself already by wearing thick jackets, socks, hand gloves, and head cover. Mama G had bought those for her and Ngozi. What she couldn't understand was too scared to ask was whether the expenses that had been made so far were being done by the university that they had said had given her scholarship. She could sense certain things with an underlying feeling, and she saw herself as though she was in an irredeemable ditch. She began to think about that Christmas day, the day that darkness descended at noon and shattered her world, and began to rise in high anger against the suicide bombers, against the terrorist group, and against the government. If that hadn't happened, she could have been cared for by her parents, who had promised to give her quality education, but they were simultaneously blown off by the dangerous and inhumane wind of senseless killers. Tears were beginning to gather in her eyes again. She lay in bed and allowed it to flow uncontrollably as the night dragged on with the ash cold that seemed to give her an unwanted welcome. Ngozi stretched on the bed and mistakenly he slept after having a bath. I have been awake. I just did think, Joe. I no get myself, Ngozi said. What are you thinking about, Ngozi? It seemed that these people are prostitutes, and then bring us come join them. Now, wetin I dey think since so, Ojone replied. Chai, our own don't finish, oh. God, why? Ngozi said, and immediately burst into a new loud cry. No, you don't have to cry. We might just be suspecting the wrong thing, Ojone comforted her. See wetin dey happen now? See wetin them wear. Them they smoke, they drink safe, Ngozi said worriedly. Let's just wait till tomorrow and see. Let's not doubt our coming yet, Ojone said. But deep inside her, she could feel the false hope they had been imbued with before traveling down. They only had to wait for the arrival of morning to know how things things would play out. They both stopped talking, and another silence filled the room again. Much later, she was able to pray, but even while praying, her mind wandered off, and she forgot to conclude her prayer. The following morning, it was just a little past 5 a.m. and asked the two of them to sit on the bed for a brief discussion. Ojone stretched herself and yawned. She used her hand to wipe her face. Ngozi was still sleeping. Even after Ojone had first shaken her, she was a deep sleeper, and she just couldn't waking up at the hour of the day. Ojone had to shake her repeatedly. Then she jerked and jumped off the bed like she was confused. Of course, she was. But suddenly, she saw Mama G sitting on the chair in the room, and her smiling face healed the confusion of Ngozi. Just sit on the bed. I want to talk with you two briefly, Mama G ordered in friendly tone. How did your night go? I hope the cold was not too much for you. You are welcome to Obodo. Now so we dey enjoying or abi suffer the weather. She spoke with an hypocritical smile. Didn't say anything in response, or rather, they could not come up with what to say. Mama G started talking with the kindest way, in the kindest way possible. I brought both of you to Italy for a reason, and that is to change your lives and to help you realize your dream. That would not only help a person, also your family. Because I know how poor your family is and how difficult it may be for them to get you into the university or even give you a chance at learning a trade. I would help you to be a prey in the hands of wicked men who would only come to marry you but would not be able to give you a future. Many of them would enslave you, so you are here to make your dreams come true. She finished. Thank you, Mama G. I am very grateful to you. May God bless you, Ngozi said with a mixture of fear and gratitude. Ojone, your auntie, Madam Charity, was a good friend of one of my relatives. My sister, Nneoma, told me about your ordeal. In fact, I cried when she narrated the story of your parents' death on the same day of Christmas to me in a bomb blast. I felt so angry because it was a pathetic situation. But I want to assure you that you don't need to cry or feel sad anymore. Every of your dreams will be actualized. She had praised you and said you were one of the top graduating students of your class in secondary school. That was why I picked a great interest in you and decided to help you grow this big dream. That may not just help you only or your family, but perhaps the nation or even the whole world, Mama G said enthusiastically. She was intently looking at Ojone while speaking. Ojone felt shy to reply even after nearly a minute, but she later overpowered her shyness and said, "Thank you very much. I am deeply grateful to you." "You are welcome. But before I begin to do all I have just said, you need to do your part." It's Ojone, just sit in the bed. Ojone's heart to her chest and she couldn't just understand where discussion was leading to. Her face was brightening with disbelief and a urge for an unexpected expense. She saw this coming even when she told Eliojo, her friend, about the nature of her traveling. She had been very suspicious. Now, here she was, about to face the reality of the moment. This is what you will do. You have first of all work for just 3 months to raise some funds to enroll you in Italian language course, so that by the time you begin your study, the language barrier will not be there anymore. She said this very meaningfully with mastery of one who was used to such things. There was silence. Ngozi nor John made a statement. The job ready awaiting you, Mama G continued. You don't need any form or interview. I would leave now and allow Princess, the union leader, to brief you later in the day. You will begin the job tonight, she said, and went out of the room with an air of contentment. The silence that descended upon the room after Mama G left was that of regret and an undercurrent flow of anger. Anger against those that had supported their journey. An impression of frustration that was so revealing enveloped the whole room. Ngozi, I told you that something terrible is awaiting us. What kind of job is it that we are starting tonight? Why night? Can't just get it. Johnny wondered as her voice cracked in sorrow. Let's just wait and hear what Princess will tell us in the evening, she replied. There is nothing she's going to tell us that would be different from what we are already expecting. Okay? Why did they not tell us from Nigeria that we were going to work first and raise some funds to support our tuition? We were deceived and fooled, and now we can't do anything other than what they will tell us to do, Johnny said. She began to pace up and down, walking around the room as though she was searching for something that would be so soothing enough to vent her pain on. She just couldn't think of what to do, and her confusion seemed overwhelming, drawing her into an unseen ocean that seemed deep for rescue. Chapter 11. The day dragged drowsily toward evening. Ojone could barely eat all through the day. It seemed as soul and spirit had been separated from body. She remained in the room with sadness written all over her. It kind of sadness capable of sin's breath away. It appeared that it had become a bit stronger in thought, perhaps because she never had the same tall dreams that brought Ojone to the wing of the air to Europe. She was not told she would be enrolling in school. She had been told that she would work as a house help. And now Maji had said she would begin her job tonight. Nothing was really out of place. However, the worry of Ojone disturbed her in a terrible way too. The evening was already there. The cold kept building up its intensity. Ojone waited for Princess to come and explain the job specification, what they needed to do and know. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. No sooner had the knock that Princess pushed the door open. She was already dressed for work, and her appearance had an underlying meaning to Ojone and Ngozi. It was suggestive in its completeness. She wore bomb shorts and a sleeveless blouse. Her lips were coated in red gloves when she entered. She didn't say a word. She swaggered round the room in a sort of a delicate walk of a girl who seemed to impress those that already hated her but unaware of the hidden hatred. Upon her entrance to the room, the smell of the room changed immediately to the disturbing smell of cigarettes. She didn't say a word but paced up and down. Then she brought her purposeless walk in the room to a halt as she rummaged a little red handbag in search of a cigarette. She lighted it and started smoking to the disgust and dislike of Ngozi and Ojone. They managed to hold their breath, but that did not help much. She moved 2 steps backwards to locate the chair in the room. She sat down, crossed her legs, and puffed the smoke into the air. She said nothing, but watched them intently, as though they were confused about her actions. After a little while, she broke the silence. Why una just dey look me like that? Una dey feel me? She asked as she puffed another air of smoke into the dull air of the room. Ojone and Ngozi could only watch in bewilderment. Mama G say make I tell una to dress up for work. The work no dey stress at all. Na to just service men, that's all. No much story to tell, Princess said and smoked a bit again. So I go wait for una, make una arrange una self. Dress hot, make Oyinbo men feel you well. You know say now we get this town and we know they carry last for here. Auntie Pipi, please, I no understand what you mean by servicing men, Ojone asked. No worry, when we reach, you go understand. The cocoa now be say, make you just dress as I say. I go wait for una for my room. She finished and walked out of the room. This was what Ojone had perceived even from Nigeria, and now it was manifesting. It appeared that her nightmare and reality had become simultaneous. She had never done this kind of thing all her life. Howbeit, she knew within herself that she was not a virgin. She had never imagined herself trading her body to strange men, all for the sake of money. Can you now see what I told you? I knew it. We are doomed already. I just can't do the job they are asking me to do. Never. Ngozi, if you want, follow them. Make you they go. I will lock myself up here, Ojone said defiantly. The anger that was welling up right in her mind was terribly justifiable, but couldn't be directed to anyone in particular, except the suicide bombers that terminated the lives of her parents. She couldn't have been in this mess she had found herself. Make we just go first, then fit arm us if we no agree to join them. Ngozi appealed more out of fear than anything else. Just go where? As for me, I am not going anywhere, Ojone replied. She watched Ngozi prepared for the work, but lay in bed and refused to join her. When Ngozi had gone to join Princess, she locked herself up in the room. Princess came and knocked on the door, yelling for her to open the door and join them, but she refused to respond. She lay in bed, cried, and wished for death. After a little while, the compound became calm. They had all left without Ojone. She stayed right in her room, locked up with no one but herself. She thought about what she could do for herself, or perhaps to herself, to end all pain and the agony she was about to go through, to express them. Her physical voice was silent, but her inner voice of reason was on terrible fire. And the only thing he could do was to cry. She could do was to cry. Cry and cry some more. Tears were a therapy for her. She would cry, take a shower, and search for sleep. Sometimes she thought about doing a horrible thing to herself. She rose angrily from bed, moved close to the window, and stared furiously from the fourth floor of her room. She thought of flinging herself down through the window and just kill herself. To die and rest her soul. She couldn't figure it. She stared straight down to the ground, and her nails started jacking already. She just wanted to end it, to end all the drama and go to the world beyond to find rest. Her only brother would certainly forgive her. That was the only person she felt indebted to. She would go and ask God perhaps why her life was a sorrowful narrative of a long line of tragedies. She felt she could not go on anymore. She felt the only place without any form of was the peaceful grave where her body just sleep in peace. She started throwing herself down the window, but could not gather the energy she needed to make this foul decision. She never seemed to witness any form of goodness that she could recall now. But she had to write a letter and keep it on the bed. Maybe not just one letter alone, but perhaps 2 or 3. One to her kid brother, Ikojo, to say her prayers for her, and another to Mama G to express her disappointment. The third will be addressed to Akoji to tell him she still loved him and carried him in her heart. The whole thought was weighing her down. This and all the familiar frustration of her life boiled up in her head. Tears surged from the bulging thyroid eyes in waves and streamed down the smooth terrain of her face. She had cried more than enough, and now had no energy left, even to find herself to fling herself through the window to embrace death. She was already breathing in a great panic and couldn't figure out what would be the best action that could change the musky tides of her heel lock. She walked wearily away from the window, trying to suspend the thought that was facing her like a night demon. To have some patience, to see some more light, to wait a little more and see if hope could outshine her fear. But she was determined to give up and rest in the silence and privacy of her tomb, if only she could be buried here. Maybe her body would be burnt. She once heard somewhere about why people not burying corpses, but rather the taste of hell before she got there. But she was not really bothered about what would happen to her body. She just needed her soul to rest. She might just wait a little. Nonetheless, she knew deep within her that if she could not face the pain and the agony from the world, through the suicide might just be her saving grace. She drifted back to bed, awaiting the arrival of the morning and what Mama G would do to her. She just wished they would send her back. But would they? She was already a powerless. She escaped. She had no travel document. She now knew why Mama G had stylishly confiscated their international passports immediately they walked out of the airport. She cast her mind to the past and wished her wicked aunt had not cancelled her wedding. It was all because of her aunt's selfish interest, an interest she never understood so well, but agreed to play her aunt's game. She made up her mind to reach Akoji and tell him where she was now and what was happening to her, and more importantly, to tell him that she still loved him. She had kept shifting the date she would talk to Akoji. She knew quite all right that she would do that, but not sure when she would. Chapter 12. Hey guys, come inside the car and let's go. Malam Jimbo called out. Is anybody still far away from here? He inquired. The men started coming one after the other to return to their seats and continue the journey. It seemed like a journey to the Israelites from Egypt to the Promised Land, only that advancement in technology allowed them the luxury of a car rather than moving on foot. None of them had a concrete idea of what the place they were going to had in store for them. They were taking a leap of faith without knowing how it would turn out to be. The driver had started and they had hit the road once again. The driver appeared to have some kind of renewed strength and more enthusiasm, and this time around he started telling so many stories of his past journeys on this same road. He talked with a lip tinge of pride and the all-knowing air of superiority. Akoji was listening keenly. Sometimes some stories scared him. At some point, he felt motivated and tried to convince himself that something great awaited him upon his arrival, so that some passengers at the back of the Elos would be able to hear him too. When he spoke, the splash of the spittle at irregular duration sometimes landed on the thighs or hands of Akoji. Some odd moments, he would look straight into Akoji's eyes while talking, and in a matter of split seconds, he would flood Akoji's face with his spittle. The incessant slap on Akoji's right thigh anytime Malam was about to end his sentences had also become quite annoying to Akoji. What was even more annoying to Akoji was that Malam Jimbo was not aware that he was gushing out saliva and slapping the thigh subconsciously as he spoke. However, Akoji chose not to complain, but to endure it all. A man with a burning house should not chase rats. You see, last month, I get robbed, and they take my phone. Look at phone I use now. He showed off a small Samsung phone that was not smart or sound. The screen was broken, and he had wrapped it with a rubber band to keep the battery in place. He looked talking. When we get to the place where they robbed me, I show you people. But don't worry, they not be there today. Trust me, he said. As though the robbers always informed him of their presence on the road. They never rob me when I return, only the time I go. But today is good day. Akoji had changed all of his money to US dollars at the Bureau de Change in Kano, and that was what he was most scared of. Should the robbers should the robbers show up. He actually never intended to change his entire money and carry it with him. He had wanted to use his ATM MasterCard in withdrawing it abroad. But just about MasterCards abroad, his thoughts kept wandering off to several places and things. He kept trying to imagine the kind of job he might be employed to do in Italy. Couldn't even picture it. It appeared to be very to him. He saw his journey as a leap with the hope to the pleasant unknown, and expectation might either be less than imagined or larger than expected. Whichever way, he was ready to be in for whatever would come out of it. The night was closing in, and everyone seemed to be calm. It was just the first night yet, and they still had to spend one more night before getting closer to the Sahara Desert. Akoji was one of those who knew that the car would not take them straight to Tripoli. Malam Jimbo was now calm, and he was just driving with his mind, wandering off to different things. At the back had complained of some insects flying into their those who had head cover stretched it down to cover their eyes like Atama had done. Atama did not talk to anyone. He stayed calm, and a lot seemed to be running through his mind. He thought about his sick mother, father, and siblings who had said their farewell to him with joyful smiles, mixed with some unexplainable tears laced with expectations. One of those expectations of, or rather the most prominent of them, was that some dollars would be sent to them on a regular basis after some months to foot the bills at home. And more urgently, to get good medical attention for his bedridden mother. He tried not to think too much, but face his journey that he had begun. The journey through the dry zone of the city of Agadez for 3 days, stopping over everyone once in a while to eat, rest during the day, and drive all through the night for the fear of anything dangerous that might attack them. They arrived a little close to the dreadful Sahara Desert, the point where the car could no longer meander through. Malam Jimbo at this point appeared haggard and tired. He did not speak to anyone anymore. He just brought the car to a halt, disembarked, and watched the tired faces of his passengers. What he saw in their eyes was something that seemed to explain a flight from the fear of poverty. It was not a novel sight to him. The blame of the whole desperate journey hinged on the fact that African countries and some countries in the Middle East had failed in several areas. Terrorism, infrastructures, and massive corruption have become a native of these countries, and those were the heinous Medusas were running from. Malam, why did you stop? A passenger asked after about a minute. Oh, you not know? This the last stop. No road for car again, Malam Jimbo replied. And how do we move from here? Another bewildered passenger inquired. So all of you just come down. You have to walk from here through this road up to Sahara Desert until you reach outside Tripoli. You near Libya now, Malam Jimbo answered calmly. How far is the journey by foot? Atama asked as he placed his hands over his head in a depressed style that suggested frustration or something close to it. I not know how far. I never reached there before. I hear all passengers formed a semicircle around the Malam to hear what he was saying clearly. One could notice the instant flash of worry immediately plastered on their faces at the mention of 20 hours work. They had not expected it, but Malam Jibo had earlier told Akoji and Abdallah about the trek through the Sahara Desert, and now it had become a reality that they couldn't just escape or find an alternative to. They all took their bags and luggages down. Some hung their hats across their backs. Otherwise, others either placed theirs on their head or simply strapped them to their backs. They carried bottles of water. They had been managing the one they had brought from Agadez, which they had almost finished because they drank it alongside some slices of bread. Atama got close to Akoji. Atama asked, I never knew until 2 days back when he told me and Abdallah at the front seat, Akoji answered. Kai, this is not easy at all, Atama whispered. It could be up to 20 hours, but we have come too far to give up, Akoji added. I honestly can't remember the last time I had walked for an hour, let alone a 20-hour trek, Atama uttered as his eyes glistened in fear and revealed regret. Malam Jimbo led them through the pathway, showed the way a little and stood up to bid them farewell. As he was waving them goodbye and wishing them good luck, deep in the inner recess of his mind, he knew that he wouldn't see some of them again, not necessarily because they would be continents apart, but because it appeared that something that had an indistinguishable air of death was blowing, and he could perceive it clearly. Jimbo would drive all alone back to Agadez. It was already Thursday morning, and he would be expected to arrive by Sunday evening. He would get a night rest and then convey the next batch, which he believed would be waiting already. Malam Jimbo knew like he knew his bedroom. He never got lost, unlike many other drivers that missed their tracks in the Sahara and got lost after driving several hours searching for the right route and would wander aimlessly in search of the right road. They would run out of fuel. Then they would sadly run out of water. If there were no water for about 72 hours, a lot of them, if not all, would run out of energy, and then their exhausted bodies would give up the ghost in the Sahara with not even a person alive among them to tell the sad story of their life's journey. No one had been able to give an account of those who died in Sahara because they had been out of touch and sight with people when they met their ends. Malanjibo started the car and zoomed off. After trading another wave of goodbyes from the car's window, Atama watched him and could see the dust that had been scattered off as the car sped off. He kept watching until the car was out of sight. He wished he could change his mind. He had thought about that a couple of times. When they were in the Ilos, he had almost concluded on returning to Agadez with the driver upon their arrival at the final destination. But he let himself to be convinced by Atama that they had come too far to give up. Now, he watched as the car zoomed off while he remained muted, as though his initial thought had been wiped off his mind like a clay chalk slate. They walked through the horrible desert with slabs of hot stones and harsh sun. Fortunately for them, the Harmattan was already approaching, and the weather was no longer as harsh as it usually was during summer. However, the dry weather forced them to drink more water to lubricate parched throats. The entire stretch of the whole place was filled with hot sand dunes, and at some point, they came across the rocky Hamada with several deeply dissected mountains, many volcanic with sparse vegetation. About 30 of the passengers walked through the desert. At evening, throughout at different space intervals, seeking their ways to the borders of Libya. Their varying strength had separated them already. Some were far ahead and others were far behind. Others seemed to be walking after the first 5 hours. Some wished they could find water to drink or pray for just a little shelter of a tree to save them from the scorching sun and the heat that seemed to burn so terribly, like the flame of Nebuchadnezzar. 2 months before, the European Union met with some African leaders in Malta to discuss how to curb the continued inflow of migrants from the African to Europe. In lieu of this, the Libyan government had beefed up security at the border with nearly installed chain-link fence. In the past, many of the West African migrants would pass through the place back then until they later discovered a route that cut out the security men at the border. Atama, Akoji, Adla, and some 3 others from the Gambians maintained the lead. Each person had his or her bag strapped to his or her back and had a bottle of water slinging from their hands. Although the water had become too hot to cool the tongue in one hand, they could hardly talk, laugh, or even make fun. They seemed to have conserved all the little energy left in them for the walk. After several hours of walking, their feet had bruises and hurt badly. They had run out of bread. The last one they had been shared, and what each got was a diminutive piece of the remaining slices, which could not assuage the kind of gnawing hunger that appeared to make them see a lot of things beyond the physical. After a little while, the 3 other Gambians dropped behind them out of tiredness and dehydration. They had long used up their water before the trekking in the Sahara Desert commenced. Akoji, Atama, and Abla arrived in Tripoli with swollen legs and deep body pains. They were to wait for the remaining 22 people, but by the close of the day, only 10 people had appeared. They gave a gory tales of how others had become too dehydrated and weak to walk with them. So they could not account for the other 17 people who had begun the journey with them from Agadez. It seemed that they would never make it through the desert. The last batch had arrived minutes after Akoji's group had decided to rest in the shade of a rock for some minutes before joining them. They kept waiting until 6 hours sped by without their appearance. Then the night went deep, leading to the dawn of another uncertain day that yet failed to announce the arrival of the 17 people left behind in the Sahara Desert. When they failed to arrive by midday of the following day, Akoji concluded that they might have died of dehydration because those who were their fellows were completely out of water and bread during the arduous trek of almost 20 hours through the desert. Chapter 13. Akoji and Atama finally arrived Tripoli alongside others that had joined them. They seemed a bit relieved to arrive Tripoli. They organized a Thanksgiving prayer. All of them that made it through the Sahara Desert to Tripoli. They prayed as though those who died were unloved by the same God who had seen in a most frightening way. They had to cross the Mediterranean in an overcrowded rubber dinghy and decrepit fishing boats. They had moved away from the entire crowds of desperate migrants to pray, to pour out their hearts to God and beg him to spare their lives on the ravaging river that had claimed lives of thousands and thousands of people in the past couple of months. Akoji had a completely calm conviction that he was going to make it. He cast his mind to all the odds of life that had been against him. His narrow escape from ritual killing in Abuja, for instance, he gave himself a reassuring, renewed hope that there was something perfectly peculiar in his future, that his life seemed to have been spared time and again. There was silence between him and Atama. The place was getting a bit crowded, with strange faces that kept emerging from where he couldn't figure out. There was a kind of a hovering fear all over the place. It was the kind of fear that blew the air of life and death, but seemed to blow the noise of death than life in fierceness. Their agents back home in Nigeria had made necessary arrangements for their arrival in Libya, and both were at least grateful for that. They got in touch with the contacts their agent had asked them to look for, and the man, Hassan, arranged a room that already contained 10 other waiting migrants and had no item of furniture except a tin mat. It was not much of a welcome, especially considering how much their agent had charged them. But they were glad to have a roof over their head after several days in the open desert. Many other migrants were not so lucky. Hassan told them that they had to lay low in Tripoli for a while till when they would be taken to Zuwara, where they would board a dinghy to Italy. It was after almost 3 weeks of their stay in Tripoli that Hassan suddenly came to them one evening. "It's time. Get your things and let's move," he said urgently. "Move to where?" Atama asked, bewildered. "To Zuwara, for the boat to Italy, my friend." "Are you not going again?" he asked, looking at their confused faces. "Of course, we are ready. Let's get our things," Atama, Akoji said. It was not that they had much to pack. They only had to neatly fold some of their clothes they had laid on on the threadbare mat to make it softer for them to lie on. Here, take these clothes and wear them. Hassan threw 2 pieces of clothes to them. Akoji checked the clothes and felt alarmed. But these are women's clothes. Why do I have to wear them? Akoji asked. The police are easy with women. With these clothes, you get easy pass, okay? Now wear them, no more question, okay? Hassan finished and went outside to wait for Akoji and the other migrants to join them after dressing up. Akoji noticed that the other migrants in the room had been given similar outfits to wear. He stopped complaining. The most difficult part of donning the apparel was strapping the braziers to their chests. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, Akoji asked Atama to help, while he helped out Atama, who had also made several unsuccessful attempts to strap his peers as well. Then they wore the chadors, a long flowing Muslim cloak, which left only half their faces and arms exposed. They were packed onto 2 pickup trucks at night. The drivers drove very fast, avoiding police checkpoints where they could have been checked and bribing their way through at other places. After about 2 hours, the vehicle reached Zuwara. They were camped somewhere close to the coast. It was a very dirty environment with the worst living conditions. The weather was cold as the Harmattan was now in full swing, and it was dusty all around them. There was hardly any water to drink or bathe. Several migrants went days without bathing. Food was scarce. They were instructed not to wander away from the camp or make noise in order not to attract the authorities and get arrested. The migrants moved quietly like house rats, evading detection. Akoji and Atama had to stay in a rudimentary shack made with corroded zinc, which Hassan had arranged for them and a few others under his supervision. Their shack did not even have a mat to lie on, despite the coldness, and they had to improvise using their clothes. After nearly a week, they were again packed tightly like a can of tuna into a trailer and quietly moved to the seaside. Akoji and Atama were quite alarmed on seeing the body of water they had to cross. They had never seen such a massive volume of water in all their lives. Before this, they had only seen the Niger and Benue, but this river were only buckets of water compared to what now confronted them. Akoji, if I had known it was going to be this tough, I wouldn't have contemplated this journey. This is not what I envisaged that it would be, Atama said, almost tearfully on seeing the sea they had to cross after they arrived at the coast of Zuwara. It had a feeling that things would go wrong. No, it's too late to give up. Like it is said, it is always darkest before dawn. Let's keep our hopes alive. We have gone too far to back off now. Entertain no fear, please. Akoji tried to motivate his friend and perhaps himself because he was also scared but did not want to show it. The sight of the sea alone melted all of me into broken pieces. How would one cross this monstrous element? Didn't you hear the story of the boat that capsized 3 days ago, killing over 120 passengers? I am so scared. Please, Akoji. Atama's voice was already quivering with a kiddish kind of fear, the fear of the tempest of the sea. It had dawned on him that the reality of the journey was far beyond what they had imagined. Akoji refused to respond. The fear he had tried so hard to mask was threatening to burst out of his eyes in the form of tears. They had already spent almost a week in Zuwara, but had not been able to figure out how their journey would be yet. They had been told that there was a raging gale and no boat could set sail at that moment till the storm was over. However, the most depressing issue was not the sea storm, but the overwhelming population of migrants from Eritrea and so many other places. All of them had common pains. They were fleeing war, poverty, hunger, bad governance, and every other negative things they had experienced. The memories of their past were not only hurtful, they carried with them tormenting memories of war, famine, and loss of dear ones. So, whether the potential migrants were from Ghana or Gambia, Syria or Senegal, Libya or Lebanon, Eritrea or Egypt, Sudan or Somalia, all of them had become a collection of the divergent disaster spitted out by their various home governments. Akoji had come to realize that the trajectory of their journey had reached a very dangerous part. The thought of how they would make it through the sea had become increasingly worrisome to them. They hadn't had a good meal since they started off the journey, and even in Tripoli, they had been feeding on bread and water. And now there was a gnawing, unwholesome kind of hunger that seemed to be cutting off their intestine. There was also a huge silence between Akoji and Atama. They were living in their personal separate world. They could do nothing but stare at fellow migrants from different places in Africa, waiting in joyful hope for their winds so they could sail to Italy. In their stare and glance, there was neither interest nor surprise or even a gleam of hope, but there was a misery and regret. A mean-looking man soon approached the pair where they stood, who might have been an engineer or a technician of some kind. As he drew closer to Atama, the wave of air that his arrival created brought a nauseating smell of cold sweat, despite the blowing cold harmattan wind, which could make a person throw up. He had a pen and a notepad, and it seemed that he was taking the names and details of people. When he stood in front of them, his frog-like face lighted up and wore a slightly sanctimonious expression as his raspy, husky voice tendered a question. "Hello, English or French?" he asked. "English," Akoji replied. The man could speak English, French, and Arabic, so he called out the languages for the interlocutor to signal the ones he or she understood. "Okay, I am Razak, one of the sailors. Are you traveling? Please let me have your name," the man asked. Akoji looked up and was not sure whether he should answer him or not. Razak's English was accented, and the length of his beard seemed to be religiously too long. "Yes, we are traveling. I am Akoji Ajodo. I am Atama Ohemi." Atama answered while wishing Akoji could just change his mind at this point so they could return home. But he knew that to be impossible now. They had reached the point of no return. They had been told that they could be shot dead by those who brought them to Zuwara should they decide to turn back. The man appeared to be scribing something on the paper that looked rough. As his forest of fingers glanced on the paper, Atama wondered whether the man couldn't spell their names. He waited to be asked, but Razak didn't ask about the spellings. After about a minute and a half, he raised his frog-like face and addressed them. "Akoji, you are number 123. Write it down. Atama, you are number 124. Write them down and don't forget. You are going to be in batch F, so you have to wait because the next group that will be boarding is batch C. You will pay $2,000 for the trip," Razak said. He spoke that did not have the number he had just given them. Okay, no problem. When it is time for payment, we will make it. But when will our turn be? Atama asked. We are not sure yet. You know the sea had very bad weather before. But now, it is a bit calm. You will leave either this night or very early tomorrow morning, if the weather remains same, Razak said. When Razak left, Akoji and Atama reassured themselves that everything would be fine. They were totally oblivious of how things would turn out to be, but being an economic migrant was a tough one. A run away from the known to the unknown. However, they had already figured out with a second conviction and a seeming confidence that it would turn out perfectly good and it would usher in a ray of hope for them in no time. As they board their time to board, they were greeted with unpleasant happiness at the sea. After some more hours, news filtered in that a boat which had left not quite long had capsized, and the Libyan Navy could only save a handful. The others were nowhere to be found. Maybe their corpses will turn up ashore somewhere around the coast of Zuwara, or somewhere far away, or it might all be consumed by fishes. Akoji thought tearfully with regret and prayed against such for himself and Atama. The sad news left everyone feeling even colder that chilly evening. Akoji and Atama noticed a group of about 40 West African Christian migrants praying fervently against any boat mishap for themselves and others. The two friends joined the gathering and prayed for their safe arrival too. The migrants had all become terribly weary. Days of continuous hunger had left many so weak that they could hardly call on their Lord for help. They could only chorus, Amen, to the voice of those who prayed out aloud. It was just barely morning when they heard gory stories of sad incidents happening to those on the waiting list to travel to Europe. While they were sitting on slabs of stone found at the beach, a young lady walked toward where they sat. She walked with the slightly failing energy of a pregnant woman that she was. Her hair was not properly packed. It swung with the breeze as her tattered shirt showed some dirtiness that portrayed a kind of sorrow, frustrating, and complete lack. As she walked by, Akoji decided to exchange greetings with her. Hello, how are you doing, young lady? I am fine, thank you, she replied. I am Akoji. How about you? What's your name? I'm Nkechi. Ngozi became even more interested in her because she had an Igbo name and would love to hear the story of how she came to Libya. But first, they introduced each other as Atama introduced himself too. So, Nkechi, why are you here? Akoji asked. It is a long story. I actually came with the hope of traveling to Europe, but I have been here for nearly 5 months now without any success, she said. What exactly is the delay all about? We only arrived in Zuwara a week ago, and we know nothing of the happening here, Akoji added. Well, you just need to be careful and prayerful. The sea storm has been so severe in the past couple of days. I ought to have crossed by now, but I have been so scared. While waiting, something terrible happened, and that is why I am the way I am right now, Nkechi said. Her tone and mood swung to a kind of frustration that could be seen on her face. The regret of her decision and the past event of her life seemed to be playing right before her on a shattered screen of life. The summation of the pain had brought her inner ugliness into the outer surface of her life. She wanted to tell her story to Akoji and Atama, but her heart had suddenly become so heavy with self-pity. Filled with a sense of self-loss, tears were beginning to gather right in her eyes, streaming down her cheeks as her thoughts wrecked deep. eviction from her parents, she took the arduous journey in order to better the life of her family by crossing to Europe and getting a good job. But here she was in Tripoli, stranded and out of communication with her people. She had been arrested twice. She had tasted the bitterness of life for about 2 months in prison. She has been raped 3 times on 3 different occasions. She had even been kidnapped for 5 days by a militia group that demanded a ransom of $5,000, else they would kill her or harvest her body organ to sell them, or sell her off as a slave to any willing buyer who would make her a sex slave. She tried explaining to them that her parents were very wretched people who could barely afford to raise a more of 5,000. They beat her, threatened her with a gun, made videos of them torturing her, and sent them to her devastated parents. She was only allowed to go when she became sick after 2 days of holding her in detention. She became very thin within the next 3 days, and they conditionally. They did not want her to die in their hands, and now her life seemed to be sinking sad in a quicksand of sorrow. She sat still in the silence of her pain. The tears seemed not to subside, and all the pains she had experienced before then seemed to be crammed up together into her memory in a most frustrating manner. She began to think about the first night that she was raped. It was done by 2 men. The night appeared to have blown an earlier wind of horror. She seemed to have had a kind of a subtle premonition about the rape. It was midnight. She lay on the floor on the makeshift camp that had other 5 females that were also waiting to cross to Europe. The improvised room was little and bare, with nothing but a slim large spring mattress that could have all their slim bodies squeezed into it. The men had come in a friendly, fiendish way. They were the Libyan security men that were meant to maintain law and order. They decide and whom not to arrest and take to the prison or fleeing the border and arriving in Libya illegally. For them, they extorted money from them, but as for women, they forced them to have sex with them. Sometimes they extorted money from them too, or both. It was that night that she probably became pregnant. She couldn't really tell whether it was that night or not. Anyways, the 5 security men had raped all 5 of them. She was raped by 3 different men. The second rapist exhibited an animalistic stimulation that lasted longer than usual. It was also a seemingly sing-song of sweetness, and he rolled in and out, and until it appeared that he had delivered all his semen into her. She couldn't resist. Her little body had been covered by the largeness and the ugliness of the man's body. And when he was done, he didn't rise up. He lay still on her as though he had lost his strength or spirit. She tried to push him away, but the thickness of the man's body made her little effort seem like ants trying to lift a stone. And when he finally got up from her, Nkechi couldn't control the tears. It was that man that appeared to have made her pregnant. And here she was with a baby in her belly belonging to an unknown man, a stranger she might never see or know, out to her, and she couldn't hold it anymore. She began to cry again. Tama took turn to encourage her. They told her that there was still hope, and to let her remember that her life could be better again, even in the midst of the misfortune. She looked into their eyes and felt renewed hope to move on, to carry on and think about the next thing to do. She couldn't contemplate going back home with a pregnancy. She couldn't imagine abortion. She couldn't think of crossing to Europe with the pregnancy. There she was, confused, torn between two worlds of dangerous dilemma among hundreds of people whose life had tumbled into a tragic narrative or a failed adventure. Akoji and Atama also waited, like many stranded migrants, to see what fate had in store for them. The journey of their lives had appeared to be on a sad snail speed of sorrow. They had been greeted with the torture of some people. Even some of those that had come with them had been locked up in a house because their driver claimed to have made an easy arrangement with some agents in Tripoli, whom the driver gave their names, but what happened to them became another sad story. They were sold to slave buyers involved in human trafficking. Some of the migrants were locked up and tortured by the militia group. They forced them to call their families back in Nigeria or any part of Africa they had come from, demand money for their release. They would come in the guise of Libya immigration officers, arrest and keep the illegal migrants at their so-called detention center. They would then torture the hostage and force them to call their family back in their home country to demand ransoms. Even those whose parents were able to raise the ransom and pay for their freedom were often resold to another smuggler who would demand another ransom from the family of the victim. This sad chain of being sold and bought continued in a vicious circle with pain and torture and an unimaginable enslavement. Chapter 14. Ojone had been alone in her room. Her colleague Ngozi had gone out with Princess on the first night of the job. She decided to dare Mama G and see what would happen to her if she failed to play by the rules. It had dawned on her that she was brought down to Europe to engage in prostitution and not the acclaimed scholarship that gave an initial false hope that had gone against the light of reality. She had cried more than enough, and her eyes were tired and blurry, as though the light of the future that brightened her part of life had gone dim. Yet her eyes seemed dry to tear up like a harsh, arid land. If only my parents were alive, I wouldn't have been here. Daddy and Mommy, why have you done this to me? How do you expect me to make it in this wicked world without you? Why? Why? Why me, O Lord? Who would save me from this? Her heightened thought and pain had become so loud to her. Tears were beginning to gather again in her eyes. She picked her phone to see whom she could call and narrate her audio to. She needed to stir the pain that had filled her to the brim. But she couldn't think of anyone other than Akoji. She had truly loved him. He was the only one that could understand her more than anyone else. The love that held both of them together seemed indestructible, even by the adversities of life. She searched through her contact and decided to call him. She dialed the number and watched the screen of the Samsung phone make a display of Akoji's photo. But without waiting for the call to connect, she ended the call abruptly. It was because she had not thought of the right word to say to him. She had not even thought of the right name to call him. She wondered if she should still call him sweetheart, as she used to, or just Akoji. She paused for a while, and all the past disappointment flashed into her memory in a flash. Her entire life seemed to be a summarized narrative of ordeal and events that seemed way bigger than she could comprehend. She lay on the bed with different thoughts swimming against each other right in her mind. She seemed to have been threatened by an unknown power of hope. A warm wave of relief seemed to have flowed into her. She no longer thought about ending her life. She was ready to face a demon, and help herself out of the deep deceit she had been sold into. The night was dragging so slowly, and she couldn't wait for the arrival of the morning to confront Mama G, who perhaps had swelled up in eruptive anger. She had disobeyed her by not joining Princess and Ngozi to the first night of their job. Her mind had been crowded with countless memories in the past. In the inexpressible frustration of her life seemed to have come to a painful peak, and she had run out of ideas and actions to carry out. She found herself unable to understand the weariness of her life. She lay on the bed and had a sudden and angry knock on the door. "Open this door this instant." Mama G's voice came through the window in a fierce order. She had never been so mad and loud since Ojone knew her. This was no longer the soft-spoken and generous Mama G Ojone and her aunts had known back in Nigeria. The woman outside appeared to be a tigress, seeking revenge on a hunter that had killed her cub. This Mama G, a totally different Mama G. Her face had reddened not only with disappointment, but also with a mind bulging with ideas on how to frustrate Ojone if she still fails to agree to play by her rules. "Hello, can Ojone hear me?" she screamed. Ojone jumped off the bed to open the door. She was completely an effigy of sorrow, with neither strength nor hope, but with a vision that had been beclouded by the painful present circumstance. The door made a tiny, calm-tide creak that brought in not just the cold air from outside, but also announced the angry face of Mama G. "Good morning, ma." Ojone curtsied as the visibly angered woman charged into the room. She walked into the room gallantly, arm akimbo with chest puffed up like a pigeon. She stood on the toe despite the fact that she was already wearing high heels that made a co sound as she walked into the room angrily. She needed and wanted to create an imposing and intimidating figure. "Forget about greetings. I just need a simple explanation from you about what happened last night," she said. There was an uncomfortable silence between them. The silence had a mixture of authority at one and that of fear at the other. Explain to me why you refused to join them for work last night," she thundered. Ojone wanted to speak, but she could not find the appropriate word to say. Pacify the fiery anger of the woman. She stood right in front of Mama G with her face bowed on the floor. The reply came in a stifling of her runny nose and the flooding of her eyes with tears. "Am I talking to a wood or sculpture? I asked you a very simple question, but here you are crying. Well, that wouldn't change anything. I guess I need to make the point clear to you once again. I have brought you to Europe to change your life in several ways. You see, life is not easy. I basically did this to wipe away your tears. I have helped a lot of people. In fact, all the ladies you see in this yard, I brought them from Nigeria single-handedly, and no one had ever refused or rejected the job they do." She paused and looked at Ojone, and all she could see in her eyes was still the tears of sorrow that seemed to flow continuously. The simple truth is that the only thing you can do to be on your own now is to pay me back the investment I made on you, Mama G added. Am I owing you? How much? She asked amid tears. Oh, did you think that I am Mr. Santa Claus or some philanthropist paying for your traveling expenses to Europe? Better stop acting like a blessed Virgin Mary. Your debt is 30,000 euro. Pay me now. She stretched forth her hand in a mocking way, as though it was the sort of money Ojone could just bring out of her purse. But you told me that I was on scholarship and all the expenses were being footed by the school. Not only scholarship, I am also the scholarship board awarding scholarship to orphans all over the world. Nonsense. Join them tonight or pay me what you owe me before 6 p.m. or I will call the police here or police on you. I will make sure that I use my connection to get you locked up, and the key of your cell will be thrown away where no one will ever find it. It is what I can do. Trust me. She thundered and walked out of the room, banging the door as though that would communicate the urgency of her statement to Ojone. Deep down within her, Mama G felt terribly embarrassed, showing the side of herself to a newly arrived and poor Ojone. As she walked out of the room, it was a businesswoman demeanor, and this was not the kind of image she wanted people to see when they thought about her. A fiery display reminded her of Mendoza. Mama G had first arrived Italy some 10 years ago via the illegal Libyan route to work on a farm in Milan, a tomato plantation with a vast acre of land, where she was expected to pick tomatoes, prepare them, and get them packed for sale for processing industries that would come with trucks to convey the harvested tomatoes. She was being paid a token of 50 shillings an hour, and she worked almost every day for 10 hours, with just a lunch break between midday and 1 p.m. She worked so on the farm for 1 year under the supervision of the farm owner, Mariano Mendoza, a hugely built and intimidating figure that seemed nearly heartless. He had physically abused Mama G on the farm before. Then she was called Oma, the short form of Omalicha. There was a day she was slightly sick and couldn't work on the farm. The excuse of being sick was always never acceptable to Mendoza, except he saw you in deep pain that was too obvious. On discovering her absent at work on the excuse of being sick, Mendoza had screamed his head off when he saw her on the following day. He threatened that any worker who stayed away from work on the pretext of being sick would be laid off. Oma was then a very sensitive lady, and the insult and shouting from Mendoza made her very emotional. She cried her eyes out and started planning her escape from the farm. At first, she thought and wished to return to Nigeria and face her life there, but because she had started working on the farm of Mr. Mendoza, she had handed all her travel documents to him. It was part of the agreement. Many foreign workers on the farm from Africa and the Caribbeans were meant to do so. This was to stop them from running away from their place of work in Italy. But she couldn't take it anymore and was ready to run away from Milan to Turin. A fellow worker from Barbados had told her how promising jobs for ladies in Turin could be. They would love your skin wella, and if you go there, the men will like you and pay you plenty cash, the worker added. Oma was beginning to understand the situation. Soon after, they had what they termed end of the year break, which was always between December 24 to January 2nd. She plotted her way very carefully alongside the worker called Naija, her confidant from Barbados, who had told her about how good touring was. They left Milan together, fled the tomato plantation, abandoned their travel documents with Mr. Mendoza, and went in search of better jobs. But of course, there were no jobs. They were already aware of this fact, but half expected that a miracle would happen to help them clinch decent jobs. However, they soon realized that the only means to making quick money was by becoming commercial sex workers. That was how Omalicha, who had now been transformed to Mama G, became a prostitute. She was slim and tall with nice curves that seemed so appealing to Italian men until her beauty became withered by the hustling and made her assume another totally different shape. Every evening, she would dress in a near-nude manner with lips coated in deep red glows, long eyelashes, and long nails. They wore sleeveless shirts and revealed neatly shaved armpits covered with sweat-smelling deodorants. They wore a kind of bomb short where her body. She never really enjoyed it at the initial stage and did not enjoy it even much later, but she met many men and made some good fortune of them. That was how she was able to start renting 10 rooms and traveling every summer to Nigeria to bring 1 or 2 young girls that would join her a legion of prostitutes. And now she is the Mama General. Mama G learned about, albeit forcefully, to shun a petty-comb petite demeanor and wear a ruthless mask as she dealt with several men. In her line of business, especially those who tried to cheat her of her money after she had delivered a part of the bargain, she became even more ruthless and adopted more wiles when she began trafficking young girls to Italy to become commercial sex workers. One had to run such affair with an iron hand, else the girls would either make her lose her investment, for this was what she considered the cost of bringing it to be her investment. She also had to ensure that they never put her into trouble with the authorities by bringing her discreet business to limelight. She felt she was helping the girls get a better shot at life, something they would never get. Something they would never get in Nigeria. She ensured her girls came to Italy in a more dignified manner instead of taking them through the illegal Libyan route and making them suffer in horror she experienced. She provided basic shelter for them and gave them necessary tips to start them off in the business. She was very jovial with her girls and felt like a mother to all of them. After repaying her investment, they could go off on their own, either continue in the business or engage in something else, whatever worked for them. Mama G
believed that rather than being lambasted, she ought to receive thanks for the good works she had been doing. What she did with Ojonne that early morning was not her usual person. She never thought that she would one day have to wear the mask of Mendoza, a man she hated with passion. But it was just the kind of mask required to break Ojonne. and she knew instinctively that it had worked. Ojonne knew no one in Italy. She had no money to run away. She couldn't even figure out where to run to. Even if she wanted to return to Nigeria, she would be unable to, as Mama G had cleverly seized her passport. She had just one choice: dance to the tune of Mama G, while hoping that the light of fortune would send a helper her way. She couldn't figure out what to do. There was before her a future that seemed difficult to search, and a past that was no longer accessible. But the trajectory of the awful mixture of both appeared to meet only in her head, to give her unimaginable confusion. A few minutes later, Ngozi knocked on the door. It was already 8 a.m. when she entered the room. The air that she brought to the room with her was foul, filled with the smell of smoke. She didn't look at Ojonne, but went straight to bed to lie down. She appeared tired and worn out, or something close to being out of breath. Ojonne was trying to hear from her how the outing went, to know what transpired. But the room was wrapped with a thick blanket of silence, and Ngozi's eyelids appeared too heavy for the weary muscles that held the eyelids together. She flopped herself to bed with a weight of a personal anger that couldn't be directed at anyone. Ngozi had gone out at about 9 p.m. the previous night, alongside Princess. They had gone to the streets of Asti near Turin. Other girls of their kind also stood in groups of two and three, flagging down passing vehicles, pretending to be checking their phones, but ultimately waiting for men to pick them up. Princess gave Ngozi some few tactics that would make the same customers to keep coming back to her. How she needs to ride, glide, whine, and moan even when she did not enjoy it. A feigned feeling that will make her clients come again and again. Princess appeared to have known the theoretical and practical mechanics of love making. You see, just display some sweetness. Show them that you have got it, okay? Princess said. Ngozi didn't reply. She thought of how her future would turn out to be with the twist of events that had just culminated in her life becoming an unexpected narrative of unplanned life. By the following day, Ngozi seemed to have accepted her fate. She had no choice but to follow Princess and the other ladies there under the control of indebtedness to Mama G. Ngozi had to pay the debts of her travel expenses to Mama G before she could have her freedom to make a change of job. But first, the only way she could pay the debt she had been told to pay was to engage in prostitution. She is the 5th person that had been hoodwinked to Europe by Mama G. There was something common about all of them that had come to Europe via Mama G. They came with high hopes into deep disappointment, which boxed them into an extreme corner, rendering them incapacitated and forcing them to surrender and dance to the tune of Mama G's music. Ngozi flung herself to bed and threw her paws on the floor upon returning. That was the first time in her life she would make that sort of money from an unclean source. Money from the trade of her body to unknown men, to pleasure them while she is mummified in the silence and agony of her action. Ojonne wanted to talk to her, to inform her of what she had been told by Mama G. But there was a consuming silence in the room, and the silence was suffocating because it seemed to drain the energy of Ojonne. She couldn't think of what to do and how to do what she ought to do. When Ngozi woke up, much later in the mid-morning to go and use the restroom, Ojonne couldn't help but engage her in a conversation. You see, I have been told to pay some money as a debt to Mama G if I wanted my freedom. Ojonne said, "Them don't tell me the same thing too, and that was why I was left with no option but to join Princess and the other girls to hustle for the cash. Only God knows how and when I will finish the debt," Ngozi replied. Yesterday, what happened brought tears to my eyes all through. This is not what I thought I would come to do in Europe, she said tearfully. The following day, Mama G came to the room to see Ojonne again. She demanded to know her decision. Ojonne said she was left with no choice but to join the other girls. She was given sexy dresses and high heels with other makeup kits that she needed to apply in order to look seductive for the Italian men who seemed to be so much taken in by African ladies. She was not hesitant about this because she was a virgin. In fact, she wasn't a virgin. She had had a taste of what sex was a couple of times with Akoji. The first time it happened, she couldn't hold herself. She felt weakened by the nervousness that accompanied Akoji's sensual touches. The kind of close proximity that made her chest to beat against his heart with a rapidity that was somewhat unexplainable. Then, gradually, they got accustomed to each other. Then they got familiar with the breath and the heartbeat of each other, until it seemed that her soul had journeyed into the heart of Akoji to make them a perfect one. She wasn't forced. Akoji wasn't a stranger to her. She had loved him with so much tenderness, and so the ease of her heart and the softening of her emotions was something that came with a nice naturalness that was effortless. But now, she had to do this for money, not for love. That was even not the problem. The most threatening and fearsome one was that she had to entertain strange faces in strange places every single day. She just couldn't come to terms with the happenings. When it was evening, she wore the dresses she had been given and went out with the girls. She was given a glass of alcohol by Princess. She sipped a little and dropped it. She wasn't used to taking alcohol or smoking. Neither was Ngozi used to that either. After they had had dinner, they made way to the same spot. The girls were standing together and picked differently by different cars after some brief negotiation. But she couldn't just do that until all the girls had gone. Sometimes they were picked by 4 friends, all Italians, all with same dirty desire to have a taste of black ladies, as though it was something that came with some differences in experience. When all girls had been picked for the job, she hid herself behind a rubbish bin in the cold of the night and cried her eyes out. She questioned God continuously with tears rolling down her cheeks. She just couldn't come to terms with what was happening to her. She knew she would eventually do it because of the deep despair she had found herself, but she just couldn't start at that very moment. Chapter 15. Ojonne had spent 5 months in prostitution against her will. The much she had made in those 5 months was just 5,000 euros. It has been a terrible experience for her. Every form of experience she had been having seemed to be moving from bad to horrendous. Only last night, she made up her mind to run away. She just couldn't figure it out. Neither can she tell how long it would take her to pay her debt of 30,000 euros. Perhaps 2 years or more. She knew she couldn't continue in this modern-day slavery by her compatriot in a foreign land. Mama G had made some arrangements with Ojonne's aunt, part of which was to send 1,000 euros to aunt's charity every single month. But that was the apogee of another deception too. Although she gave her 500 euros, the morning she came to collect Ojonne, she gave her 500 euros the morning she came to collect Ojonne. That money rekindled a kind of trust in Mama G, and Aunt Charity gullibly believed she would be getting some kickbacks. What happened to Ojonne the previous night was so terrible that she needed not to continue in that illicit job. She was scared that she might meet her untimely death. Her optimism about the future had been leashed away, and at some point it appeared as though a warm wave of hope has been lit up in her mind to make her glow, to energize her to take a risk, perhaps a chance to right all the wrongs of her life. One of her clients had taken her to a hotel that was just a little distance away from a Catholic church. It was in that hotel that she was threatened with a gun. The Italian man who took her out refused to pay her after the sex. He further invited 2 of his friends to have sex with Ojonne right inside the same hotel. The commercial sex turned into a violent rape at gunpoint. When they finished, she lost all her energy, and her inner light seemed to have gone dark at that spot. She returned home beaten and weathered down by the realities of her life. She crawled to bed in tears, pain, and regrets of everything. She wished her parents had not died in the Christmas Day bomb blast. She wished she had a good auntie who would protect her. She wished her life was not the life she was living. But all those wishes were just mere wishes. The excruciating realities were not only heart-rending, but they made her feel suicidal again. She could barely sleep all through the night. The arrival of daylight waved into the room with the brightness of dawn. She decided to engage others that were there before her in a conversation. She walked to Princess's door and knocked on the door in a gentle manner, as though she had lost all her energy. "Hello, who is there?" Princess inquired. "It's me, Ojonne. Please, can I come in and talk with you for a moment?" "Oh, okay." Ojonne entered the room and went straight to sit on the carved woody stool that was by the bedside. Her eyes were puffed out like pregnant clouds preparing to fall as rain. "You don't look fine, OJ. Please, what's wrong with you?" Princess asked. She raised her eyes as though ready to answer the question, but her mouth couldn't form the shape of any word. She seemed swollen up with too much to say. She seemed drained of the emotional energy to say what was bothering her. There was a lucid moment of silence. Ojonne wished she could take refuge in that corner of the inner world that has solitude in abundance, but she was tired of it all. Even solitude broke her up too. Princess could see through her and feel her pain. "OJ, just listen to me," she said. "Let me share my own story with you. I have been broken by life already. I have gone through what you are going through as well. In fact, we are in the same shoes. I was made to swear and take an oath before a native doctor in Nigeria before coming here. I swore and agreed that I would go mad if I refused to pay the debt of 10,000 euros. I agreed did what they said and came here only to be told that my debt was 20,000 euros. That was 4 years ago. I spent 2 years paying the debt, paying my bills, managing to eat, and having nothing to save. Before my arrival, I was deceived that I would work in a restaurant, but I found myself doing this. You need to cheer up. You are not alone in this, she said. Ojonne was shedding tears and swinging her legs in a rhythm that affirmed some sort of regrets. She was patently going through a barrage of crisis and disappointment that swallowed up her voice. She felt that she was graceless and useless. She couldn't hide the shame of her uselessness. Princess was trying the best she could to speak life and allow her to see a ray of hope. Were you taken to a shrine to swear and take an oath before coming here? She asked. No, I was not. You see, this is the more reason you should be thankful. Just calm down a little and plan your escape from here. I will try to help you make some connections, she suggested. You see, before I was brought to Italy here, I was not only made to swear before a shrine, I was young and then a virgin. They used 2 boys to deflower me. OJ, that day was one of the worst days of my life. I held up an object, knelt down and swore that if I didn't pay my madam, I would run mad and become useless in life. She said and paused. Are you being serious? Ojonne asked in wide-mouthed wonder. You see, it was not as if I was deceived down. I was fully aware of the kind of job I was coming to do. I felt I could change the life of my family members. I knew some people that traveled and made their family better. What I never knew was that they would trick me into paying more than the agreed sum. So, OJ, my friend, your case is even better. You are not under any oath. You can make your way and run away, Princess said. Ojonne calmed down as her eyes became moist from weeping with a little dazzling glow of joy. The suggestion of an escape seemed to have waved into her a breath of merriment. Although she was not sure how the plot would work, but the thought of it alone ignited some shades of hope. Please, is there anything you could do for me? Please help me out. Thank you very much, Ojonne pleaded. Princess had paid off her own debts and was kind of making some money and sending it home. She was also making some plan to finally return to Nigeria so that she could breathe, live, and feel alive. She was tired of the crisis of conscience that she had been going through. Ojonne returned to her room and felt a little lighter and less burdened. She prayed and hoped that everything would work out fine. She wanted to share what she had gone through a night ago with Princess, but decided to brush it aside. As she lay in bed again, she thought about her kid brother, Ikojo, and wondered how he was doing at that moment. She had been unable to talk to him since the week of her arrival. She felt too ashamed to tell him the secret truth, the exact truth of the things she was going through. She was trying to protect him from the damage of her sad situation, of the damage her sad situation would bring him. She wished to call him, just to hear his voice, the voice of the closest person to her heart in the world, her blood and her joy. She wished she was actually in school, so she would have stories of the school system, professors, her classmates, and everything to tell him. She wished she was happy, so that she could call him and tell him how happy she was. She would have loved to motivate him to also work hard so that he too might gain the kind of scholarship that she had received. She missed their many jokes, laughter, and joy years ago when her parents were alive. She knew how to communicate using her eyes, and with Ikojo, and both of them would laugh because they were thinking the same joke, to the consternation of their parents at times. All of the wishes she had appeared as if they would never come true. She thought about thinking what would bring her joy. She thought of Akoji the thought of Akoji crossed her mind, her supposed husband and lover. She made up her mind that she would call him, to hear from him, and maybe tell him to arrange for her escape, so that she would return to Nigeria and be with him, to love and to cherish him. But she never called. She never summoned the courage. The longer she kept this feeling and thought to himself, the more deepening it got. She knew and felt that their paths would cross again someday. Little did she know that Akoji was making his way to Italy via a dangerous route. She wished Akoji would still be single by the time they met too. She smiled at the thought and hope. The power of positive hope seemed to have brought her some sleep that night. Chapter 16. 1 year had passed after the failed wedding between Akoji and Ojonne. Both seemed unable to overcome the unfortunate event, nor let it go. Perhaps they had come to love each other so much. Ojonne was just 18, fresh from secondary school. She had made her papers so brilliantly. She lived with an aunt of hers who claimed to never have any money to train her to university. And that position of her aunt made her to start considering getting married. Her aunt was in support when Akoji, her lover, first proposed. But a twist of events happened, the kind that ended all the planned marriage in a split moment. A Nigerian lady in Italy who specializes in human trafficking had shown interest in Ojonne and wanted to take her to Italy under the guise of pretentious generosity, which made the planned marriage to hit the rock soon before the wedding day. This wouldn't have happened if not for the tragedy of the Christmas day 3 years before, when Ojonne was only 15 years old and her young brother Ikojo was 13. Their parents had loved them so tenderly until their lives were cut short by the deadly Christmas bombing at Madala in Niger State, Nigeria. Although Ikojo had narrated most parts of it to her, she could still remember the events like she had been there herself. Every scene played out before her eyes like reels from an old cinema film. Her father had been working with Niger State Internal Revenue Service, so they had been residing in Madala for over 10 years that he had been a state government worker. Life was good. Things were on the right course till that Christmas Day bombing. That was the beginning of her pain, and she just couldn't let it go. She was almost alone in the world, without any form of immediate family. Her mind could perfectly go through the final conversation she had with her mother, the day evil sailed into good people. She had a list of questions to ask, but there were no answers from anyone or anywhere. That morning was not like any other morning. Its extraordinariness was not because it was a Christmas day, but there seemed to be a looming omen that hung in the air. Unsuspicious and unfelt by everyone except Ojonne, it was a kind of mysterious feeling of evil anticipation, which you just couldn't explain to anyone. She could barely sleep on the Christmas Eve. She had a barrel of mysterious dreams all through. At a point, she would feel as though there were wailing voices sounding so clear from an unknown distance. She knew fever could lead to all this, but there was more going on than could meet the eyes. The streaming sun's ray through the window announced the morning to her. She rolled on her bed, felt so weak with a sort of bitter taste in her mouth. She felt as though blisters had grown overnight on her lips, but lacked the energy to stand up and check her lips on the bedroom mirror that was a little distance from her bedside. She heard the shuffling of feet, and suddenly her mother walked into her bedroom. Ojonne dear, I hope you slept well, Selina, her mother asked. Mommy, my night wasn't too fine. My head still aches, she said weakly. Don't worry, dear. The doctor said you will be fine by the time you've almost completed your medication. Mommy, I am very sad. Why would I be sick on a Christmas day of all days? Imagine, I am not going to wear the beautiful dress you bought for me, Ojonne said in a pitiful tone. She often acted childish anytime she took ill. Don't worry, you will be fine. I will definitely buy you a lot of other things before you resume next term. Just get well, my darling, she added. We will all be going for Christmas Mass. Since you are not feeling too fine, Clara would stay with you, her mother said, and got up from her bedside. No problem, she said. Your father would come and see you in a moment before we leave for church. Okay, Mommy. Please pray for me to get strong before you return. Ojonne, my dear, just relax, her mother said. She gently touched her body. It wasn't too warm like it was the previous day. She took the little light duvet on the bed and helped her to cover her body more perfectly. And then she walked out to prepare for the Christmas Mass. Minutes later, her father equally came to her room to check on her. Mr. Okolo wasn't looking bright that morning. The daughter actually never noticed anything. Ojonne would get well and left the room to go and prepare for the Christmas Mass. He often allowed his wife to prepare many minutes ahead, as she often wasted a lot of time. They had decided to wear one of the couple's dresses, a lemon green lace that shone brightly with its embroidery in Mr. Okolo's. Mr. Okolo and his wife, Celine, drove to church in the Toyota Camry he had bought about 2 years before from a loan he had obtained from the bank. The loan was cutting him already on the rough edge. As though that was not enough, salaries seemed to take the government forever to pay them, but he was thankful that he was able to finish the payment shortly before the Christmas celebration. They were driving to the church, and there was an awkward silence, a sort of silence none of them understood. Then the silence was broken by his wife. Sugar, I have been thinking about this. Our house help, Clara, is already 19. How about her enrolling for university matriculation exam by January? Whenever she wanted to make a request, she called her husband Sugar. Every scene or event determined the kind of name she called her husband. If she wanted to vent her anger, she simply called him Sir, usually with an unaccompanied romance. Did she pass her senior school certificate examination? He asked. She showed me few months after she became our housemate. In fact, it was a good result. No wonder she sounds intelligent most often. Yes, she is hardworking, she added. Ikojo was right at the back seat of the car, playing his Mortal Kombat on the video game his father had bought for him after he came first in his class last term. A neighbor had criticized the gift as way out of line for an intelligent child. Ikojo had heard his parents' conversation about their plans for Clara, and he was eager to return from Mass and be the first person to silently whisper it to Clara. He was fond of doing that. He loved being the first to bring good news. When they bought some birthday presents for Clara and hid it till her day, Ikojo was the one who told her. He enjoyed letting good news out and would whisper in his tiny voice, "Don't tell Mom I told you." Ikojo had a kind of smile, a smile filled with warm knowingness, because he knew how to carry good news delicately without breaking it but reporting it. "We would buy the form for her by January," said Okolo. "Really? Oh, Sugar, thank you very much," Selena said as she wore a smile of gratitude on her face. She was happy, as though Clara was her own daughter. She believed she could be a bridge that people would cross from their lowly background to the desired dreams, a bridge that could connect dreams to realities. Although they have had a bit of financial downturn, but that was not enough to deter them from helping Clara. They drove into the church compound. The church cadet directed them to where they could park their car. 3 young boys, most likely in their early 20s, dressed in an impressive army-like manner, with properly starched trousers that seemed too erect on their slim body. They wore a dark blue color and a neatly ironed white shirt sewn in a beautifully nice reticulated pattern. They stood at the gate of St. Teresa's Catholic Church, Madala. They had a sort of youthful gait that was energetic in the manner they directed car owners with awesome precision on where to park within the church premises. Mr. Okolo parked his car a little distance away from the main road, but still within the church compound that was demarcated by a short fence which was less than 3 feet tall. The church was built nearly 20 years ago in a shape of a crucifix, like many ancient Catholic churches. It was painted with cream color and purple, adorned with naturally beautiful flowers planted through the avenue. In front of the church, there was the Mariam Grotto, which was built just 5 months before, with amazing bougainvillea that seemed so adorable. He had parked his car close to these flowers, and they all went in for Mass. Christmas Mass was not always filled as St. Teresa's. A lot of traders and civil servants often went to their villages during the festive season to celebrate in the company of their loved ones. The Mass was quite fast. There seemed to be a bit of the vigil's hangover in the voice of the priest, and there was a sort of hastiness in his celebration, as though he was trying to meet up with something else. Father Musa's homily was brief. The key message was, receive the infant Jesus in your heart by living a holy life. He was often a great homilist, and the parishioners loved him for that. However, that Christmas morning, he was unusually calm and that calmness almost made the Christmas a sort of lame one in the church. Soon after the mass, Mr. Okolo and his wife went straight to Father Musa to exchange some pleasantries. It was the normal culture of Okolo and his family to have a word or two with the parish priest almost every Sunday after Mass. "Father, you do not look very fine this morning. What is the problem?" Okolo asked. "I really don't know. Perhaps I haven't really had enough sleep," he answered. "Then you need to go and have a good rest today," Okolo suggested. "Yes, it is very important. Thank you very much." "Father, can you imagine we didn't even say Happy Christmas to each other?" They both smiled and shook each other with some warmth and joy. He blessed the entire family, placing both hands on each of their heads. Selina was happy, and she equally wished Father Musa a happy Christmas celebration. Father Musa returned to the sacristy to prepare, which was just about 15 minutes away. After a little while, they were ready to leave for home, but they could not find Okojo. He had left with one of his school's classmates to play very quickly before leaving for home. They were unable to spot him, so they stood by their car awaiting him. His mother had wanted going to search for him, but a fellow member of her St. Elizabeth Society emerged to wish her and her husband a happy Christmas. They talked and laughed in a thankful way, expressing their gratitude to God for seeing yet another Christmas. They were still talking and asking about each other's children and siblings when a thunderous sound with a flash emerged just some 10 yards away. The blast was so heavy that everywhere became smoky in a split second. People buried their heads on the floor and lay flat on the ground. The entire place became a total arena of confusion. Those that could still run were running without any air of precision to any place. Some people already seated in the church for the second mass couldn't figure out what the matter was outside. There was an awful lot unknown. It appeared to them to be too heavy and very deadly. The blast shook the church to its very foundation. The shouts of panic and explosion had enveloped the entire place. People were scared for their lives. They lay prostrate on the floor and motionless. The Reverend Father hid behind the altar in great fear. Save for the noise of the fan rolling continuously, the silence was quite terrifying. The scene was not only terrifying, but also so rapid that even after several minutes following the blast, people remained glued to the ground in complete fear. Smoke was emerging from a particular region where the bomb had exploded near a car. People were on the ground and couldn't easily identify the dead from the living. It was horrific and totally frightening. Some people were trying to stand up and run away, but another thunderous sound blew out, as loud as the first one, with rising smoke scattered all over the church premises. It must have been the kind of scattered smoke that showed the unacceptability of Cain's sacrifice. Father Musa was still hiding, like all the members of the church, in a prostrated manner. Several thoughts were swinging right in his mind. He wanted to pray, but death seemed too close to make him have some consciousness. He was in a maze of thought, and by now he was thinking of what might have happened to some people that came for the first mass. He was getting worried that the church must have recorded some casualties. He couldn't just figure this out. This must have been the handiwork of the Boko Haram group. They have come to bring us pain On this special day of celebration, the priest's thoughts were filled with anger, a justifiable anger that could only be quenched if only the government had protected their lives and properties as promised by them, and as is their duty to the citizenry. This had happened for some unclear reason, and one would wonder why peace seemed too far away, even in a supposedly peaceful place like the church. His thoughts had become not only too loud to him, but also very filled with pain. Every situation seemed to weaken him. Chapter 17. Father Musa was the first to stand up after some few minutes after the second blast. Not because he was fearless, but because he was wrapped with nervousness and painful inquisitiveness of knowing whether they had been fatalities or not. This must have been a coordinated attack, he thought. He decided to move outside and see what had happened. At this point, some people outside had already taken to their heels. He couldn't move his leg properly. When he mustered courage to do so, his pairs of legs became suddenly rickety and were dragged by fear. But he went outside, and when he got there, it was a sorry sight of blood running around everywhere like water splashing out of a burst pipe. He noticed an unending smoke emitting from a car. According to reports following a vague police investigation some hours later, the attacker was a suicide bomber that came in the smoky car. It was a Toyota Corolla that now looked bashed and burnt with the blast. Some people that hid right outside the church had already stood up. His mind went straight to Mr. and Mrs. Okolo, who had exchanged pleasantries with him not quite long. He was going to that same spot when he saw dead bodies already splattered on the ground, and others seemed terribly injured. He paused, ran back to the church, and called some elders to come and help. They had to call the ambulance very urgently. Some people's lives were endangered already, terribly injured in several parts of the body, that they seemed to struggle for their dear lives and might not be able to hold it up much longer. This had never happened at St. Teresa's before. It had become too terrible in the country, to the point that one could no longer freely worship in the church. One of the elders of the church called the hospital. St. Teresa's hospital belonged to the church, and it wasn't far away from the scene of the bomb blast. Hello, this is Mr. Matthias Peterson. Please, you need to come to the church with the ambulance now, he said in great panic. What? What happened? Please, we are coming right away. The person at the other end responded, very hurriedly, almost gasping for breath. The ambulance's driver drove at a crazy speed till he stormed the scene within a few minutes. Father Musa had been going round to see the dead bodies. He had counted to 10 already, and he was getting angrier, and his body temperature spiked significantly as tears rolled down his cheeks. These were the members of his church that he had rejoiced and shouted Merry Christmas with. He grudgingly went to where he was standing with the Okolos shortly before the blast, hoping for a miracle of some sort. Behold, what he saw was not only terrifying, but soul-shattering. They were both on the ground with battered bodies. He stopped for a while. He had suddenly run out of ideas. His mind went blank, as if another bomb had decimated his brain. He was sweating profusely as more burning tears instantly found their way down his cheeks. He stood motionless. The elder too was speechless. He was shedding tears when their son, Ikojo, ran there, shouting, panting, and calling out for Daddy and Mommy. Daddy, Mommy, stand up, please. He knelt before his dead parents, shaking them up and crying helplessly. But Father Musa pulled him away almost immediately and took him to his residence. His tears of anguish flowed continuously, and he was terribly inconsolable. When the ambulance arrived, alongside other 2 ambulances from the Federal Medical Center, they moved the injured casualties to the hospital and returned to evacuate the dead bodies and convey them to the mortuary. They counted 44 corpses and over 70 injured casualties from the church. It was a black Christmas, a Christmas that its pain would never be erased from the minds and hearts of those that had lost their dear ones. Father Musa had visited Mr. Okolo's house a couple of times. In fact, he was their family friend. He had been told that Ojonne was sick and she was home alone with Clara, their housemaid. With what had happened, he had to go there and convincingly bring them to his house till he was able to reach out to their uncle, who worked in Lokoja, just a little about 3 hours drive from Madala. Ojonne and Clara might have started getting worried about their parents, who had not returned after almost 6 hours. While he was driving to Mr. Okolo's house, his hand felt so stiff on the steering of the car, and he was driving almost thoughtlessly. He had lost 44 members of his parish within minutes. This was something too terrible to bear. His anger turned to the bomber. He wondered why someone would engage in that. When he got to Mr. Okolo's house, a sinister kind of fear seemed to envelop the entire building. He was in total disarray. He motioned on the front door and knocked the door in a most tiring way. He was trying the best he could to appear very warmly and search for the right words, words that would not pierce the eardrum, words that would be mild enough to convey what had happened to Ojonne, not in exactness, but with nearness to precision, a sort of a pacifying lie that would not be too heavy to break. He knocked yet again, and there was no response. He calmed down and knocked the 3rd time. A slight noise seemed to be coming from the kitchen. Clara was preparing the meals and couldn't hear knocks very easily. Hello? Is someone knocking on the door? A voice came through the window. Yes, it's Father Musa, he drawled. Oh, Father, she said with shock and indecision. She tried to clean her hands before making her way to the sitting room to open the door. She couldn't place what had happened and why the Reverend Father that ought to be celebrating Mass would come to their house. Good morning, Father, she curtsied and looked away almost immediately. She was trying to understand the incomprehension in the face and voice of the Reverend Father. She couldn't stare at him much because she had a kind of a certain disinclination for looking into people's eyes. He looked straight at her and tried to reach for the most convincing and pacifying word inside of him that would not make her throw a tantrum. Where is Ojonne that I was told is sick? She is in bed in her room. Is she too weak to stand? Please tell her that I want to see her, he said, trying to look cheerful before Ojonne would appear. Whether he looked cheerful or not, his presence at this unusual hour will no doubt make them have a terrible nervous condition, the kind that Clara is almost having as a result of restless anticipation for the reason that had brought the Reverend Father to their house when he was supposed to be at the second Mass or attending to some other church activities. Clara became nervous, very nervous and afraid. Daddy and Mommy had stayed longer than usual, and she and Ajonne had been very worried. Normally, on days that they needed to attend church meetings after Mass, they would not forget to tell them. But there was nothing of the sort. There was no notice of any form of visit to the orphanage or to the hospital, as often done by Mr. Okolo's St. Vincent de Paul Society. Ojonne came from her room in a sort of tired manner, dragging her feet on the ground. She used the back of her hand to clean her face, as though that would enable her to recognize the priest much better. Then, with a thumping heart, she traded greetings and asked, "Father, what is the problem? Is all well? What, has anything happened to my parents?" No, please tell me what has happened. Were they involved in an accident?" She threw the priest a barrage of questions, at the same time revealing impatience and nervousness. She attempted to know what kind of wind could have blown the priest to their house at a time that he was supposed to be celebrating Mass. "Ojonne, just calm down. Nothing has happened. It's just a minor injury they sustained in the bomb blast that just hit our church. They are very fine. We need to go to the mission, and then you can go see them later." He had just lied and knew it. But this had to be a graceful lie that wouldn't cause a nervous breakdown to Ojonne. "Please, tell me what has happened to them," she begged with a near mist in her eyes. "I am very serious. They are fine. But you and Clara need to dress up and follow me. You may just get a bit of meal for both of them." He had added that to reaffirm their belief that he had said the truth. "Okay, just a few minutes. Let me clean up," she said. She was still very weak and feverish, but she just could not do otherwise. She had to go and see what the issue, even though her head was aching terribly. Father Musa drove them to the parish house. As they were going, no one said anything to anyone. There was the unsaid truth by the priest, and he was very sorry for Ojonne and Ikojo, and even Clara, who seemed to have had it very rough with life before joining the family as a maid. She was brought from a nearby rural village after a lady in Mr. Okolo's office recommended her and made arrangements for her to come when they needed a house help. Upon arrival at the mission house, he directed them to the sitting room, where Ikojo was crying in a little voice. Two elders sat astride him, quietly comforting the little boy, and totally overwhelmed by the tragedy. Clara and Ojonne both rushed to him. "Iko, please tell us the truth. What happened to Daddy and Mommy? Where are they?" Ojonne asked with earnest impatience and sorrow. Iko opened his mouth to talk, but the only thing that could come out were more tears that streamed down his little cheeks. "Ojonne, Mommy and Daddy are dead." He barely finished saying the last word before a piercing shout of pain was heard from Ojonne. She couldn't figure out what was happening. The day suddenly began to take a swing to utter and deep darkness all around her. She held Ikojo, and they both cried in loud voices. The people who had gathered on hearing the loud cry too, tried without any success to console them. It was a horrible situation. How could these young children survive the weight of such mountainous disaster? Things would no longer be the same. and their lives had only just begun on the dark sideline. When their parents were buried next to each other on the same day, the entire village of Inachalo seemed not to witness the daylight. This had never happened before. Husband and wife dying the same day, being buried the same day, and in the same place. The entire villagers writhed in a pain that was so deep and beyond telling. Ojonne and Ikojo would start a new life in separate homes and places. They were passed to their relatives. Ojonne to her aunt, and Ikojo to his uncle. Clara had nowhere else to go, but returned to her impoverished parents. This was certainly the end of another phase, a phase that would bring inescapable neglect and denial of so many things. This was how Ojonne's story began, with a useful first journey to meeting Akoji soon after her senior secondary certificate examination, which was short-lived for a greener search for wealth. Not by her, but by her aunt, who had been deceived into an illicit trade partnership that she thought would bring her enormous wealth. It was at the period when many people were being deceived into traveling abroad for jobs and for school, only to arrive at their destination and be shocked at the kind of jobs they were asked to do. They were often young girls from the ages of 17 to about 35, while the older ones were much aware of the kind of job they would take. The teenagers were often lured, and that was how Ojonne's tragedy became even more tragic. Chapter 18. The sailing across the Mediterranean Sea was on the right course. Akoji and Atama were already in good spirits, hoping for the safe landing on the shore in a moment away. Then suddenly the boats appeared to have developed a fault. A deep tear occurred right at the center of the boat. It began to let in water. First, it was not noticeable because it was in small amounts. In a couple of minutes, the tear widened as the passengers scampered about to avoid it, while the sailors pulled the passengers apart to locate the tear. Water had begun to seep in slowly at first, and then it rushed into the boat in larger quantity as the sailors found the tear and tried to see what could be done to patch it, salvage the boat, and save the passengers from disaster. However, there was nothing they could do, as the tear had widened far beyond the point where it could be mended. The sea water soon flooded the boat. The boat began to swing from side to side, and it gradually began to sink. There was a loud shout of people right in the boat. A lot of them began to pray in different tongues and languages, an admixture that came out as indecipherable sounds of panic. They were all calling on God for help and shouting at the top of their voices for a rescue team. But sadly, no rescue team was close by. Their prayers and supplications appeared to be ineffective. Danger and death stared them right in the face. Confusion and chaos set in. Within few minutes, the water usurped the boat, and they were abandoned to the daring anger of the deep blue Mediterranean Sea. As the boat floundered, Atama, who was the better swimmer, told Akoji to hold onto his jerry can firmly. With panic and a shaky confidence, he clutched his own jerry can as well, hoping that a rescue team would come to their aid. Others on the boat, who couldn't reach out to their jerry can or had had their jerry can snatched from them by other passengers or the waves, were just floating on the sea, floating with the current to an uncontrollable an unknown destination. Akoji held firmly to his jerry can and kept floating despite the coldness of the water. Atamma's jerry can was so porous that it soon got filled with water and sank. Atamma was soon left at the mercy of the sea. His life jacket was not even very good to keep him afloat. He was attacked and battered by the waves and current of the sea, which controlled his trajectory freely. Akoji kept shouting out for him, "Atamma! Atamma! Oh my ye! Are you there?" He would shout in between intermittent gulps of seawater, which he spat out very quickly. Save the battering of the sea storm, there was only an eerie silence that caused him to panic. There was no response from Atamma. It seemed that he had been floated far away. By this time, those who couldn't swim and who had no good life jacket or a keg to float on seemed to have already drowned. Then from a far distance away, he could hear the fading voice of Atamma. He could hear, "I am drowning, somebody help, save me, please." Akoji seemed to be seeing an image of him being bounced up and down right in the sea. To fight for one's dear life in the tragedy of drowning is never a sight to behold. And then it was followed by a silence, a dead silence. Akoji heard the faint voice of his struggling friend go down the belly of the sea without help. Akoji was still floating on the keg, scared of everything and afraid of death that seemed too close to them. After almost an hour or perhaps more, the Italian rescue team came with speedboats numbering up to 10 to rescue the drowning migrants. They were able to rescue 30 migrants. They recovered 40 dead bodies. They were all taken to the coast of Lampedusa. At Lampedusa, the migrants were milling around the boat. They were given blankets to keep them warm. Some of them held onto the railings of the boat, looking tired and disappointed, but waiting with hope for the Italian immigration officers to come and inspect them. They fell into line. While they were waiting, 2 other ballooned boats arrived at the seashore of Lampedusa, bringing many migrants as well. Akoji was rescued, but his best friend Atamma was among the missing migrants. When he went to look at the recovered bodies lying up the shore, he noticed that of Nabiha and shook his head painfully. He remembered her pitiful story and wondered what the fate of the Somali girl's family would be. They might never even get to know that their daughter had died in the deep blue sea, drowning with all her promises of better days ahead and brighter future for her and the family. He chose not to believe that his best friend had died in the mishap. Surely, he must have been rescued somehow and might be somewhere else. Atamma was a dogged fighter, not one to give up easily. However, he kept looking till he spotted a particular body with face buried in the sand. At first, it was the red shirt Atamma had worn that he first noticed. Then he saw the black pants. He knew them too well to belong to Atamma, but he still needed to be sure. He asked that the corpse be turned to face up, and Akoji came face to face with the unimaginable. Sure enough, it was the body of his friend Atamma. The pain he felt could only be compared to being stabbed by a knife in the back, as had been done to Caesar by Brutus. Fate was his own Brutus, and she had betrayed him by taking Atamma. Death, why? Why take Atamma? Akoji reasoned quietly. He felt too cold to cry out aloud. He could only shiver as tears cascaded his cheeks. He could not just imagine that the end of Atamma's life had come in such a way. he walked away to a spot close to the shore and lay right there with tears that would not stop. The dead were given a mass burial at the outskirts of the city. Akoji had made it to Europe, the much desired destination of their journey. He could not imagine how he would convey the death of Atamma to his folks in Nigeria. He just couldn't imagine how their reaction would be. Would he tell them that Atamma got missing in the sea after their boat capsized? Or will he rather tell them plainly that he died in the sea? He wasn't really sure if he had actually died in the sea, or if he had swum to the shore, far away from the rescue team, and got stranded on the island before giving up the ghost due to fatigue, cold, and exhaustion. He just could not comprehend the inner painful monologue going on right in his mind. He saw it all now clearly. It had all been a waste, the journey. He wished they never made the journey. Where is that feeling of victory without Atamma in the picture? He cast his mind back to all the things that had happened, and he wished he could turn back the hands of time. He wished he had made the journey alone. He felt so guilty, as though he was directly responsible for the death of his friend. Atamma had been cut short in his prime. He thought about how their paths had crossed in several ways, how humane and selfless he was, how kind and compassionate he was. Atamma had always been there for him, like a big brother. He had encouraged him in his toughest times. He had advised him on the right choice to make every once in a while. When it appeared he had exhausted his reasoning abilities, tears gathered again in his eyes. A lot of those who had survived were lamenting the death of a relative, a close friend, or neighbor who had journeyed with them. They were all moved to the refugee camp in Napoli, where they would wait for what awaits them. Now, a new life of uncertainty would begin for the survivors, and the relatives of the dead would forever remember the unfinished journey of the dead relatives. For them, the Mediterranean Sea was a theater of lost dreams and ambitions. Several reception centers were opened, and they numbered about 40. So many hotels, a few gyms, and care homes for the aged had been opened. Buses were provided for some migrants to be taken up to Venice. The immigration officers had ways of assessing the migrants and granting some asylum status, some refugee status, and others dubbed as irregular migrants, especially when they had no family history in Italy, a work permit, history of political persecution, or threat in their home country. They would be sent to a detention center until an expulsion order came through. But the truth remains that most of those who migrate to do so in search of better lives in Europe. However, a huge majority were also chased away from their home country by war and bloodshed, and their number kept soaring, especially from Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, Eritrea, and Somalia. Akoji was in a queue waiting for what fate had in store for him. He had been planning on how to call Atamma's family and inform them of the tragedy, but he seemed to have drained all his inner energy that he could not reason the right action to take. As he stood waiting, his eyes began to get moist with tears. He had no handkerchief on him to dab them. His bag had got lost in the sea. Atamma's bag was one of the bags found. He had it close to him. He wondered if he would use his properties. He left the queue and moved a little distance away to sit on the floor with a heavy heart and tear-filled eyes. As the minutes went by, his sobs became so intense. He had never felt alone and lonely in a crowd like this before. He cast his mind back to how they had survived the long night ride, how they had been camped at Agadez for days, how they were hauled into an open space truck that drove them for 4 days and nights till they got close to the inaccessible place that led them through the desert. Then the sorrowful and the painful long walk through the desert, with hope and confidence and faith that they would both make it. As every past event ran through his mind in quick succession, he became even more hopeless and began to think about how everything would turn out to be. He couldn't contact his family or the family of his deceased friend, Akoji. He had made up his mind that as soon as the immigration officer had finished assessing them and had given him asylum status, he would go to an internet cafe and send message to his family that he had arrived safely. No, safely was not the right word to use. Not when he was without Atama. He resolved to simply tell them that he had arrived Italy. That was enough. Chapter 19. Ojonne, blown away by the thought of the past, was immersed in reminiscence. Her thoughts appeared to be loud to her, as it appeared that almost every single narrative of her life was laced with tragedy. It was not my intention to call off our wedding. I loved him and made up my mind for him. I still do. I cannot forgive my auntie. The shame, the embarrassment, the disappointment that she brought me. She will pay for it. My God will judge her, Ojonne said amidst tears. She cast her mind back to the day her friend, Eleojo, had to calm her down after the utter disappointment that sank her to depression. She lived just some 300 yards away and often came to Ojonne, where she could find solace as her father wouldn't let her have a wink of rest. She had failed her senior school certificate examination. Ojonne had passed all her papers, and her result was adjudged as one of the excellent results. However, there seemed to be no way forward for her. I have told you several times that you have to see every disappointment as a blessing and a redirection. You have to see God's hand in every situation. God knows the best, and He still has the best for you. 2 years had streamed by since the traditional wedding took place. It was done amidst happiness and fun, with family, friends, and friends of families in good attendance. Many of our friends had said it was the best in the village of Inachalo. She wasn't sure of such ranking or better still judgment. But the pain was that it hit the rocks earlier than any engagement in the history of Inachalo. Eleojo continued with her needed words of counsel. Ojonne, you see, Akoji may not be the right person for you. Just hope on God, and the right person will come. You may blame your aunt for not allowing the wedding to take place, but maybe God is using her as an instrument to convey you to your designed destiny. Ojonne took in a deep breath down and said nothing, as though she never heard what Eleojo had said. Ojonne was particularly no longer worried about her physique. She was a little plump, not much overweight like her late mother. Her appearance presented her as a full-blown woman with a fullness of growth, which made her appear more of a woman than she really was. But since so many of life odds had befallen her, she had emaciated and seemed to remain that same way. She was dark in complexion, with a spotless oval-shaped face. Her beauty was endearing to many, but she couldn't figure out why things had failed to fall in place for her. Sometimes she asked herself many questions that questioned her faith. and her belief in God. Sometimes she thought God did not really care about her, and if she did, why was every bad thing in the world happening to her alone? Was she cursed from birth or by anything or anyone? She just couldn't understand why her life had always been a struggle, a terrible tale of pain. If God was God, He wouldn't let all this happen to me, Ojonne said wearily. No, you don't need to say such a thing. Just calm down. Everything would be fine, Eleojo advised. Ojonne was living with her auntie, Madam Charity, who had carefully mapped out all the evil things that led to the cancellation of her wedding. She thought about her mother now and wished she could talk to her. Her anguish was becoming unbearable to her. If only her mother were alive. If only. If only. She paused and seemed stuck for words, but she hissed in a harsh manner, said nothing, but hated her aunt even more. She was self-analyzing so many things right in her mind until it rang out. Why would she do this kind of thing to her? Why? 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 Was it because she was single that she wanted Ojonne to remain like her? Why would she let an orphan with little or no choice go through this trauma? She had convinced all my uncles and relatives that I am in Italy for studies. But see my life now. Ojonne was lost in thought, and she could not think of what to think about at times. Since her arrival in Italy, she seemed to have become spiritless and developed a great dislike for men. Most nights seemed to crawl, as though time was at a standstill. The fear was heightened after an encounter with the Italian sex maniac. Tonight, she had once again escaped going out. She looked through the window, and the bright street was in diametric opposite of her inner darkness. She was awake almost all through the night. But before dawn, at the marginal minute of dark, when the groove was still mute, save for one sort of a prophetic sing-song bird, she gazed into the nothingness of the thick dark room. She thought about several events that had passed by, and as she rolled in bed, an unannounced sleep caught her and took her web of thought to a dreamless sleep. Ojonne's actions and reactions with other fellow ladies in the apartment started gathering some shades of strangeness. Most days, she wouldn't go out in search of any customer. She continued to believe that there was a way out for her. But for the past few days, she had been driven to a deep depression. She walked barefooted around the house. She also spoke to herself in sinister whispers. Ojonne, make you take am easy o. You no dey eat well again. You never even bath for days now. Take it easy on yourself. Person must accept wetin e no fit to change now. Ngozi said, I don't think you can understand my situation. How can many bad things have been happening to a single person for many years? Is it a crime to be alive? Then what is the point living? Ojonne spoke as tears lined her cheeks. She moved to a lonely corner of the balcony. She was contemplating suicide again. She wanted to end it all, to go and meet her maker, to ask questions, and perhaps see if there was any other realm elsewhere manned by a god, to also ask him why he had abandoned her to the dark shadows of life. Her inner dialogue had become so loud to herself. Then a sudden wave of joy streamed into her, the kind that lacked rhythm and reality. She began to dance to an unheard voice, like someone whose thought had been swung to an utter delusion. In a fracture of a time, she removed her top. she started swinging on the railings of the first floor balcony. Madam Charity, wicked auntie, I am calling to kill you. I'm coming to kill you. Yes, I will kill you. Dark soul. She climbed down, sliding through a tiny space, and ran out of the compound. It was then it became apparent to Ngozi, Princess, and Mama G that something had gone wrong. They had noticed the swing in the Ojonne's behavior lately. Ngozi and Princess ran after her. They had to quickly call the community local law enforcement to help them convey her to a mental facility. They could handle her. It was about that time that Father Ejiga, a Nigerian Catholic priest, was driving by. It appeared as though Father Ejiga was God sent. He had witnessed such scenario when some migrants had lost their minds. Father Ejiga had been of instrumental help. He had been volunteering for United Nations Refugee Agency. Ojonne, please come back, stop running, Ngozi called out urgently. The more Ngozi spoke loudly and beckoned, the faster Ojonne ran towards an unknown destination. Father Ejiga had to enlist the assistance of the street law enforcement office, 2 able-bodied men who were about 6 feet tall to help out. They were able to catch up with Ojonne and hold her down. When Father Ejiga drew close, streaming all over her face, and she was just repeating the same sentence like a looping record. Madam Charity, wicked auntie, I am coming to kill you. Yes, I will kill you, dark soul. She was taken to a mental facility. The doctor, a nice female psychiatrist who attended to Ojonne, was not just reassuring, but also kind-hearted. Perhaps her years of experience had heightened her empathy to not just treat her patients, but to see through the lens of their life, stories that were shrouded in mysteries. As usual, at the mental health facility, she was being examined through her words and actions. And because Ojonne continued to grow more violent and unheeding, even when speaking to the doctor, they had to confine her in a restricted ward. She was diagnosed with bipolar disorder and placed on immediate medication. She spent 2 weeks at the hospital. At those periods, Mama G kept visiting once in a while. In the first few days, but she appeared to have grown colder and abandoned Ojonne to her fate. However, the truth was that she feared Ojonne would recover quickly and might expose her prostitution ring. But after visiting the young lady for some days and listened to her indecipherable ranting, Mama G concluded that her situation was irredeemable. The girl had become completely mad. Fortunately, Ojonne recovered a few weeks after and was taken to a refugee camp where the International Organization for Migration was conducting a volunteering repatriation program for irregular migrants to return to their home countries. And Father Ejiga was ensuring that Ojonne would scale through the process and return to Nigeria. So right at the camp where Ojonne was waiting in joyful hope for a return to Nigeria, she met a couple of other refugees too. There she met Lamia from Ghana, who narrated her ordeal to Ojonne. So why have you decided to return to your country? Lamia asked. Life has taught me hard lessons. I can't cope here anymore. I have been here. We are in this together. I can't forget the way I came here. Let me share with you how it happened, Lamia said. My journey started 2 months ago in Ghana when I was introduced to an agent organizing what they called easy trips to Italy. The agent was in constant contact with a man who lived in Libya. It was this man that was saddled with the task of taking care of the final part of the trip. I left with the equivalent of 2,000 euros with my family in Ghana to hand over to the agents only upon my safe and sound arrival in Libya. I arrived in Tripoli by air, carrying with me my identity card and a regular ticket. I had made the trip together with my best friend. She paused. There was a kind of mist gathering in her eyes. Her best friend did not make it. She died in the Mediterranean. As tears were flooding down her cheeks, Ojonne was giving her a gentle pat on the back. She wiped her tears and continued. When we arrived, they got rid of our identity documents, and we were put in a house with other migrants from different countries. The agents in Libya were cruel. They separated us, the migrants, according to our respective country. We were segregated according to our skin color. Different houses for black Africans, Eritreans, Arabs, etc., in order to avoid problems and fights. Ojonne could not believe this story. It was heart-wrenching. She had come to Italy by air. You see, some people spend months or even years in these houses waiting for the right moment to go, or the money which would allow them to make the final journey to Italy. It was tough, Lamia concluded. It was after she listened to Lamia that Ojonne began to express genuine gratitude and started having a mental shift about being open to the limitless possibilities of everyday miracle and magic. Chapter 20. Akoji was torn between the reality of this situation and the expectation that brought him to Italy. He had to face the new facts of what life had thrown at him, or rather, what his decision had led him to. He had joined other migrants at the refugee camp. Each of them had pushed out of their home country by reasons that seemed beyond their control, in search of meaning, the meaning that life can offer them. Stationed at the refugee camp is Médecins Sans Frontières, MSF, better known as Doctors Without Borders in English. For the past several years, the migrant crisis had become an international concern. MSF had been providing medical and psychological care to migrants who were often traumatized after their perilous journeys across the Mediterranean Sea. Akoji went before MSF to get some medical attention. His look was haggard. His papers were not even complete. But before he could begin the application to seek asylum, he had to undergo some medical tests and also have some psychosocial support. There was a television in the room, and Akoji had paid attention to it. It was an Italian program, and the topic was migration to Italy via the Mediterranean. Fortunately, the program was in English. The conversation went thus. The host: so, where are the major locations for migrants' arrival to Italy? The guest: a few days ago, a very touching and heart-wrenching documentary was done by Al Jazeera TV. In this documentary, it was stated that the southern region of Calabria and the islands of Sicily and Lampedusa were some of the main arrival points for the thousands of people who embarked on the dangerous sea route across the Mediterranean Sea every year, mainly from economical troubled regions of Africa. The host: oh, really? We have also heard that only about 65% of the migrants manage to get to Italy, as many do not survive the trip. Could you provide details on the number of survivors and mortalities? The guest: yes. According to Al Jazeera's report, almost 160,000 people arrived in Italy in 2016 alone after crossing the Mediterranean Sea by boat. The Italian Ministry of Interior believes that while this number was significantly higher compared to previous years, so too were the number of deaths. 2016 was one of the deadliest years on record, with an estimated 24,981 people losing their lives as they attempted to reach European shores. The host, really? That is a huge number of dead people. Does the government make any effort to contact the families of the deceased to let them know the fact that has befallen their relative? Akoji could no longer continue listening at this point. He remembered people that had been aboard the same boat as him. A few were even among those he journeyed together with from Agadez. He felt pained to have seen their bodies among the recovered bodies. Not even the Nigerian man who had prayed fervently at the onset of their trip from Zuwara had been spared the tragedy. Should God not have even answered his prayer, at least there had been multiple boat mishaps off the Italian coast during the year. Akoji and his friend Atamma were victims of such mishap. Atamma had been very unlucky. In response to this disaster, MSF had deployed a mobile team to 6 locations in Sicily, Lampedusa, and Calabria. They carried out 8 psychological first aid interventions to assist the stranded migrants and the survivors. In northern Italy, MSF mobile team provided medical consultations, referrals, and healthcare orientation to hundreds of people waiting to cross into France, most of which were living in precarious conditions in unofficial settlements in the city of Ventimiglia after being pushed back from the border. The Italian Prime Minister spoke on national television days before and made reference to a 5-month-old baby that got drowned in the sea, and has said that it was the failure of our collective humanity to do things better across the world. This wouldn't have happened if their respective home country prioritizes the social welfare of their citizens. It was the British Somali poet and writer Walsan Shire who said, "No one leaves home unless home is the mouth of a shark." This line is a constant reminder that people fleeing war, hunger, and persecution do not choose to flee if the needed things were done by their leaders. But here in Italy, we will try the best we could to make sure that we take the right actions regarding migration. Akoji was soon attended to by the medical team, and he was sitting on the floor waiting for further direction. He was engaged in a conversation with another migrant from Somalia who was fleeing the crisis in his home country. "What's your name? And which country did you come from?" "I am Ahmed from Somalia." "It's nice to meet you. My name is Akoji from Nigeria." We hope things will go well for us." "How long have you been in this camp?" Ahmed asked. "It's been over 5 days now." "Oh, I have been here for 2 weeks now. The journey that brought us here was very tough. I spent almost 1 year in Libya." "Why did you spend such a long time in Libya?" "I was in Libya for about 1 month and a half or so," Akoji said. "It's a long story. In fact, what happened to me in Libya is better imagined. Could you believe that I was arrested twice by the Libyan police and kept in detention for over 3 months on one occasion? The second arrest was about 2 months or so. In each of the arrests, I spent 1,000 dinars to get released." "Really? I did not experience such situation in Libya. I only heard the stories," Akoji said. "You have to be very grateful to God then. There were people whose organs were harvested. Some, I heard, were kept in detention for over 1 year. Some lost their lives even before they could have the opportunity to cross the sea. Ahmed said. There and then, the image of Atamma became visibly manifest in the mind of Akoji. How all his dreams and ambitions had also floundered in this Mediterranean Sea. You see, I remember a young boy of probably 22 years old that shared the cell when I was in detention in Tripoli. One night, he started coughing out blood. He was not taken to the hospital quick enough. By morning, we woke to meet his stiff, dead body. Before the incident, he was always kind and hopeful of getting out of detention. He had told me about his poor family in Sierra Leone. Man, I couldn't sleep the night he died. Oh dear, that is so pathetic, Akoji sympathized. There was a dead silence that dropped between Ahmed and Akoji. The kind of silence that spoke volume of lost dreams and ambitions. Up until now, Akoji had been unable to inform the family of Atamma about what had happened to their son. The thought of all the sin kept haunting his mind, and that added to his traumatic situation. He had shared the sad story with one of the volunteer workers, who was empathetic and compassionate. There was a profound statement that kept ringing in his spirit. Be grateful for the privilege and the opportunity to have encountered an amazing friend like yours. Be grateful for all the memories you shared. In the end, we are nothing but stories and memories. A therapist who volunteered for MSF had told Akoji those words. Whenever he felt downcast or depressed because of the death of his friend in the sea, he would simply turn it around and express gratitude. Akoji has been able to secure a temporary permit for 6 months after his asylum application, and every single week, the United Nations Refugee Agency would give each person 30 euros for upkeep. Life was not getting any better. We had to start looking for a job in the city center. There was a standing order that one must return to the refugee camp before 6 p.m. on daily basis. And if that failed, you would need to find a secured place for yourself. At the refugee camp, a school was established called Accademia per l'Integrazione Grazie Bergamo, or Academy of Integration. Thank you, Bergamo. Bergamo is a prosperous city in northern Italy, about 50 kilometers east of Milan. The school hosted 35 men aged 18 to 40. All of them, except one Pakistani, were from African countries: Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal, and Ivory Coast. Young people with vibrant dreams who had felt that their home country was not a fertile land for their dreams to thrive. The participants attended Italian language classes, were given opportunity for internships at factories in the area, and had to follow a strict routine with laid-down rules and regulation. Akoji had also enrolled in the school with the expectation that it would launch him to various opportunities. In the school, they engaged in community service. This was to instill in them a culture and spirit of service, and adding value to the society. The municipality of Bergamo was in charge of the project, in conjunction with the Catholic non-profit organization and Italy's Association of Entrepreneurs. The asylum seekers, while waiting for their papers to be fully processed and given asylum status, enrolled in the school. They believed it would help them integrate into the Italian culture easily. The academy has put in place very strict laws to enable the students stay disciplined and focused. For instance, the students could only use their smartphones for a few hours a day. For the most part of the day, they would be engaged in series of classes. Their rooms were scarcely furnished and somewhat empty. However, they have perfectly made beds. No language other than Italian was allowed, and in a couple of months, many of the migrants started speaking and writing in Italian language. Whenever the students were inside, it was in a blue tracksuit with the words Grazie Begano in bold print at the back. The second uniform was orange, similar to waste collectors, and also bore the words Grazie Begano in large print. The third, which was worn during leisure, was a blue shirt and grey sweater with a small school logo, which also allows them to use the city's public transportation gratis. The idea of Grazie Bergano was to enable the migrants value the importance of genuine gratitude for their host city, a city that would hopefully translate their dreams to reality. Akoji was hopeful that things would get better for him after the program in the academy. But every day brought him profound questions about who he was, where he was going, and why he was where he was at all. The answers to the questions had continuously eluded him, and until he was able to find the answers, life might not make any meaning to him. Chapter 21. In the dead of the cold night, Akoji was up, thinking about the next best move he could make. He had learned some years ago that whenever he was faced with any issue, the best question to ask oneself was, what is the next best move? Akoji's mind was overcrowded with several different thoughts swimming against the current of his life. I have not come to Italy just to study Italian language. I know why I am here. The longer I keep waiting in this camp, the poorer I remain. He thought he was thinking. He never knew that his thought had become so loud. On a particular day, torn apart by what life had thrown at him, and filled with the thoughts of fulfilling the expectations that hung upon him from home, he decided to go to the city center during the weekends, and weekends were usually class-free. He searched for menial jobs, but it was pretty difficult for him to come across any. His friend and colleague at the academy, Ahmed from Somalia, had told him about how he engaged in begging some days at the mall. With no better option, Akoji joined him. They called the act of begging there shoro. They would stand at the mall begging for alms from families that had come to make purchases. Sometimes they cooked up pathetic stories of hunger and similar stuffs to get pitied. Akoji did that all through the weekend, and he was able to make some money. However, upon return to the camp after the first day of begging, he felt horrible. He knew that was not the kind of life he was meant to live. He also felt that there were potentials locked up inside of him that he was yet to tap into. Time flies. How was your first day of being out? Ahmed asked. It was good, but I don't think this is what I am comfortable doing at all. Akoji responded. Are you still talking about being comfortable? We are all striving to survive first. Comfort may be ours someday, and it may never be, Ahmed said. It was at that point that he started thinking about his friend Atama again. He had not been able to reach his family until a few days ago. He had a phone conversation with Atama's father. Please, tell me what happened to my son. We have not been able to reach him for the past months. He had gone an extra mile to get the new contact of Akoji from his family. When Akoji heard that question, his mind went blank almost immediately. He couldn't figure out what to say. Please, Baba, I'll call you. I'll call you back in a moment. We are in a busy work situation at the moment, Akoji replied. He needed to refine the words he had to tell him. He also needed to be sure of how to convey the death of his son to him. He also considered telling the man that Atama had been arrested by the Italian naval officers and was in detention. A graceful lie, perhaps to put away breaking the bad news of Atama's death But he thought again about how long he had to keep postponing the tough conversation. He shared everything with the new friend, Ahmed. I think you should go ahead and tell your friend's father. There is no point denying them that information, Ahmed advised. The following morning, while the cold was still squeezing the bones, Akoji dialed the number of Atamma's father. It rang but no response. But in a split second, he called Akoji back. Baba, this is very hard for me to say, but I can't keep it hidden from you much longer. I am very sorry to inform you that Atamma didn't make it. What do you mean by that statement? Tell me what it is, he inquired. When we were crossing the Mediterranean Sea, our boat developed fault and he couldn't make it. He died in the sea, Akoji explained in a tearful voice. Oh my God, tell me it is a lie. Oh, Atamma's father growled. Akoji couldn't listen to the pain in his voice, so he hung up. It was after he had told Atamma's father that he was able to relay it to his own father, Pa Ajodo. His father's words of advice kept ringing in his mind. My son, Akoji, remember the road that leads you home. If the foreign land fails to offer you warmth, return home instead of suffering and having false hope that things would get better. If God has destined you for greatness, you can achieve that even in Nigeria, Pa Ajodo said. Yes, Daddy. Let me wait a little to see how things will unfold for me. I don't want to give up too early, Akoji said. These stories I am hearing, I think we made a mistake to have allowed you to make this journey. Daddy, don't talk that way. Some people have become successful here. Maybe my time would come soon. But if I see that there is no hope, I will return home, Akoji replied. It had been some weeks they had the phone conversation, but it was ringing higher in his spirit that morning. Days after Atamma's father broke the news to the entire family, in a pelting march of regrettable tears, he made up his mind to give his son the needed burial. He had announced to his clan the sad reality of Atamma's death. He had made provision for even a wooden casket where the effigy of Atamma's image was interred. The members of his church had gathered in Atamma's compound to bid him a final farewell. In a way, that was pathetic and unheard of in the community. A burial without a corpse. An end to an era and the beginning of the unknown for late Atamma. In the evening of his funeral, the church members held a memorial night of testimony for him. All of them gathered to reflect on his short life. They talked about his life and times with a little pelting march of tears on their cheeks. A man had described him as a perfect gentleman with a beautiful spirit, kind to a fault. This was why he had volunteered for the economic emancipation of his family. Some others that had come to sympathize with the family lamented that he had not lived his dream. In his own case, it appeared that his dream and the death of the dream was simultaneous. The church members lit 28 candles round his picture to represent his years on earth. Under the gentle breeze of the moonlight that blew off the candles, like Atamma's life, when the dark night fell upon them, they tattooed the good deeds and name of Atamma across their hearts. They carried the residue of their heavy-laden emotions with them. The priest that had preached at the funeral ended his sermon by re-echoing the painful truth. In this life, our choices unfold to us our destiny. The kind of choice you make either leads you to your destiny or takes you far away from your destiny. Today reminds us of the power of choices. Atamma made his choice, and every human choice has its consequence. But we are not here to complain, but to give thanks to God. The scripture says it all in 1 Thessalonians chapter 5 verse 18. Give thanks in all circumstances, for this is God's will for you in Christ Jesus. The priest finished. When everyone had departed, and a cold silence descended, Atama's parents and siblings' agony grew. A loud voice that spoke volumes of things unsaid. Chapter 22. Ojonne had made up his mind to return to Nigeria. She couldn't wait for the process to be finalized. Father Ejiga, the Nigerian Catholic priest who had taken her to the IOM center, was nothing short of an angel in human form. For several decades, IOM had been active in assisting refugees. Only recently, they launched a resettlement, relocation, and voluntary repatriation solutions for displaced persons in Italy. They worked closely with governments, intergovernmental and regional bodies, such as the European Union Agency for Asylum, United Nations agencies such as the Office of the High Commissioner for Refugees, non-governmental organizations, the private sector, and other partners to provide vital support to member states, stakeholders, and people in need. IOM's work had been super holistic. Ojonne was ready to benefit from the assistance of the organization to make a safe return to Nigeria and start her life all over from ground zero. IOM also provided pre-migration health activities, movement assistance in country, cross borders, pre-departure, and post-arrival integration support. Ojonne was not sure how the post-arrival integration would look like, but she was confident that home was 10,000 times better than being enslaved in a foreign land. Days leading to her departure from Italy, IOM ensured that Ojonne, alongside other individuals and families, were empowered to make informed decisions. Fit to travel and receive the necessary care, the Nigerian government also put up a reception center that would enable easy reintegration for the returnees. This was the second time IOM was repatriating migrants from Italy. But repatriation had been on the constant rise from IOM. In one of its reports said it assisted 162 stranded Nigerian migrants, including 28 women and 3 children, to return to Nigeria from Libya. Out of this group, 146 had spent months in immigration detention centers in Abu Salim, Karapuli, and Al-Zawiya detention centers. The IOM's repatriation was in collaboration with the Libyan authorities, the Nigerian embassy in Tripoli, and the IOM mission in Nigeria. The returnees on board a chartered flight departed Tripoli's Mitiga Airport and arrived in Abuja the same afternoon, just about 4 hours flight. The repatriated migrants were received by IOM Nigeria at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja. They were given a warm reception and provided with cash grants upon arrival. The Rehabilitation and Reintegration Center set up by the federal government had skills acquisition centers that will enable the returnees to improve their skills in different areas of their choice, from tailoring to shoemaking to baking to hairdressing, and so many available trainings. They were offered for 3 months to those unwilling to return to their family. Ojonne, alongside other migrants, were set to return home. People who were trafficked from Nigeria with the false promises that remained a promise before a light of hope shone on them. There were 37 of them from Nigeria that had processed their repatriation back home. They traveled from different regions of Italy as facilitated by the IOM and landed at Caravaggio International Airport, located 5 kilometers from the center of Bergamo and 5 kilometers from the center of Milan, mainly used by low-cost. In a couple of minutes, they were all on board and headed to Nigeria. In less than 6 hours, one Ojonne would be in her home country. She couldn't believe how everything was happening in quick succession of her heart desires. Her seat on the airplane was close to the window. As the plane lifted off the runway into the sky, she was filled with the imagination of being lifted above all the problems of her life. She knew it was not easy at home, but she preferred it all the same. The man sitting next to her on the airplane, and who identified himself as Jonathan, said he was returning home against the wish of his people. Why did you choose to make a return home, even with all the economic challenges? My dear sister, you know the answer. Your guess is as good as mine. My extended family are very angry about my return. They kept asking me what I was coming to do in the God-forsaken country. You don't have to listen to them. Who no go, no go, no, Ojonne replied. The flight was smooth and seamless, and in less than 6 hours, they arrived at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. They were received by IOM, NAPTIP, NEMA, and the police force. They were properly cared for, and some were given psychosocial support upon arrival at the reception center that housed a skill acquisition center. At the center, it smelled of the collection of failed dreams of the migrants. They were given grants to support their reintegration process as part of the reintegration program for those who enrolled and were not picked up by their family after the medical care. There were other returnees that had been at the center even before the arrival of Ojonne. Most evenings, after their classes and dinner, they would gather to share their stories. Stories of failed hope, stories of love and loss, stories that sent magnetized tears from the eyes. Ojonne couldn't believe she was back in Nigeria against all the odds that waged against her. At that point, she could confidently as well. On this particular evening, they had gathered together to bond by sharing their stories. It was a sort of a healing therapy for those that were traumatized by their gory experiences. One particular evening, it was the turn of Madam Joyce to share her own story as well. For the 35-year-old Joyce, when she was convinced to travel to Europe, it was an offer too juicy for her to resist. She was promised a job by the traffickers on a large Italian farm. She swallowed the bait, thinking she could help pull her father and mother out of poverty by working abroad. Against her expectation, after being smuggled into Italy under extremely dangerous traveling conditions, she was compelled into prostitution to make money for those that trafficked her. My friend introduced me to an agent. He had first convinced me of the gains of the journey. He said,
I was going to work on the farm. He did not tell me I was going into
3 days.
prostitution. That was how I gave it a try. At the end of the day, we passed through the Sahara Desert to Libya, took a boat that capsized in the Mediterranean Sea, killing dozens of people, Joyce said. Joyce was there in Italy for 4 years. She had introduced herself as being from Nigerian southern state of Edo in an IOM report one day. It was said that Edo State was known to contribute the highest number of trafficked women from Nigeria, and more than 11,000 of them are estimated to be working as sex slaves in Italy alone. Once you are in Italy, the story had changed. You are expected to run with money every day, and if you don't come back with money, they will beat you up, do different things. There was a day my madam poured fresh pepper on my private part as punishment for not using the part well. Even if you are menstruating, you will still go out to work, Joyce said. Those were similar experiences that Ojane also had. She listened in reminiscence of her own, haunting stories and the freedom that she had gained. When Joyce finished her story, Ojane also felt relieved and somewhat strengthened. There was power in recognizing that you are not alone in your story. That was your own personal story, somewhat connected to the stories of others. That at the end of the fleeting life of everyone, we become nothing but stories and memories, was ringing loud to her in those powerful lines of wisdom. 3 months after her intensive training in the Fashion Academy, an army of the Rehabilitation and Reintegration Center, she was gifted 2 different brands of 200,000 naira. That was a starter kit for her to begin her journey of redemption into glorious light of her own designed destiny. Ojane had already spent 5 months in the city of Abuja and had made up her mind to establish herself there without going home. Of course, there was no home to return left to the great beyond. Her only brother named Ikojo had been ringing high in her mind. They had been talking, but she warned him not to tell anybody that she was back to Nigeria. By now, her aunt who sold her into prostitution would have been disappointed, as she promised payment to her would never happen. She knew that someday they would meet in her privileged position, where she would tell her all she did to her. But for now, she had to focus on the journey of her life and right the wrongs of the past. As the months sped by, Ojane's superlative mastery of fashion and design started generating some element of genius to the admiration of those who seemed to have established themselves in the industry. Like a chain of success that seems to prove all she needed to do was to display an A-class performance for an influential customer, and all other activities would become a series of unstoppable success. And at this moment of her life, it appeared that her dreams and reality were already happening with the smartness of simultaneity. For now, she would be calm and see how everything would unfold in her favor. Chapter 23. Akoji's reality in Italy was far below what he had hoped for. He had learned years ago from his late friend, Atama, that whenever he was confronted with life's challenges, the best thing to do was to ask only empowering questions, not deep within the recesses of his mind. He was asking himself, what is the next best thing to do? To return to Nigeria and start from the scratch, or to join a particular Nigerian guy who had whispered to him the bumper gain of drug peddling? Akoji, through dint of hard work and constant listening to power across a particular one that talked about the survival instincts in every man when placed in tight corners. Deep within him, he was fighting the demons in his head, trying to lead him in the path of easy wealth through the instrumentality of drug pushing. There was a day Akoji couldn't bear the demand from home anymore, or even simply keep up for his own living. He dressed up and went to the front of a mall. There he stood, helping shoppers from the grocery store to carry their goods into the car for some simple tips. He had done that for some days and realized some money. A particular Italian man whom he had assisted in that manner had tipped him beyond the usual. He spoke good English, and in simple form he said, "Try to find your way back home. You will be much needed and fulfilled over there than here." Those words struck him so hard, like a bunch of bees. He had thought about the kind of dignity he had wielded and learned about the culture of the Igala kingdom, the dignity of their independence, the reputation they had acquired from their heritage by working for their own money. But there he was, seems to be abandoned by fate, to do the most shameful thing nobody would do in his clan, begging for money to survive. Hence, like the prodigal son, he had made up his mind to go back home, even if the mouth of the shark was open at home. That was how he began his voluntary return with the IOM to Nigeria. With all the process taking few weeks to conclude, Akoji was right on course to return home. He decided to share his father his plan of returning to Nigeria. He put a call across him on a chilly morning when the cold seems to be penetrating the bone marrow. "Hello, Daddy. How is the family and how is work?" We are breathing just fine, but we are breathing just here, but fine," Pa Ajode, Akoji's dad, replied. "Papa, you people are just breathing. You are not eating at all?" Akoji asked. "How we go do? We are eating." "Papa, I have called you to tell you that I have checked everything. I cannot continue to stay in Italy anymore. I am making plans to return to Nigeria by next month." "Return to where?" "Nigeria? To come and do what?" "Akoji, I have told you time and again to be patient, that things will work out for you. You can't come back to this place more wretched and make us a laughing stock. You are not coming back to any Nigeria. Oh. It is final." "Papa, I have told you my plan. I am the one that is here. I know what I am going through. I can't continue being here like a slave anymore," Akoji said. "And you think those of us in Nigeria are freeborn? Are you enslaved? We are enslaved in our own land. It is better to be a slave in a foreign land where you would be able to work and send us money soon. Look at our neighbor, Chijoke's son. He is in the same Italy where you are. He has built a beautiful upstairs for his father. You see, Akoji, you are not returning to Nigeria. Have you forgotten that the prophet told you that your money is in the white man's land?" The old man added. There was a pause as though Akoji couldn't hear him anymore. Then he seems like a fracture of the time he had passed by. He said in the coldest form possible, "Papa, have a very good day. I have already told you my plan." He ended the call. Pa Ajode has called a family meeting where his siblings, the mother, and Uncle Tom gathered there to table the issue of Akoji's return to Nigeria. You see, one of the worst things that can befall any man is to give birth to a son that is bereft of wisdom. And that seems to be my fate at this moment. Akoji had gone through the hardest moment of his journey. He made it to where many people couldn't. What is left for him now is to shine his eye and search for opportunities there. But my people, he called me this morning to tell me that he was returning to Nigeria. He stopped and shook his head wrathfully. There was a silence. His siblings were all against such decision. They had all invested their hopes in him to start sending money soon. Akoji's aunt had helped him to acquire some loan from the local cooperative society, a loan that she was yet to upset, as Akoji had not been fortunate enough to start sending money. I think that he should come back home, instead of hanging over there and suffering for no reason. Once there is life, he can make it here too, Akoji's aunt said. No, we need to encourage him to stay back and make it there. Look at other small boys who went to Italy after he arrived there. They are sending things home. What is he even doing there? Wearing mafia and suit and counting white men passing by, or making money? Pa Ajode asked historically. Since you know the tactics, why not go yourself instead of forcing yourself to stay back there against all odds? She resorted. Really? Is that so? No problem. I do not have much to say. He cannot come back, but not to this house. He can come back, but not to this house, Pa Ajode said. Nigeria was fast becoming a place where young people, mostly boys, made illicit wealth at a very young age and become stupendously wealthy within a short period of time. There was a documentary that had gone viral displaying the wealth of these young boys, usually between the age of 19 to early 30s. A good percentage of them made money and got what money could buy, with a baffling rapidity that was disturbing. They were all allegedly involved in advanced internet scam, and some had been on the rampage even as the Economic and Financial Crime Commission had been on their case for several months. Some of them have built houses and bought luxurious vehicles for themselves and their parents. Those were the kind of smartness that Pa Ajode expected of his son. But lo and behold, he appeared to have been on the sideline of life. In the viral documentary, it was also said some of these infamous boys had gone ahead to involve in what was labeled Yahoo Plus, a kind of fraud that was admixture to deceptive trick combined with magical hypnosis that allowed the scammer person to be willing tool in the hands of the scammer. There was also unconfirmed report, according to the documentary, of a number of people that met their tragedies and death after the charm potency wore off. Even students in their final year of university were also carried away by the glitz and glamour of the opulence that accompanied the quick wealth. Those kind of lifestyle has suddenly fascinated the father of Akodi, whose dilapidated house had been intimidated by the amazing beauty of his neighbor's house. The son of Chijoke, who lived and worked in Italy, was definitely making it big. Akoji was done thinking and wishing. He had been pigeonholed into the corner of life that he never bargained. He had made up his mind that he would be returning to Nigeria, and nothing shall be any means deterred him. He tried to kneel down and pray. He didn't say a prayer for the past several months. The last time he had an earnest communication with the divine part of him was when his beloved friend Akoji died in the shipwreck at the Mediterranean Sea. But tonight he knelt down to pray, to seek a direction or maybe a confirmation of what the next best move should be. It was 3 a.m. The quietness of the night and the stillness of the air everywhere seems a perfect time to hear something convincing and powerful in his spirit. He knelt down. He had wanted to pray his rosary, but that would take him over 20 minutes to accomplish. He was not ready for such a tortuous prayer. He was inclined to hearing from God, and almost instantly he knelt down. God, please help me. I don't know what to do. Guide my steps. I want to return to Nigeria, but I don't know if it is the right action or the next best thing to do. Speak to me. I am falling apart. My dreams are fading away, and my life is becoming a shadow of what you created it to be. Help me, God. I have no one but you, Akoji prayed. He paused as though driven to a divine encounter to hear the voice of God. But there was silence. There was no any voice, vision or sign to confirm the divine direction. But an inner voice seems to speak to him in subtle and gentle voice, not saying anything, not saying exactly what he wanted to hear. Go to bed. At this time of the morning, you don't need to know whether you are to return to Nigeria or stay in Italy. Go to bed and rest. Rest your head. This storm of your life will surely pass, and when it does, you will know exactly the next best move. But at this moment, go to bed, Akoji, because I love you. It was as though his soul was speaking to his body. He couldn't say if it was the voice of God that he sought. All what he could tell was that a higher part of him that loved him had asked him to rest his head. And as his thoughts drafted, he sank into a dreamless night in expectation of what the next day would bring. Chapter 24. Koji had made his plan. He also made sure not to share his return plan with anyone in Nigeria anymore. He felt that only him had the right to decide his fate and happiness accordingly. All the process for the voluntary return had been completed. He had been scheduled to fly back to Nigeria in the next 3 weeks. The IOM's repatriation program continued to gather momentum as more Nigerians that seems to turn by the unexpected outcome of their journey made the difficult decision to returning home. The federal government too had claimed to be actively involved in carrying out sensitization among the young and brilliant people to need to stay back in Nigeria and realize all their potentials. It was a period where a phrase had become dominant on the social media space. Nigeria has happened to you became a phrase to express the unfortunate event that befall anyone in the country. Akoji made up his mind to use the rest of his 3 weeks in Italy for deeper spiritual awakening and divine connection. Books and listening to very deep spiritual teaching that cut across different religions. It was during those periods in his retrospect that he started thinking about the past event of his life. Every single day, he had a special routine that was rewinding his thought process to begin to see life in different light and perspective. One particular morning, he was listening to Rohanda Bryan Audio's book, The Secret. He had his earbuds plugged to his ears. In a calm state of the quiet environment, he tried to savor everything that had brought him to what hurts you, bless you, darkness is your candle. Those were the words of the great poet Rumi, as quoted in the podcast. He was trying to digest the power embedded in those words, to think deeply about how to come his blessing or the darkness of his path. His candle to light up his path. He soaked himself in deeper thought, and within a fraction of the time, he picked his pen and paper to begin journaling all the blessing in his life. For the past few days, the reality of his life. When you count your blessing, you send a positive vibration to the universe that you are in awareness of all the goodness, thus attracting such of similar blessings. that ranged very deeply in his spirit as he kept listening to the podcast. He felt it was time for him highest potential. He opened his mind and heart to the loveliness and beauty of his own existence. He was done with his morning routine of meditation. He felt so light as though the weight of the world upon his shoulder had been taken off. Ahmed, I would be returning to Nigeria to pick up my broken pieces and restart my life again, Akoji said. If you are sure that is the best decision for you, I totally support you. To be honest, if not for the endless war in my country, what would I be doing here? Ahmed said. Somalia had a series of internal crises that has sent many young people out of the country in search of peace and maybe in pursuit of happiness that was scarce. Nigeria too had its own share of the negativity that had been driving many youth away from the country in search of golden flames. Only recently, the country had been aggled with the new trend of what they call Japa syndrome. In a report from Daily Trust newspaper, they lamented the brain drain in the health sector. Many doctors had gone to Canada, US, UK, Australia, and some to Europe. Akoji, with the peculiarities of his situation, was determined to return to Nigeria, to restart and refresh. He had no idea of what he was returning to do. All he could feel in his inner recesses of his mind was a renewed hope and conviction that all will be well. Akoji's departure day soon drew closer, with a kind of speed that brought departure day soon draw closer with the very speed that brought him more light and clarity. Although he had heard all the negative news about the country, he was said not to fall into the trap of thinking that Nigeria would happen to him, as said by some. He had to become so frequent to Nigerian website, job opportunities, social media engagement, and all. Each story drew him closer to the nostalgic experience of being home again. He had implicit faith in his success in Nigeria. No, Nigeria would never happen to him. That was for those people, not him. Only recently he had read a very touching story of a young soldier of 28 that was killed by Boko Haram members, or that Nigeria happened to on a Valentine's Day. This was as posted on a blog post on a popular blogger who wrote the story to immortalize the memory of his friend. The blogger had titled the story "A Candle in the Wind." Valentine's Day of 2015 was laced with some heaviness of load in the heart of those who loved and liked Uchenna, the Nigerian soldier. What if we had the power to choose our death day? Who would choose to die on such a day for lovers? Maybe nobody would have loved the candle of their life be blown off by the haze and hateful wind of violence on such day. But like an unexpected earthquake that shook the foundation of his life, Uchenna was killed by the Boko Haram insurgents on February 14, 2015. 2 years before, on a rainy, cold night of August, Uchenna had put a call across to me. His voice was energetic, his tune enthusiastic. There was an air of love that you could feel in his huge, brand-new voice. The posting was done yesterday, he spoke. There was silence. I never knew what to respond. I could tell if I should be happy for him or be afraid on his behalf. I calmed down, trying to figure out why all the states in Nigeria, Uchenna should be posted to Borno. "Hello, can you hear me?" he asked. "Yes, I can hear you, but I am quite afraid of the place that you have been posted to. The violence is becoming increasingly worrisome. Please, my brother, is there anywhere you can talk to someone of the senior officer, even if you have to bribe them a little so that they can post you to the west or north central or any other place, not the northeast? He laughed. In Uchenna's laughter, you could read an unquestionable confidence and an eagerness to be in Borno, the kind of confidence that I couldn't understand, the kind of eagerness that made me wonder what sort of love and affection he had for his job and Nigeria. One of the most favorite quotes was from Steve Jobs. He recited it to me again. Iko, never forget to remember that the only way to do a great job is to love what you do. I love my job and have always admired to be a soldier. I will go anywhere I have been posted to make sure I'm able to defend the defenseless. My brother, I am very proud of your dedication to your job. I will always pray for you. Thank you very much. Talk to you again, he said and hung up the call. I wanted to tell him about some local charm in my rural community that made people immune to gunshots. It was a sort of herbal mixture diluted with dry gin. Sometimes it could be in form of a waist beat, worn round the waist when one is going to the war front. It was quite available and affordable. I considered discussing this with Uchenna on our next call, but I thought about a lot of things. I had known Uchenna since we were young. We were classmates all through our secondary school days. A minor seminary that was interested in training us to become Catholic priests. Although it was a tall dream that was far from being realized by a lot of us, but that is story for another day. Then 2 weeks later, I poured a call across to him. His line were not reachable. I understood that sometimes there might be places that would be out of network signal. I left a simple text message asking him to call me when he sees the text. The following day, Uchenna called, and after a few exchange of the warm pleasantries as we had always done, I made my suggestion open to him. You see, I have been worried about you, mainly because of the place of your duty. Do you mind if I arrange some otumokpo for you? It will make you immune to bullets and any form of weapon. I don't want the Boko Haram you unaware. Uchenna rocked a loud laugh that made my kind and brotherly suggestion seem useless. Uchenna's laugh was always infectious, so I joined in the laughter unintentionally. You see, Iko, I appreciate your concern, care, and kindness towards me. But I want to let you know that God, whom I serve, will not abandon me. My God knows I am working to protect the life and the properties of the defenseless civilians. I have my chaplet on my neck, and I will continue to pray and trust in God. Uchenna's words were like a piercing knife that created a hole inside my heart, a hole that made me to see the path of one love and deep dedication to his job. I couldn't imagine that there are people who would put their life on the line for others to be at peace. As months passed by, we continued to speak, and every once in a while when we put a call across to each other, he would always request for my prayers. Every request of it wore me a worrying smile, but nevertheless I prayed for him as often as I could. Then on the 14th of February 2015, he wrote on his Facebook timeline at about 9:21 a.m. Well, nothing more to say. We are going back to recapture our Mangono base today. I must fulfill my vow for my country. My faith is one and ever, the Federal Republic of Nigeria. When I saw the post, a strange coldness hit me. I couldn't figure out why the feeling of fear wrapped me into a shell. I made my mind to pray for him that very day, but I didn't. I was occupied with so many things that I failed to remember to pray for Uchenna. The following day, the cloud wore a mournful look to announce to us that a stray bullet had hit Uchenna on the head and killed him. One of his colleagues had said he was super brave and fearless on his death day, that the gallantry he displayed was quite uncommon. Sadly, Uchenna didn't return from the recapturing of the Mongono base. When the news of his death hit me, I felt a part of me had been cut off. Uchenna was one of the liveliest and likable person I have met in my life. His awesome sense of humor kept our class rocking in laughter. Back then in secondary school, he seems blessed with an overflowing grace of cheerfulness and joy. We laugh about almost everything he said, from the last funny to the rib-cracking joke. I hugged my pillow in pain as tears streamed down my cheeks. I felt I had failed him. I didn't pray for him enough, like he demanded, and I couldn't forgive myself for being careless about his constant requests. Then 2 weeks later, the body of Uchenna arrived at the military cemetery with the presence of family and loved ones to bid a final goodbye to a 28-year-old Uchenna, whose life was cut off in his prime. The river of tears was immeasurable. Uchenna had married 7 months ago, and his wife Nkechi was about 3 months pregnant, but it was unnoticeable to everyone until during the burial, when she said it in the midst of her anguish. Her tears and sobbing and sorrowful scream couldn't be stopped. She appeared to be inconsolable. She was guided and held so closely by her friend at the graveside. After the final prayer at the graveside, when she poured a handful of earth on her beloved sweetheart, Uchenna, as a symbol of an eternal goodbye, she let out a loud, agonizing shout. My Uchenna, I want to tell you that you are not dead. You are alive. Your life inside of me. I am carrying the seed of your greatness in my womb. When I gave birth to this baby of ours inside me, I will tell the baby that you died with a huge love for your country. You died fighting the enemies of peace and love. I will tell the baby that you died a hero. You might be a death to others, but I carry you in my spirit. You dwell in my body. As her voice rang loud in the cemetery, she was held by her friends who were telling her to take heart and take it easy. It is always easier to console than being consoled. It is always easier to console than being consoled. Some people were even a bit thankful that the wife was pregnant, and at least Uchenna could have a representative. There were silent voices of anger at the Nigerian government for not being able to tackle the insurgency in the northeast Nigeria. Suddenly, Nkechi's voice ranted the air again. I forgive you all, my husband killers. I forgive you. Thank you for making me a widow. Thank you. I know my husband with his golden heart forgives you too, for he now rests in the bosom of the Lord. Thank you for these tears you have internally pasted on my face. I forgive you all. Uchenna was the second son of his parent. His only brother and 2 sisters couldn't also control their tears. Their mother had died 2 years earlier, but Uchenna's father and his children had nothing to do about to surrender to the painful will of the supernatural. Life is just like a tale. It is not how long that matters, but how well. Like a candle in the wind, Uchenna's life was blown off by the raw wind of the master's hand. In the evening of his funeral, we held a memorial night of testimony for him. All of us, his secondary school classmates, we were about 15 that could attend the funeral. We talked about the life and the times with little pelting march of tears on our cheek. We knew that he had died at 28, but our consolation was that he had lived his dream and had done his job with selflessness for his country. We lit 28 candles round his picture to represent his years on earth, and we listened to our poems, prayer, and testimony of his good life under the gentle breeze that blew off the candles like Uchena's life. When the dark night fell upon us, we tattooed the good deeds and name of Uchenna across our heart. We carried the residue of our heavy laden emotion with us. We were depressed but inspired to love our country like him. We felt the pain, yet forgave his murderers like his wife. To forgive those who took the life of those dearest ones had is the most powerful forgiveness on earth. And this is because Uchenna was a personification of love and peace. For love conquers all and wins all battle all the time. Ajoke couldn't finish the story before tears started streaming down his cheek. The comment section was filled with rage, anger, insult, and disappointment. One person had made the following comment: "This is an excellent example of what we mean when we say Nigeria happens to anyone. Sadly, this country is not worth dying for like Uchenna did." He could feel all the pains and agonies of Uchenna's widow. He consoled himself, thinking of the creative way he could be of positive change in his home country. As his departure day drew closer, he had made up his mind never to deterred by what the things he saw and heard. He had just listened to the same podcast where it was said that life is an illusion and what we see is not the reality of life, that there is no death, no pet, but just consciousness, because life is eternal. He was yet to understand some of this mystery, but he felt the unfolding of his life in the divine direction of his truest calling since he started the awareness practice of awakening. Chapter 25. Ojene's life has started taking some shape since she returned to Nigeria. She had already spent 3 months at the rehabilitation center. After the federal government reintegrated program, she was given a grant to begin her fashion and design outlet. It was an opportunity of a lifetime for her. She was in Italy. She had imagined owning her own company and brand. In fact, she had already christened in her mind. Now it appears that dreams and reality were becoming simultaneous. She had called her company OJ Phonics Fashion. The choice of the name was very deliberate. She had likened herself to the bird called the phoenix. She had read about it years ago as a legendary Arabian bird that periodically burned itself to death and emerged from the ashes renewed and reborn to face life afresh. She had made up her mind way back that when she returned to Nigeria, she would be reunited with her closest friends, Ele Ejo, who had been in Ikalo and didn't have the opportunity to further in her education. Ojene knew that one of the ways she could be instrumental to the life of her friend is to bring her from Ita-Alo to Abuja, where she could improve herself in fashion design. She preferred to call her Ele for short. She had lost her contact and had to reach her brother, Ikoji, to search for the number for her. Fortunately, Iko was able to stumble on it and forwarded to his sister. Ele Ojo had become fatigued by the slow, rustic life that seems to promise her nothing but a marriage to a man, who perhaps would belong to the Papa Kada, raise a family and become a perpetual village housewife. She never knew what life had in store for her. "Hello, Ele. This is your friend Ojane. Jesus, what a happy day to hear from you. Oh my God," Ele Ejo said in excitement. "How have you been? I have been meaning to speak with you since I returned to Nigeria," Ojane said. "Wow, I am very happy. I am very happy to hear from you again. Oya, tell me wetin you wan tell me." Abi, did you see the box of dollars you brought for me since? Ojane burst into a hearty laughter. She had always enjoyed the soft humor of her friend, Elejo, and when they talked, there seems to be an experience of a parenthesis of a heavily blessed. Elejo, I had just started my company and it is expanding well and going great. I need you to come over and help me. I will take care of your accommodation and of course you will be on a salary and the kind I guess you might not have had the opportunity to receive before, Ejene said. There was a scream of joy and excitement from Elejo. She couldn't believe this sudden change. That was how Elejo became an employee of her best friend and relocated to Abuja, leaving behind all the frustration and the bleak future she seems to have. Before the light of the fortune shone from the thoughtfulness of Ojane, things were now falling in place for Ojane as her brand and creativity start gathering some public spectacles and attraction through the instrumentality of her social media activities, showcasing her latest styles and uniqueness. Hello, OG Phoenix Fashion. My name is Eniola. I am the founder of African Fashion Week. Kindly check this attached document and get back to me when you can. That was the message she got in her Instagram message. She was unsure what the content was, but she was filled with joy to even get the message from a much talked about leading figure in the fashion industry. A few days ago, she imagined sitting with her on the stage, talking about the beauty of African style and fashion. And now, with the speed of light, her reality is being manifested with a simple visualization. She tried to open the letter, but to her, the network signal seems to be taking forever to download the PDF document. Then, in a split moment, it appeared on her screen. Dear OJ Phoenix Fashion, we are beyond thrilled to invite you to our upcoming African fashion event, taking place between March 24th and March 27th at Landmark Center, Lagos. This spectacular event celebrates the richness and diversity of African culture, fashion, and creativity. Our event will feature stunning runway shows showcasing the latest African fashion trend, exhibition of traditional and contemporary African textile and accessories, live music and dance performance, networking opportunities with African fashion designers, male models, and industry of professionals. As an influencer of African fashion, we believe your presence will greatly enrich our event. Your passion for African culture and fashion will undoubtedly inspire our audience and contribute to the success of our event. You will be presenting a 5-minute speech on your brand and its influence on African culture and fashion. Kind regards, Eniala Adeleke. Ojon couldn't believe her eyes. She read it twice until tears of joy stood in her eyes. She had dreamt of this day, and like a slide of miracle and magic, it was happening faster than she had projected. She shared the good news with her assistant manager, Eliojo, and then with her 5 other workers who had been nothing short of being creative and dedicated to the cause of the breathtaking success that she was now recording. All her workers were elated to be recognized in such an international event. Many African fashion designers had wished to be part of this event that had drawn attention for several years. The days of the event came faster than expected for Ojane. Every single day leading to the event made her engrossed in her preparation for the presentation. She had rehearsed her speech time and again. She had gotten familiar with every single line. She wanted to speak her truth, the truth that would heal her and inspire others who are on the verge of giving up. The day of the event soon arrived. She had traveled with her friends and workers. Elijah had rehearsed her speech before her. Elijah had praised her to high heavens. She had always done so, but encouraged her to be more confident. Look in the eyes of the audience and be proud of your story, and never feel shy during the speech presentation. The unique style of Ojane that brought the elegant presentation of cultural heritage. The Igala kingdom was the talk of the day. People had converged from 25 African countries. The entire venue had been super decorated with beauty and brightness. When Ojane was invited to the stage, she talked with the kind of confidence mixed with unseen coyness. When she got to the stage, she felt overwhelmed by the glory of the moment. But when calm precision, she started her speech. I stand before you today as a living testament to the resilience of human spirit, hope, and transformation. My name is Ojane. I am the CEO and founder of the OJ Phonics Fashion and a survivor of woman trafficking. Few years ago, I was deceived into a world of exploitation and abuse. I was compelled into a life that no human being on earth deserves, not even an enemy. In spite of all my experience, I refused to let my circumstances define me. I fastened to one singular thing I knew wouldn't fail me: the power of hope. The hope that one day I will be free, that one day I will be free. That day of freedom truly come, and with it a new chapter in my life commenced. I realized my passion for fashion design and the joy of bringing beauty to life out of others. Amazingly, I have the support of some incredible people, and with that I was able to turn my passion into a career. Today I am thrilled beyond telling you to stand before as a fashion designer, an entrepreneur, and an advocate for women's rights. My brand is not just about clothes, it's about empowerment, freedom, and the celebration of human spirit. Furthermore, I want to use my platform to create awareness about the scourge and sorrow of human trafficking. I want to inspire those who are still trapped in this ugly nightmare to hold on to hope. And I want to encourage those who are in the lucky line of life to feel to use their voices, their resources, and their influence to make a difference, especially for those whose voices have been silenced by necessity. To the traffickers, I say, your power to dehumanize people has an expiry date. We will not be pushed to the silent side. We will not be defeated by our experiences. We will rise up even after being crushed and demand justice. To my fellow survivors, I say, you are not alone, and the recognition of our shared humanity is a superpower on its own. You are strong, and you are worth of love, respect, and dignity. To everyone here tonight, I say, thank you for listening to my story. Thank you for being part of this human progress we are making tonight. Together, we can create a world where we treat everyone with dignity and respect. Let us rise up, let us speak out, and let us demand a world that is full of genuine love and light. Thank you. The standing ovation was electrifying. The crowd couldn't stop clapping. She had several hugs and handshakes from industry leaders in the hall. And when it was displayed on the national television after the event, a bigger chapter of her life commenced in ways that she could not explain. Ojane sat at the department lounge of Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, alongside Eleojo. They were waiting to board their flight to Abuja after the successful event. She was still basking in the euphoria of her amazing presentation and could not wait to know what the future had in store for her and unfolding of a greater height. She knew she was stepping into a new era of grace and accomplishment, the kind that would perhaps cement her name in the wall of fame when it comes to passion and design. She was having a good time and carrying out conversation with memories of the past event when both were in Achalo. I don't know why you didn't bother about reporting and arresting Madam Charity. Do you think there should be need for that? I decided to put those behind me and focus on my dreams and brand, Ojene replied. It is because you are a very kind person. If I were you, upon arrival in Nigeria, I would make sure she get arrested for aiding child trafficking, Ele Ejo said. While they were still having a conversation, she stood up and saw an unmistakable figure. She would recognize that proud giant anywhere, the neck and hands bedecked in gold chain, and the limb coated with heavy crimson leaf. Surely enough, it was Mama G, walking into the reception area of the airport, followed by 3 young girls. Ojane couldn't believe her eyes. It appeared as though she was experiencing lucid dream. The traumatic presence of Mama G suddenly brought a flash of awful memories of her, the kind that had wished to wipe off her memory. Elejo looked at the woman that trafficked me into Italy. Look at her coming. Before Elejo could respond, Ejona sprang to her feet with an elephantine fury, walking straight up to the woman with a burning anger that seemed as though she had been set ablaze. She ran towards her, screaming and shouting, "She is a trafficker. Get her arrested immediately." She was still shouting at the top of her voice, and that drew the attention of the immigration officers, who swung into quick action to prevent Ojane from going physical with Mama G at the airport. Mama G was arrested and kept in detention center. The 3 young girls were rescued as NAPTIV was contacted. Ojane name and contact details were taken. She would be called upon as a witness when the case gets to court. The Immigration Office, in collaboration with National Agency for Prohibition of Trafficking in Person, NAPTIV, Mama G was sentenced to 10 years imprisonment for child trafficking, child molestation, and sexual exploitation. Chapter 26. Akoji finally returned to Nigeria. He remained in Abuja without making any effort to return to his village. Before his arrival in Nigeria, his father had warned him to be man enough to fight his glory path to wealth in Italy rather than returning to Nigeria. But here he was dancing to the rhyme of his personal calling. He decided to savor all the opportunities he could during the reintegration program that was championed by IOM in collaboration with some civil society organizations. It was during one of those moments he started taking keen interest in one of the facilitators, Mr. Johnson, who had traveled abroad through the same route and places that Akoji had. He returned to the country 6 years ago and had become a successful entrepreneur, using the power of his story to inspire young people. He wanted them to know that anything was possible if they were able to rise from the ashes of their disappointment and surge on with hope and commitment. On a particular day, Akoji decided to have a tete-a-tete with him. "Sir, please, I need you to assist me with mentorship. I couldn't mind to volunteer in your company and acquaint myself with a new part in your company," Akoji said. "There is no problem about that. That's why I am here. I am here because you need me. Here is my card. Give me a call and I will invite you over for a conversation," Mr. Johnson replied. "Thank you very much, sir. I am deeply grateful, Akoji responded. Akoji couldn't believe the establishing a relationship with Mr. Johnson could come this easy. 2 days later, he was seated right in his office, and as promised, their conversation led to something huge and hopeful for Akoji. Mr. Johnson was the founder and CEO of Glorita Food, an agri-business company that had been recording amazingly success since its establishment and had grown in leaps and bounds beyond the expectation of the founder. You are welcome to my office. It is really nice to know that you are determined to change your narrative. I really can't tell why it was easy for me to accept your appeal to have an internship with us. I think maybe the divine is willing to use me as a vessel for you. So I would hire you as the assistant project coordinator. You will be attached to the project coordinator where you will familiarize yourself with all the needed food skill. The human resources manager would meet you shortly for proper documentation, he said. Akoji couldn't believe this was happening. He was bereft of words to appreciate Mr. Johnson's generosity. He knelt down, but Mr. Johnson urged him to get up almost immediately. You don't need to do that. I am also a product of other people's kindness and compassion. Nobody moves to the straight line to success without people building ladder for him to climb. We are here to make life meaningful for each other. I am grateful that I have the opportunity to be part of your life's journey. Just put in the best for us and see the company as your own, Mr. Johnson said. Thank you very much, sir. The documentation process was completed within few minutes. Mr. Johnson didn't hesitate in providing Akoji an accommodation to make him comfortable. And as time passed by, things started taking definite shape for him. He continued his spiritual practice of visualization and manifestation. And this point in time, he was beginning to see the beauty of trusting the process of his life's calling, even when it seems out of shape or order. The work relationship between Mr. Johnson and Akoji blossomed because of Akoji's visible dedication, and other things started unfolding. There was a day when they both flew from Abuja to Lagos to attend an all-important conference organized by the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture. While they were on the 1-hour flight, they had very robust conversation. Mr. Johnson shared his personal story and experience, which bore a striking similarity to Akoji's. Success has many parents. Failure is an orphan. While growing up, I heard this adage a lot and it resonated with me. Everyone wants to be associated with success. It's the story of successful people we want to listen to, and it's part of the success we want to follow and eventually emulate. But there are many other stories that you won't know, Mr. Johnson said. There was a slight silence, the kind that enabled Akoji to savor the words with eagerness to hear more. These numerous stories of success fed into ever-increasing move-back moments, encouraging Nigerian based in the abroad to move back and fix Nigeria. Move back and pause your destiny. Move back because you should be building your own dream, not someone else. Move back because, well, it's fun. I can see why it looks tempting after all. I left for it myself, Mr. Johnson said. How has the journey been so far? Akoji asked. It's not easy, but I always encourage young people that can make it anywhere with the right mindset. At times, things won't go as planned, I know a good number of returnees who were excited about their return in 1 minute, only to feel delusioned in another minute and pack their bags to leave. I always find their story interesting. Some have temporary plans to come back, sometimes in the future, after they have saved some foreign currency to pursue their dream. Others have realized that for them, Nigeria is a better place for them to strive. Akoji, you are already here. Exploit every opportunity to be of great service, and that is how the path of your destiny will be unfold. Thank you very much, sir. Your words are powerful and inspiring, Akoji replied. All had been going well for Akoji as his boss continued to give him higher roles. He had continued to engage in the practice of his spiritual journey to reach a certain point in his life where he could visualize and manifest any of his heart desire with an amazing degree of effortlessness. The wave of intellectuals leaving the shore of Nigeria. Chapter 27. The waves of intellectuals leaving the shores of Nigeria had become a national conversation on radio and national television stations. Decades ago, in the 1980s, similar scenario had happened to the point that there was a national advertisement aimed at crying out reorientation. It was an open repeat in many media outlets, with the memorable capture, Andrew, don't check out. It was a sort of clarion call to avoid the potential dangerous brain drain, and like a danger appeared to be played out over again. Mr. Johnson had engaged the service of Akoji for the past several months, and as time passed by, every day he continued to see the manifestation of the genius that was resident in him. Akoji had been at the forefront of brilliant and innovative idea that had been transformational to the company. Mr. Johnson made up his mind to co-champion an initiative with Akoji by establishing a foundation. Good morning, sir. You asked me to meet you in the office first thing this morning. I am here, sir, Akoji said. Yes, you might have a seat. How are you doing today, and how has your experience been for the past few months in this role? Sir, really been rewarding. It's been a very rewarding service in this capacity. I am very grateful to you for giving me the opportunity, even when I had limited experience. I do hope that I have not disappointed you, Akoji answered. It was the kind of response that an employee gives when they seem filled up with the mixed feeling of unexpected reason of being summoned. When he went home last night, he spent good time thinking about what the managing director had in store for him. He cast his mind to everything he had done in recent past and was trying to have a mental litany of his recent deeds. He wanted to be sure that he was on the right course. He gazed at the luxurious furniture office in a quick glance. There was a shelf of books neatly arranged with a TV whose volume was too low yet faintly audible. With an eagerness, he listened to Mr. Johnson. After what seems like a minute had passed by, he raised his head, adjusted his eyeglasses, and began to talk. I must commend your creative and innovative mindset. You are a gift to us, and we are very proud of the things you have been able to help us achieve within short duration as the assistant project coordinator. In light of this, I will be giving you a new role The foundation arm of this organization is yet to take off. I have been searching for the right person to serve as the executive director of the foundation, which we have named Japada Foundation. Japada means run back home. After careful search and consideration, I have come to discover that your experience rightly fits the role. Akoji's heart began beating against his chest, as though he was experiencing some lucid dream where reality and fantasy seems to have suddenly converged in his head. He was not sure of the exact response to give, as he seems to process this offer within the fracture of the time. Wow, sir, I am deeply honored to have this privilege of being considered for this new role. Sir, thank you for believing in me. Even though you have known me for such a short time, I am deeply grateful to you, sir. I appreciate the progress you have brought to this company, and I am very confident that you will do greater things in the new role. The foundation has the vision and mission of encouraging stranded Nigerians to return home and shine their little lights on the country by contributing to her development. Like you are doing, we have thousands of Nigerians spread across the world who are in difficult situations, having migrating in search of better life. Akoji, blessed within an unbridled imagination, started having streams of thought of how to actualize his new mission that he had been saddled with. He was becoming more willing to attain the state of being a vessel and a channel in the hand of the universe, to shine a light for those blinded by the unrealistic glitz and glamour of overseas that made some Nigerians desperate to embark on a journey through the most awful route. He had seen this as a new task to save a lot of people who might have made such decisions. Japada Foundation continued to surge on the wings of faith, gathering momentum and soaring with popularity through its media and community engagement, raising awareness on the need to stay back in the country or travel only through the legal way. A few days ago, more Nigerians, totaling 175, were repatriated once more from Libya. Akoji, with his new role as the executive director of Japada Foundation, had become instrumental in the federal government reintegration program, working with other experts and professionals. One of most debilitating challenge for the returnees was the need to take care of their mental health. So mental health workers and volunteers were recruited as part of those working under Akoji. On one of the occasions, he shared his story with them. Years ago, he had come back to that blinding light of truth, that our shared humanity can only get better if we recognize how connected we are to each other. And this was what he had set out to achieve: to make the most vulnerable people seen, valued, and loved, rather than judge the outcome of their poor choices. He had learned this from the awakening and enlightenment journey that he had been practicing. In one of the events where he had the opportunity to listen to the stories of returnees, he felt as though he was being teleported to his own past because of the striking resemblance. A lady who identified herself as Peace had shared her own story. Like every other person that had traveled through that route, each person's story was unique, but in all, they all united by a common expectation, which failed to manifest for many. Japada Foundation continued to strengthen in its partnership with the federal government, International Organization for Migration, and the Diaspora Commission. On one occasion, Akoji was scheduled to give a speech to the returnees, through his enduring practice and experience in coming into the majestic unfolding of who he was really created to be. He started sharing the peace of his awakening being with other people. When he was introduced as the speaker to talk to the recently repatriated young people from Libya, there was a mild applause that seems to carry the combined frustration of the returnees. Akoji was dressed in a nicely fitted Italian-made suit of dark blue, sky blue inner, and a royal blue tie. He wore a smile ebullient enough to renew the hope of the listeners. As he stood on the little made podium with over 200 persons at the facility, he knew that his story will serve as a powerful tool to encourage others. It's a joy to have you all back to our country. I can imagine how disappointed you might feel every now and then that your dream didn't see the light of the day. I too face a similar situation. In spite of all the agonies and experience, I want you to always remember something, that there are no mistakes in life. All we experience are opportunities to grow in the direction of our truest calling, and never judge any experience as negative or bad. Embrace them all and see them as the universe using those moments to lead you to your divine destiny. Akoji posed. As he spoke, he noticed a man nodding in continuous rhyme to the affirmation of what he was saying. He could feel the divine connection. Then he continued. You all have what it takes to make it right now. Right here, I have come to understand the abundance that could flow through me. And for me, and to other people, I am no longer stuck to that heartache and unverified claim that I need to be away from Nigeria for me to realize my dream. I am telling you to do the same thing I did. When I return, to see your own light and your own path in the splendor of divine calling. I have come to that full awareness that everything is being orchestrated for my good, and that nothing in life truly happened to me, but rather they happen for me. Yes, I feel like repeating the same expression again. Nothing in life truly happened to me, but rather they happened for me. There was an applause, a thunderous one that seems to elevate Akoji to a height of spiritual guru who seems to understand how to solve the hidden puzzle of life. But having been broken by life and molded by the kindness and compassion of human, he had resolved to return his wound into wisdom. So that very scar and every experience will serve as a ladder for him to climb and a therapy for others to heal. He had read in the past from one of those books that had awakened his consciousness that in healing others we get our own wholeness. Akoji finally reconnected with his family. As things returned out for good, his father no longer saw him as a weak man incapable of facing the harsh reality of life. When Akoji cast his mind back, he came to the sound conclusion that the first step to emancipation was to believe in oneself, even when nobody believed in you. Chapter 28. Ojane had been trying to sink into the new glory of her life. At this moment, she couldn't believe the transformation that had happened, a kind that some of her workers and friends had described as a fairy tale turn around. Her fashion line, OJ Phoenix Fashion, began gaining massive traction following her recent engagement at the African Fashion Week in Lagos. And her clothing line continued to gather momentum and progress. With a surprising speed, more ideas began to hover around her mind, seeking for a space for expression and realization. She had recently thought of how she could engage in a giving back project to help people who would not be able to have an opportunity. realize their ambition. She thought about starting a fashion academy. At first, the thought seemed larger than what she could realize. How could she raise the fund? How could she be able to put all the necessary tools and facilities in place? What if the whole idea fell through and crumbled after investing her hard-earned money? Those were the thoughts sweeping against the current of her intention. Right in her mind, she just could not figure out how everything would pan out. Although it would be the first time in a long time, she thought of Akoji. They have both lost contact after their return to Nigeria. She was imagining both of them having a conversation about how everything will fall in place. It was at that particular period she summoned the uncommon courage to look up Akoji on Facebook. But she did not want to bring back old memories. She remembered the day she unfriended him to save herself the agony of failed expectation. And now she was beginning to feel the torment of her own fantasy. She stormed on Facebook profile of Akoji once again, shocked by his progress and taken aback by the new light of growth and glow that emitted. She couldn't help but develop an intense admiration that had long been buried under the rubles of faith. She began to visualize the possibility of reigniting the flame of love that seems to have been blown off. Her restlessness imagination couldn't match the current reality of her life. She put her cell phone down. She tried to focus her attention on her job and the streams of beautiful ideas swimming in her mind, but her concentration swindled to the point of inaction. She appeared wrapped in the climate of uncertainty, making wishes and desires that seemed to have faded away with the pass of time and events. Time seems to be running against her in the productive timeline of a female. She was fast approaching a period where female inability to co-create with the divine in the replication of her kind lost its potency. A month ago, she celebrated her 30th birthday. It was a day that appeared as if a new dawn of older was being poured upon her. Her yearning and desire seems to be shifted from seeking fortune and fame to family of her own, in the arms of a man who would be a twin flame that could listen and understand the rhymes of her heart. She could see herself sinking into the quicksand of sadness. She imagined Akoji on a search for her with very fiber of his being. She imagined them meeting by chance and re-establishing everything in the splendor of undying love. She imagined both of them using their stories and the glory of their victory to inspire millions of people. She imagined both of them holding hands, going on vacation, having cute kids that are blessed with a beautiful resemblance to both of them. At a point, it appeared that her thought was beginning to ring high in her spirit, to a point that she could hear herself. OJ, face the reality of your life and express genuine gratitude for all the blessing in your life. She soliloquized as she had often done when it appeared that her mind had become too crowded with all the things that seemed too insurmountable for her to tackle. She knew that if she continued to dwell on the past, there wouldn't be the possibility of tapping into the glory of whom she had been created to be. A couple of months ago, she had manifested one of her most cherished ambitions of speaking during the African Fashion Week. That alone was not a little thing to sweep under the carpet. There was a longing that seems to be enveloping her, a longing that she felt would make her a complete and successful human being. When she couldn't find the right way to refocus her attention on this present moment, she decided to listen to a couple of podcasts on Spotify. It was at that time that she stumbled on Super Soul Sunday, anchored by the legendary African broadcast journalist Oprah Winfrey. As her voice bumped from the speaker in her room, it appeared as though the entire place was filled with a divine presence. Whatever has happened to you in the past has no power over you this very moment. If you are hurting, you have to help heal the hurt of other people. If you want to feel good, go out and do good. Live in this present moment. This is all you have got. As those words were pouring out, she seems teleported to a divine realm, where all the limitless possibility of her being could gain expression. She could feel the gentle fall of slow tears plastering her face, and in the light of that moment, she knew that she had not been grateful enough to God and the universe. She lay in bed in the nicely furnitured bedroom, where the blue light and super decorated chandelier hung loosely on the POP ceiling. She couldn't help but come to the realization that she was feeling bad because she had lost sight of her numerous blessings. 2 days had gone by, and the thought of Akoji seems not to have vanished from her mind. It has been a long while she felt the way she was feeling. She was wondering if Akoji was perhaps feeling the same way, wherever he might be. Years ago, she learned about telepathy, an acclaimed transference of thought between two people. But this time around, she was sick and tired of creating wild imagination that seems to be running her down and making her feel emotionally malnourished. She went to check the Facebook profile of Akoji again. The last time she had only checked his profile. This time she was willing to contact him and start a concrete conversation, the kind that will make her to experience the sweet splendor of love, a love that will culminate an internal bliss of togetherness. Again, she tapped herself and called her name. She had often done so when she felt her thoughts wandering into the dark abyss of impossibility. She kept rolling and seeing all the amazing work Akoji was doing. She began to develop deeper interest until it appeared as though she was taking things further than she should. It was in the lucid moment of convergence between her desire and the reality that she got swung by a photo on Akoji's Facebook post. It was a wedding photo. The sight of the photo was like a sudden pinch of her body with a sharp object. It appeared that the wedding photo of Akoji had brought Ojane into the reality she had constantly waved aside. Few months before, Akoji had married to a lady he had met during their reintegration program. It was the event that led to the reconnection between him and his family, and for the past month they have been married. He had been experiencing a joyful and blissful moment that followed the wedding, and could never have a second thought of making a different choice from the one he had made. Ojane's mind was filled with thought too difficult to express. She still had some deep and honest feeling for the man that could have married her when she knew next to nothing. She began to feel that her thought was straying away from her truest calling and divine purpose. She tried to arrange the place things in their proper perspective and such on with the usual vigor and conviction. She came into a full awareness of her own consciousness and decided to write a letter to herself to remind herself who she is and what she is capable of achieving. She wrote it and had it framed in her room. Dear self, I have something to tell you. Listen. Everything you need in the world is right within you. Never forget to remember that wealth swims in the direction of wisdom, and wisdom in the appropriate application of what you have consciously and unconsciously learned. You have to dig deep into your inner being and bring out all the hidden potential with confidence and then express them with candor. There were moments you thought money would bring the happiness. Then you stumble on it or it on you. Then it dawned on you that happiness is a construct in the mind that can be envisioned and experienced by anyone. You realize the subconsciousness cannot differentiate facts from fantasies. Neither can it tell the convergence and the divergence between reality and imagination. Thus, it rejoices with careless disregard at any beautiful construct in the mind. Why do you ask for what you already have? Do you know that from the day of your birth till now, everything that happened is tragically orchestrated to bring the fullness of your destiny? But sometimes you worry and have negative thoughts. Then the magnet waves sway some of the plans out of place. You didn't realize the power of positive thinking. It was distant from your mind and you couldn't magnet or attract what you needed. Dearest self, you have to discard fear. You need to always block your ears from listening to doubting and negative voices. Believe always in your idea even when no one does. As you journey every day of your life, the people you meet and the place you go are not accidental. They are part of your assignment. Be a source of inspiration and a light of hope for the hopeless. Be a God to those who question the godness in human and doubt the existence of the Supreme Being. Let your kindness and generosity be boundless, and never think of being rewarded or acknowledged, or seek fame and fortune, for they are not guaranteed. Do you still remember what you learned from the magnificent Maya Angelou, the great African-American writer? She said, "When you learn, teach. When you get, give." I would like to end this thought. My dearest self, from whom you are and what you have are not truly yours. They are a gift not to you but to the world. So if you hold back anything from the world, I will hold you accountable. I am sorry if my frankness frightens you. Take courage and take care. Be all you can be. Yours truly, the other you from the other side. She smiled herself to bed, filled with contentment and basking in the glory of her story. Chapter 29. O.J. Phoenix's fashion became a household name after the African Fashion Week in Lagos, where Ojene gave a profoundly inspiring speech. She had come to that full realization that fashion in its all-amazing form and expression had been a shiny mirror displaying the core essence and heartbeat of culture. On international TV like the CNN program titled African Voices, Africa continued to be described as that continent where the pure essence and bliss of fashion radiates with undeniable vibrancy. They said with matchless creativity, African fashion is experiencing an exciting resurgency as African designers and models are making waves in the international fashion week landscape. According to Statista Revenue, the African fashion market is projected to hit 6.53 million US dollars in 2025, with an unexpected annual growth rate of 7.93%. pushing the market value to 8.86 billion US dollar by 2029. This upward trajectory is a revelation of the immense potential of the fashion industry and the progressive vital role played in the African economic areas. At the center of this trailing growth and progress are the fashion events, the showcases, the runways, the exhibition, and many more that promote and project the genuity and creativity of African designers like Ojene. Ojene sat on her couch in her luxurious furnished apartment. She just couldn't believe how things had turned in her favor within the fraction of time. She couldn't explain it, but she could now believe that she had years ago that there were no coincidence in the world, as every event was tailored to draw each person closer to their truest calling. Now she could easily believe that with every fiber of faith that was in her, that at this time she was preparing for her first ever fashion show off the shore of Africa. The New York Fashion Week was a biannual group of events. During this event, international fashion designers are displayed at potential buyers, featured journalists, and public. She had made an advance payment to participate in the program, and every day drew closer to the realization of the dream of displaying her creativity product on the international arena. As the day got closer, she became more excited. She was ready to share her story on a world stage and before creative audience of international repute. But 3 days to the journey, she was feeling feverish and did not get better. It appeared as though something higher than her was trying to submerge and subsume the tiny light that had brought her to the rare public spectacle that she now enjoyed. She hoped that she would get better before the day of the scheduled journey. A mild fever and malaria seemed to have been mixed with a severe cramps, all culminating to shatter her dreams of attending the New York Fashion Week. She remembered that the last time she had this type of illness was during the Christmas season when her parents died in the church bombing in Madala. For God forbid, no evil shall befall neither me or anyone close to me. The thought made her tremble. As the day for the event drew nearer, Ojene knew she would not be able to make it as planned. She appointed a representative, her assistant manager, and her friend Elejo to represent the company and do the needful to ensure a successful outing that would put OJ Phoenix Fashion on the global stage. When she informed Elejo, she was taken aback. She just couldn't believe the possibility of the opportunity. It was the first time she would be traveling to the United States or even outside Nigeria. This would have been a big opportunity for Ojene, but in all her company will be represented. Bigger opportunities and collaboration seems to be hovering in the horizon. The day of departure came. OJ Phoenix Fashion booked Eleanor ticket on Ethiopian Airlines. She would fly from Abuja to Addis Ababa first, and from there she would connect to New York. The very morning of her departure, Eleanor, who was in a very high spirit, eluded visible happiness. She had celebrated the opportunity with her family and made all necessary preparation to give a stunning outing and performance. Ojene had discussion with her on what was expected of her and carefully helped her to map out the company's plan for the event. Their relationship for the past several months seems to have been transformed from mere boss and employee relationship to something more surreal, like a twin flame whose vision seems to align. Eleanor had taken to her Instagram page to post a photo with a caption, God, you do this one. There was no further intimidation of her journey, except that the photo demonstrated or portrayed someone who was experiencing some glitz, glamour, and glory. The OJ Phonics Company team had put everything in place, crest after crest. It was a moment of undeniable stardom for the company. The Ethiopian airline, which Elejo boarded, made a stopover in Addis Ababa as expected. Elejo passed the night in a luxurious hotel in the ancient city center and returned to the airport early the next morning. However, she felt some uneasiness while waiting for the connecting flight to New York. Like a slide of ill fate and ill luck, the Boeing 377 MAX 8 with 157 passengers and crew members, all from 30 different countries, crash landed without any survivor, just 6 minutes after takeoff. Ojane found the news of the death of Eleojo, the assistant manager of OJ Phonics Fashion, quite unbelievable. Beyond work, this was someone who had been her bosom friend since her teenage years. She remembered how Eleojo came to say goodbye to her and wish her safe arrival from the before she left Nigeria with Mama G to Italy. She had only contacted Eleojo and asked her she should come to work for her because she genuinely wanted a better life for her. Ojane was devastated by the terrible news. She couldn't control her tears. A deep sense of guilt seems to have enveloped her, as though she had orchestrated the premature demise of Eleojo. The news of Eleojo's death shook her family and friends. Those who had known Eleojo before and after her death via her social media wrote gloomy tribute to her on social media accounts, especially Facebook. Ojane was present at the funeral to give a moving tribute in Ika Chalo. That was the first time she had come to the village after her return. One couldn't call it a burial because the passengers on board the ill-fated airplane were burned beyond recognition. A silhouette of Eleojo was used for the interment. Her aged parents were disenchanted and beyond consolation. At the funeral, Oja tears bathed her in regret of her decision to let her represent the company at the New York Fashion Week. It could have been me lying in this state at this moment. Eleojo took my death. This pain in my heart is not such that could heal with ease. When she was with us at the company, she carried every single task with an inspiring dedication. There was something super amazing about Eleojo. You hardly ever see her complaining or upset about anything. She paused as tears stood in her eyes. In a simple manner, she knelt down and pleaded for forgiveness. The plea appeared as though she put a knife on the neck of Eleojo and slit the throat. But the parents beckoned on her to stand up. You don't need to apologize. It's not your fault. We have nobody to blame but to accept what happened as the will of God. As she was about to leave, Ojane assured the family that her company would send them substantial amount of money as death compensation for loss of their daughter. In addition, the company will be paying a monthly stipend to Eleojo family for the next 5 years, and her siblings will be offered full scholarship to university level. Despite their sadness, Ojane's word brightened their world a bit. She didn't leave the village immediately. When the funeral was over, she was taken aback to see Madam Charity. Madam Charity came to her in a company of 2 elderly women. This was the first time Ojane was seeing her, since the woman who had become a symbol of evil to Ojane sold her into sex slavery. Ojane was seated, wearing black overall, consumed by the heat of the loss of her best friend an assistant manager. She just couldn't begin to listen to be completed. Ojane had never heard about the illness of Madam Charity. She had not bothered to even ask about her anymore. From her heart of hearts, she had purged herself of bitterness she initially felt against the old woman, and decided long ago to I have come to you, my daughter Ojane. Find a place in your heart to forgive me. What I did was because of ignorance and greed. I know you have the power to report me to NAPTIP, yet get me arrested and thrown into jail, but you chose to forgive me. I am forever grateful to you. Thank you so much, my daughter. Hard-headedness. I knew the much pain I caused you, and I need you to forgive me because I know my time on earth is very short now. Because of my ill health, I believe that I spent my life so that I can see you today and plead for forgiveness. Madam Charity has said, almost in tears, I heard you and I have forgiven you. I know what you did out of ignorance. That is already in the past, and it was a blessing in disguise in the long run. Moved by pity, she dug her hand into her purse and gave Madam Charity a sum of newly minted 20,000 naira to take care of her failing health. Days later, when Ojane had returned from the village after the painful funeral of her dear friend, she continued to experience different stages of grief and bereavement, and it appeared as though the bargaining stage wouldn't end. She was wishing she did and made a different choice. But how long will I dwell with the survivor's guilt? She asked herself. The pain of the departure of Eleazar appeared to have gradually slowed down. With all sense of reluctance and deep disinterest in the Nigerian social media space, she went on the Facebook page. It was there, and then she realized also that an amazing writer by the name Pius Adesemi, whose video she had seen several on Facebook, had also lost his life in the plane crash. She imagined herself also to be on the same plane if she didn't feel sick. She imagined herself speaking to Adesami for the first time and the last time on the plane, because she had always idolized him because of his outspokenness. Adesami was on the plane when it crashed shortly after takeoff near the town of Bishofut, 62 kilometers southeast of Addis Ababa. He had posted his photo on Facebook, decorated with a smile, and had written a quote from the book of Psalms 139, verse 9 to 10. If I take the wings of the morning and dwell in the utmost part of the sea, even there shall thy hand, thy right hand shall hold me. The capture gave a lot of sympathizers same shiver and wonder, as though he was aware of his own end, as if was a spirit beckoning on him to join to the world beyond. These were things that seemed too mysterious for anyone to grasp. The dead reminded Ojane of her parents' ordeal at the Christmas Day bombing that claimed their life. That sad and unforgettable Christmas morning, her father made a comment that she wouldn't perfectly remember about going home to be with the Lord. In that instance, Ojane came to a full confession, as she had questions about life, death, grief, and eternity. Chapter 30. Ojane would have been shattered by the devastating plane crash that claimed the life of her beloved employee and friend, Eleazar. Memories of that fateful day still linger like a dark shadow that refused to dissipate. The staff of OJ Phonics had come together to pay their respects to Eleazar's memory, gentle spirit. As they beat their final farewell, Ojane couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt and vulnerability. She had been meant to be on that flight, but fate had intervened, sparing her life. In the weeks that followed, Ojane found herself grappling with the weight of survivor's guilt. Her imagination would often wander into the realms of the unknown, conjuring up scenarios where she was and the one who had perished, leaving behind a trail of shattered dreams and unfinished business. The fear of leaving her loved ones behind, especially her brother Ikojo, became a constant companion, haunting her every working moment. It was this fear that prompted Ojane to begin making revelation about her investment and business deal to Ikojo. She knew that she had to ensure that her legacy was secured, that her brother would be taken care of in the event of her passing. As she shared her secret with Ikojo, Ojane felt a sense of liberation wash over her, as if she had finally unburdened herself of a weight that had been crushing her. Meanwhile, Ojane Funny's fashion continued to soar a new height, gaining momentum with each passing day. The tragic accident had brought a whole sense of awareness to the brand, with many people seeking to learn more about the woman behind the label. Ojane's radio and podcast interview had gone viral, with many praising her resilience and determination in the face of adversity. A blogger had even penned a glowing tribute, hailing her as a woman whom sickness has saved from the ill-fated plane crash. As Ojane found herself catapulted into the spotlight, with her brand becoming a household name in the world of fashion and design. Influential Nollywood actors and actresses began to flock to her doorstep, clamoring for her exquisite creation. And then the icing on the cake, an invitation from Tony Elumelu Foundation to join ranks of esteemed mentors, guiding budding entrepreneurs in the world of fashion and design. Ojane's heart swelled with pride as she accepted the invitation, knowing that she will be sharing the stage with some of the most brilliant minds in the industry. The grand finale of the Tony Elumelu Entrepreneurship Program was just around the corner, and Ojane was said to be one of the panelists at the roundtable discussion. As she prepared to take her place along the creme de la creme of African entrepreneurship, Ojane knew that this was just the beginning of an extraordinary journey, one that would take her to the pinnacle of success and cement her legacy as a true icon in the world of fashion. The grand auditorium was abuzed with excitement as the 5th edition of the annual event kicked off. Live streamed by several national television stations, the cream of African industry had gathered to witness the passing of the bottom of success to the next generation. Amidst the sea of expectant faces, one sad with bated breath, Akoji, the ex-lover of Ojane. As the panelists were introduced, Akoji's eyes widened in surprise when he heard Ojane's name. He craned his neck, scanning the stage for a glimpse of the woman who had once captured his heart. It had been years since they last saw each other, and the passage of time had only served to intensify his curiosity about her. Ojane took the stage, her presence commanding attention. She spoke with brilliance, sharing inspiring personal story that had brought her to the pinnacle of success. Akoji's gaze was transfixed on her, his mind wandering to the what of if their past, life they could have built together, the family they would have raised, and the memories they would have created. But Akoji wasn't alone in his rivalries. By his side sat his wife Tessie, who had been in constant companion at such events. As he began to share stories of his past with Ojane, Tessie's expression changed. Her eyes clouded with visible jealousy. She felt that she was living in the shadow of a ghost, a constant reminder that she was the second choice, the available one, not the desired one. Akoji's quickly brushed aside further stories, not wanting to stir up unnecessary emotion. They had been married for 3 years, blessed with a lovely son who had brought immense joy to their life. What more could he ask for? Yet, as he listened to Ojane's words, he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia, a longing for what could have been. As the event drew to close, Akoji's mind was a maelstrom of emotion, a delicate dance of gratitude and longing. He felt thankful for the life he had built with Tessie, for the love and laughter they shared, but a part of him still yearned for the what if of his past. The encounter with Ejani had stirred up emotions he thought were long buried, and he wasn't sure how to process them. As he glanced at Stacy, he noticed a hint of tension in her smile, a subtle warning that she was aware of the emotional turmoil brewing inside him. He knew he had to navigate the delicate balance between his past and his present. The last thing he wanted was to take Stacy feeling insecure or threatened. Akoji could have easily given in to desires, longed to reconnect with Ojane, to greet her, exchange a hug, and maybe even rekindle an old flame. But he knew that would be a mistake, a slippery slope that would lead to chaos and destruction. He had made a promise to Tessie to always be true and faithful, and intended to keep it. As they filed out of the auditorium, Tessie made a suggestion that caught Akoji off guard. "Why won't you go greet Ojane? Say hello at least," she said with a voice laced with a hint of sarcasm. "I am sure she loves to see you again." Akoji smiled wearily, brushed aside the suggestion. "I don't think that's necessary," he said. He's locking in onto Tessie. I am exactly where I meant to be, with you and by your side." He had come to believe that nothing could happen by accident, that every event is divinely orchestrated to lead us to our true destination. As they drove home, the music played from the car radio seemed to renew their vows of love and commitment to each other. Marvin Creel Overdose was playing. Tessie leaned over, her voice playfully, yet laced with a hint of possessiveness. "You know I am all you need to stay happy and prosperous," she said reassuringly, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "I am your good luck charm. Believe it or not, it is what it is. My presence made your happiness, health, and wealth to grow rapidly." Akoji smiled, his heart filled with love and gratitude for his woman who... "Tessie, you know that I will always love you," he said, his voice low and husky. "You are the sunshine that brightened up my day, the calm in every storm. I am grateful for every moment we share, and I promise to always cherish and honor you." As the music swelled, filled the car with a sense of joy and contentment, Akoji knew that he had made the right choice. He had chosen to prioritize his love for Tessie, to nurture and cherish their marriage, rather than indulging in a fleeting fantasy from the past. And as they drove off into the sunset, he knew that their love would continue to flourish, a beacon of hope and contentment in a world filled with uncertainty. He cast his mind back to all the things he had gone through and saw himself as a diamond refined in flame to gain his present glory. The end. Becoming Nigerian by Elnathan John. Introduction. Never ever explain Sartre. Chapter 1. In the beginning, the Gospel according to Nigeria. In the beginning, the British created the northern and southern protectorates. Now, the nation was formless and empty, and darkness covered our collective identity. And the British said, "Let there be Nigeria," and there was Nigeria. And the British Nigeria was good for them, and they separated the ruling class from the staff. And the British said, "Just as we have a vault between us and you, let there be a vault to separate the rulers from the citizens." So the British created Nigeria in their own image, in the image of their colonial rulership. They created it. Oppressors and oppressed, they created them. And they were independent from the British, and they were Q and counter Q, and they were military dictators. And the decade passed, and the military rulers strapped their grasp and uniform and transformed into civilian rulers. And they declared, "All things have passed away, and all things have become new." Chapter 2. For our military dictators loved the country so much that they gave up their only begotten uniform and the right to make decrees that whosoever believed in them, voted for them, should be stuck with them until their old age. Chapter 3. And it came about that a super who was not a military dictator found his way to the throne through the natural death and impeachment. And he came upon Nigeria like a thief in the night. And he came not to blind, but to steal and destroy. And he left Nigeria blind and poor. And Nigeria looked to the former dictators and said to him, "Lord, we know not where we are going." And he answered them and said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to good governance except through me. And he gained followers and drove out the sub who had left Nigeria blind and poor. And his followers said, "Lord, show us the way, and that will be enough for us. Show us change." And he answered them and said, "Do you believe that I am a good governance, and good governance is me? You might ask for anything in my name, and I will do it." And his followers worshipped him and sang his praise day and night. And when his minister proved incompetent, his followers praised him and denounced the ministers. And when the people began to groan under much suffering, they looked unto their benevolent dictator. And he said to them, "If you love me, keep my command. Hate those who hate me, and love those who love me. My enemies cannot accept me, because they neither see me nor know me. But you know me, for I live with you, and you will be in you, and will be in you." And some skeptics said, "But Lord, why do your ministers in 2018 do silly things, like wear silly red bracelet and have nothing under the wear silly red beret and have nothing under the beret?" And the benevolent dictator replied, "Anyone who loved me will obey my teaching. Anyone who does not love me will not obey my teaching." Chapter 4. For the shameless will inherit the land, and they will dwell in it as abundance of peace. For the shameless, instead of shame, there shall be a double portion.
For the wicked and corrupt instead of dishonor, they shall rejoice in their lot. They shall have everlasting joy, and in their old age be called elder statesmen, and the last shall be the first. Chapter 5. If I fight for the human right of random individuals or of enemies of the Lord, but do not have loyalty to the benevolent dictator, I'm only a resounding gong or a clanging cymbal. If I have the gift of turning the economy around and can fathom all the mysteries of the parallel market, and if I am angry that pilgrims get dollars and not businessmen and women, but do not have loyalty to the dictator and love for him, I am nothing. Love is patient with inefficiency. Love is kind, even in the face of massacres. It does not envy the benevolent dictator. It does not boast that it can do better. It is not proud. Love keeps no record of wrongs, whether those wrongs happen in 1984 and are being repeated, or those wrongs lead to hundreds of people being secretly buried. Love does not delight in evil, except where that evil happens to people we do not like, such as strange ethnic groups or religion or sexuality. But love rejoices with the truth, and the truth is what the benevolent dictator says it is. Love always protects the interests of the dictator and blames only his minister for things that go wrong. Love never fails. But when there is common sense, it will cease. Whether there are industry, they will cease. Whether there is electricity, it will reduce. And where there is a great football team, it will diminish. Where there are cheap dollars, they will be reserved for pilgrims and billionaires. For we know in part and we pontificate through newspaper articles and blogs in part. But when completeness through our benevolent dictators and his minors arrives, what is in part disappears. Chapter 6. The benevolent dictator is my shepherd. I shall lack nothing. He makes me lie down in hunger and fear, but only because it leads me to righteousness. He refreshes my soul. He guides me along his own path for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the darkest valley with no electricity, I will fear no evil, for he is with me. His rod and his staff with which he makes hundreds of shite disappear, they comfort me. Chapter 7. Blessed are those who steal from the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of political rebirth. Blessed are those who make others like shite mourn, for they will be comforted by the silence of death and purified bodies. Blessed are those who despise the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are those with good political alliance, for even when they are caught, they will be shown mercy. Blessed are those who hate the pure in heart, for they will see the inner walls of the villain. Blessed are those who trend political hashtags, for theirs is the kingdom of bank alert. Blessed are the kidnappers, for their ransommoney will come intact and without repercussion. Blessed are those with a long career of theft and destruction, for they will be called elder statesmen. Chapter 8. The benevolent dictator gathered all his disciples and taught them a new prayer. He said, "You must pray then this way. Our Father, who art, hallowed be thy word. Thy monopolies come. Thy will be done in this kingdom, as it was in the previous one. Give us these days your refinery, as we give you our cheap dollars. Forgive us our suspicion, as we have forgiven those who are suspicious of us. And lead us into temptation to break your monopolies and empower under entrepreneurs. But deliver us from the evil ones who challenge your government. For thine is the sugar, the flour, and the cement, and rice and spaghetti, forever and ever. Amen." Spiritual. How to worship the Nigerian God. The Nigerian God is one. It may have various manifestations, but it is essentially different sides of the same coin. Sometimes, adherents of the different side may fight and kill each other. Worship the Nigerian God. For all those who want to become better worshippers, this is for you. If you are a new or prospective convert, this is how you must serve him in your daily to-day life. You will be richly blessed for choosing the Nigerian God. And in case you are wondering, yes, The Nigeria God is a full-blooded Nigerian male. The prayer. First, let me clarify. A few people confuse being a worshiper with complicated things like character, good work, or righteousness. The fact that you choose to open every meeting with multiple prayers does not mean that you intend to do what is right. It not less means that the open prayer is important. Nothing, I repeat, nothing can work without it. If you are gathered to discuss how to inflate contracts, begin with an open prayer or two. If you are gathered to discuss how to rig elections, begin with a prayer. The Nigeria God appreciates communication. When you sneak away from your wife to call your girlfriend in the bedroom, and she asks if you will come this weekend, you must say, in addition to yes, by God's grace, or God willing, or inshallah. It doesn't matter what language you use, just say it. The Nigerian God likes to be consulted before you do anything, including a trip to Obudu to see one of your other lovers. Sometimes, when you have impressed one of your many lovers with your sexual prowess, and they look at you in amazement, just say, baby, I give God all the glory. The loudspeaker. When worshiping the Nigerian God, be loud. No, the Nigerian God is not hard of hearing. He just appreciates your loud favor, like he appreciates loud raucous music. The Nigerian God does not care if you have neighbors, and neither should you. When you are in your house, make sure the neighbors can sleep. Use loudspeaker, even if there are only two of you in the building. Anyone who complains must be evil. God will judge such a person. Enemies. This is how the Nigerian God judge people who are your enemies. Evil people who want to spoil your hustle, your colleague who don't want your promotion, your single old aunties who secretly don't want you to marry that rich, handsome man who you have not even met, your neighbors who are blocking you spiritually from getting pregnant. He consumed them by fire. He returned all their evil plans to sender. So when making requests about all your enemy, do not pray that they be forgiven or that they change. Pray that the Nigerian God kill them off in a blazing holy fire. Attribution. Attribute everything to the Nigerian God. So if you diverted funds from public projects and you are able to afford that new Mercedes, when people say you have a nice car, say, na God. If someone asks what the secret of all your wealth is, say, God has been good to me, or my God is faithful. By this, you mean the Nigerian God who gave you the uncommon wisdom to reappropriate public funds. Consult the Nigerian God when you don't feel like working. The Nigerian God understands that we live in a harsh climate where it is hard to do any real work. So if you have no clue how to be in charge and things start collapsing, ask people to pray to God and ask for his intervention. Election. The Nigerian God loves election and politics. When you have bribed people to get the party nomination, use thugs to steal and stuff ballot boxes, intimidated people into either sitting at home or voting for you, lied about everything from your assets to your age, and you eventually, through God's grace, will win the election. You must begin by declaring that your success is the will of the Almighty and living God, and that the other candidates should accept this will of God. Mere mortals should not complain about who God chooses to reward with political success. Respect. The Nigerian God does not tolerate disrespect. If someone insults your religion, you must look for anyone like them and kill them. It doesn't matter what you use. Sticks, machetes, grenade launchers, IEDs, AK-47s. The Nigerian God sometimes appreciates a good beheading for people who blaspheme. If the people who insult your religion is online and you can't locate them, feel free to threaten to kill them. Like we say, at all, naim bad pass. Something is better than nothing at all. Miracles. The Nigerian God performs signs and wonder. He does everything from curing HIV to high blood pressure. And the Nigerian God is creative. He can teach a person who was born blind the difference between blue and green when the man of God asks. And he can teach a person born deaf instant English. As a worshiper, you must let him deliver you, because every case of sickness is caused by evil demons and not infections. Every case of infertility, for example, is caused by witches and demons, and not things like endometriosis or low sperm motility. So instead of hospitals, visit agents of the Nigerian God. The Nigerian God does not cure corruption. Do not attempt to mock him. Money. The Nigerian God loves money, because money answereth all things. You know how Nigeria is. Things may be difficult, but they are always possible with money. You can get everything: healthcare, security, love, and miracles when you have money. The Nigerian God knows this and tries to crowdfund in the event of a demand for miracles. So no, please, don't mess with the Nigerian God money stream. Don't blaspheme by challenging things like tithe. Who will pay for that private jet or the mansions and cars? The internet. If you worship the Nigerian God, you are under no obligation to be nice or kind to people who are not worshippers. They deserve no courtesy. The Nigerian God is also online. As a worshipper, you are not obliged to be good or decent on Facebook or Twitter all week, except on Friday and Sunday, both of which the Nigerian God marks as holy. So you may forward obscene photos, insult people, pass on lewd jokes all day, except the Nigerian holy days. On those holy days, put up status saying how you are crazy about God. The Nigerian God also permits tweets and Facebook updates like, "Now in church," or "This guy in front of me needs to stop dozing," when performing act of worship. Also, there is nothing like a Twitter hashtag with your pastor Sunday sermon, Sundays with Jesus, Jesus rocks, Sunday sermon, crazy for Jesus. In all, the Nigerian God is very kind and accommodating. He gives glory and riches and private jets. And if you worship him well, he will immensely bless your hustle. How to be a pastor? So, you have learned how to worship the Nigerian God, but you want to take it a step further and serve him more fully. Being a pastor is one of the most rewarding things you can do as a Nigerian. Here is how to do it. Fly private. A man of God should not suffer any discomfort while doing the work of the Lord. That is why you are rightly called a man of God. You are too divine to spend time waiting at the airport like ordinary people do. If they are so upset by your private jet, they should go and question God, who blessed your hustle and lifted you above your poor followers. Later, I will provide an in-depth explanation of how to fly private to the glory of God. Bless women with your seed. Some people may find it less than ideal to sleep with young female members of your congregation, but sometimes these things are beyond human comprehension. When you sleep with female members of the flock, do it with level of grace that only the anointed can understand. Only God can judge you. And what is sin when there is grace that abounds? Ask people to sow seed. Because you have spread so much seed with the sisters in the church, ask people to sow seed so that God can bless them richly. Because if they do not sow seed by paying into the designated envelopes or bank accounts you have given them, nothing will grow in their lives and their souls, and your finances will be barren as dry shrubs out in the desert. They sow seed into your bank account, they get blessing. You get blessings, everybody is happy. Do not pay tax. Again, these many agents of the devil may spread rumors about your stupendous wealth and the luxury in which you live. Yes, you are making a profit, but whose business is that? It is not where a person works that he will eat. Only wicked person will want to deprive you of what they did not give you. So what if your wealth is the result of your weekly sermon about tithing? Women, being what they are, will forget to give God his due. It is your duty to remind them constantly. One of the problems is that people assume it is your money. You may be spending it, but it is not yours. You are only a caretaker. Those who assume that your taxes are useful for building infrastructure like road and electricity, resources which you use a lot of, do not understand your relationship with God. People need to just calm down, pay their tithe, and trust you to know how to balance accounts with God. Remind people to never ever speak evil against a man of God. Like I said before, women need reminding. Our rebellious nature sometimes get the better of us, and we begin to look too hard at the life of a man of God, worry about his immortality or about his immorality. A man of God is not subject to the same rules as ordinary people. You have a level of grace that mere mortals cannot understand. You need to keep reminding your members to fear God and by extension, fear you. Because questioning you means questioning God. And all those who question you will not make heaven. Hang out with politicians from time to time. There is absolutely nothing wrong with you being close friend with government officials, even those who cannot provide the basic need of citizens. There is nothing wrong with campaigning for them. And there is nothing for them to sow seed into your ministry when they come to visit. Was Jesus not a friend to harlots and tax collectors? And what on earth is worse than the reputation of the time of Jesus? You need to make corrupt people feel at ease in the presence of God. Who know? Perchance, they may be persuaded and accept the gospel of Jesus. Lay hands time to time. And when they make huge donations, purify the money with the blood of Jesus and move on. Nothing beats a good healing. Claim to heal people from time to time. Sometimes you may have to hire and pay actors, but it is all to draw people and make them believers. After all, did the Bible not say that God told Abraham to sacrifice his son when he knew he had a sheep waiting nearby? Was that not a deception by human standards? But the scriptures say that the wisdom of the world is foolishness with God. While you perform miracles, however, never attempt to heal people who get injured in your church premises during, say, stampede or the collapse of your church building. Also, make predictions and prophecies about everything from politics to football, but do not make predictions about your own life and church, even if a great tragedy is about to happen. This is bad karma. And sometimes God just prefers football to collapsing buildings. Don't ask me why. He works in mysterious ways. Travel for crusades to perform signs and wonders with your personal physician. You know how doctors are advised not to treat themselves or their family members. Well, the same rule applies with men of God. No need to heal yourself or your family. After all, doctors also need to eat. And like Jesus, you need to feed multitudes. How a wife supports a problematic but an husband. When your wife, who is also a pastor in your church, catches you sleeping with other women and moves out of the house, ask your congregation to pray for her, because it is your wife who needs the prayers, not you. It is her hard heart that needs healings and forgiveness so that she can recover from the mistake of exposing you and attempting to get a divorce. She does not realize what she will miss. Where else will she go to get seed as holy as anointed as yours? Alternatively, make her do a which people who try to make war against the kingdom of God refuse to see. Let her stand by you when you deny the allegations and call her mommy. The congregation will look into her eyes, see her certainty, and know that there is no way you could have been involved in threesome or ejaculating on the backs of strippers. Use the word da in place of di. For example, the Lord wants you to give me his tithe for my private jet. The Bible says, touch not my anointed. Sound nicer. How to fly private to the glory of God. Being a pastor makes you different, special. You are the manifestation of the spiritual in a temporal world. A pastor. The good Lord has blessed your glorious ministry. So you find it unacceptable that you be subjected to things like queuing for boarding passes by sinful passengers, arrival or departure delays, especially the delays. If people, those wicked critics, understood the spiritual implications of delay, they won't judge you. You are on your way to cast out a demon, put anointing upon a child of God, perform a crucial miracle, attend to the vital. A 1 hour delay can make a demon wreak havoc on a child of God. It can indefinitely postpone an anointing or just anoint the Spirit of God in you. You cannot afford to anoint the Spirit of God and risk truncating your hustle. This is why you need a solution, a private jet. It really does not matter whether you have one church in Bonny Island or a chain of churches larger than the Mr. Big's fast food franchise. Flying private is crucial to the business of winning. First, being in the sky, so close to heaven is not an experience you want to contaminate by letting someone who does not understand the will of God fly you. By your own plane, you can your own pilot, passengers. Think of it. Flying in the clouds, in the presence of the Almighty, surrounded by people with impure thoughts, people fleeing the will of God, adulterous people, crying babies interrupting your holy meditation. They even sell alcohol on some flights these days. You know how dangerous all this can be. You remember in the Bible how Jonah, a disobedient child of God, nearly caused the shipwreck out of that ship. Did the crew and passengers get respite from the angry waves? And with a plane, one cannot even throw out a sinner mid-flight from the sky without putting everyone on board in grave danger. If only people knew, they would understand. One sinner can jeopardize your safety. To fly the plane, you need a godly pilot and co-pilot. True, the real pilot of your plane is no other than the Lord himself or a designated angel. However, you need human pilot to fill the seat. It is not enough that you went to aviation school or have flying experience. You will prefer a righteous born-again member of your church. But then, not many of your church members can fill that role. So any born-again will do. You will not, however, hire someone from one of those atheist former countries of the Soviet Union or Eastern Europe. The pilot from there might be cheap and all, but no man that rejects God will fly your blessed plane. The air hostesses will be chaste women who have never known a man biblically and will wear skirts to their ankles and blouses buttoned to the neck. Because to be in the bosom of the Lord is not a small matter. You don't want to annoy the Almighty. They can wear clothes sewn with Ankara, bearing imprints of Bible verses. They will sprinkle anointing oil during the flight. They will lead the flight in songs of praises and worship during takeoff and landing. Because these are the most dangerous period of a flight, you will say the general prayer. In fact, you are considering starting your own airline which will transport people in a godly way from one part of God's earth to another. You may play around with names in your head. One with God is majority airline. Too long. The Lord is good airline. Too common. God's time airline. Too ordinary. You think of Blessed Wings airline with the motor flying in the bosom of the Lord. Perfect. Those people suggesting that because you can avoid private jet, you should suffer taxation God will look into their matter and judge them appropriately. He also knows their number. They are enemy of your hustle. Have they not read that when one seeketh the kingdom, every other thing shall be added to it? Do they expect God to give the earthly luxuries of their sinful world to sinners alone and not to you? Have they not read that with God all things are possible? Or maybe that is their problem. They cannot read. They cannot read the handwriting on the wall that this has come to stay, that your dominion has now reached the skies. It doesn't matter that as you fly private, some members of your congregation walk 20 kilometers to church. As God takes care of the sparrow, so God will sort out their individual issues. It is your portion to fly private. Let no one wonder how you will pay to maintain the private jet. For the same God that bless your hustle and arrange a private jet will arrange for its maintenance. He is faithful. May the good Lord, whose blessing never fails, meet you at the point of your need and bless your hustle with a private jet. In sickness and in health, how to be sick. The Nigerian God is one of health and not of sickness. However, if you must be sick, here is how you must conduct yourself. I know of European and American gods and goddesses who allow their worshippers to openly confess their illnesses to friends, neighbors, and strangers. Sometimes they even go on TV shows and talk about what insidious viruses have attacked their bodies. There is a reason why we are happy and they are not. Our God does not approve of such shameful conversions. You must recognize as a worshipper that the body is a temple. Thus, conversing is a virus eating up your body in public is like saying that the owner of that temple cannot take care of his own house. God forbid that you should descend to such behavior. This is how to deny the existence of viruses and bacteria which may from time to time pay visit to this temple. Far from it. But we must treat such events as what they are, mere temporary visitation from our less evolved relatives. Again, we know that one does not go proclaiming the details of a visitation from one close relatives. Intimate things that happen during such visitations are to be kept within the family. So, say you have been visited by a flu and you suffer headaches, runny nose and weakness. You must, when asked, "How are you?" reply, "I am fine." Conceal it until it becomes unbearable. Do not do rude things like refuse to shake people because you may transmit something contagious. Better a virus-reading handshake than no handshake. Even when you sneeze without covering your mouth, people will say with a smile, "Bless you." The only exception to not talking about your own illness is when you say you have malaria or a headache. Of course, it is fine to talk about other people's illness and make suggestions regarding what you think is wrong with them. If you harbor a treacherous virus like HIV, you better not speak about it. We will ignore our personal lives and our own sexual behavior and judge you for fornicating, for being a shameless sinner. It will not even matter if you do not get it from sexual intercourse. We will not care if it was from a blood transfusion or through mother-to-child transmission. We just don't want you to mention it. So if you have lost a lot of weight and people begin to give you that look, you must quickly announce that your loss of weight is due to a visitation of a non-treacherous kind, and then proceed to state in great detail what type of visitation it is. This will not stop Papa Chidera from asking Mama Bosede if she has seen how lean you have become lately. But it might prevent them from making the conclusion that you must have HIV. It will prevent them from drawing on history so to back the claim those nights they saw you with someone of the opposite sex and all the partners you have ever had. They may even try to help and offer prayers for your quick recovery. There are no concerts to raise money for people with HIV, no short codes for people to SMS donations, no summoning God to take charge. only stigma. You may not be able to avoid illness, but you can avoid being judged for it. How to die? This is how to die in Nigeria. 1. You have to first of all understand that death is not a noun or a state. It is an event, the success of which require proper planning. 2. One way to die is to ensure that in life you did something worth remembering. This action need not be good or exemplary. In Nigeria, no one cares if you are good or evil when you die. The only crime is dying without having done anything worthy of note, like dying so poor no one knows your name. Death, especially that of someone rich or powerful, confers sainthood that cannot be challenged. Coup plotters and government thieves assume the title of elder statesmen and heroes of the nation. It will become forbidden to research your deeds and you'll be beatified. You may even get a posthumous national award or have university and street name after you. And most importantly, the newspaper will carry ads about your unfortunate exit or call to glory. In this way, your death will have a meaning. So please, to die in Nigeria, acquire power and wealth. 3. Do not die in the company of important people if you yourself have not attained importance or notoriety. If you go and die in the company of an ex-governor or ex-militant, the news will say Governor so-and-so has died in a ghastly motor accident. Then the report may add that also among the casualties were 2 persons traveling in his convoy. No one will know which of the 2 unidentified persons you are, or if you are a male or a female. You will pass on to oblivion without so much as an ad in the paper. Because in Nigeria, you are a number unless you are important. God forbid that this should happen to you. The only exception to this is dying in a plane crash. This is the most respectable death for persons without a title to their name. The flight manifest, one of the few records that are consistently available on demand in Nigeria, make it possible to make a full list of everyone on board. Usually, this list is published and the world will receive notice of your untimely death. Your name will appear in full in newspapers and no report. Your death will matter. 4. Do not make the mistake of dying in a luxurious bus accident. You do not want to go out with headline, doesn't perish in bus crash. Because to die is one thing and to perish is another. If you are unfortunate, the reporter will say something like 25 crushed to death, with an emphasis on the crushing instead of the dying. All people will see in their heads will be woman flesh being crushed. No face, no identity, no names. 5. Dying in a flood, a cholera outbreak, a collapsed building, these things are all unacceptable. Rather than that, it is better to die while having carnal knowledge, in which case at least one of the tabloid or gossip blogs will find out your name and carry your story. Your family may not like it, but at least people will know your name. 6. One of the worst places to die, however, is in a terrorist attack. Nigeria is not one of those countries where they respectfully identify dead people by name. When a terrorist kills you here, whether as a student in school or a traveler on the road, you are summarized into a number or fraction. An official of the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, was once quoted as saying that when fatalities occur in a conflict situation, they feel duty-bound to reduce the figures so as not to escalate the crisis. What wise thinking? So if there are 200 deaths, NEMA may report 60 or just cancel 10 and say 20. Imagine being summarized, not even counted as a whole dead figure. So if you run into a terrorist bent on taking your life, beg the man. Tell him you are not opposed to dying for his cause. Plead with him to try something else. Maybe make a video or something, because it will be a tragedy to fade into oblivion unannounced. 7. One great way to go is to die on camera. Hundreds, including school children, may die or be slaughtered every month in Maduguri, and Nigeria will go about their daily activities. Maduguri is just one faraway northeastern state that could pass for a territory of Chad or Niger Republic. In their head, 160 killed in Borno is what it is, a number. But if you have your death capture on tape, perfect. Then you can have NGOs calling for legislation to outlaw whatever type of knife they use to stab you. If you are fortunate, your name will trend on Twitter and hashtags will spring up like make sickle illegal, Victor sickle slaughter, outlaw sickle stabbing now, justice for Tolu, never again, or RIP Kevin. People will grant interviews and there will be hundreds of badly written blogs about you. And believe me, a hashtag and a badly written blog post with a link to your death video or a photo of you gotten from Facebook is better than dying as a number. The only exception to this is dying as a hated minority, like a Shite or a Biafra protester. If you die while hated, whether on camera or not, we will spit on your grave. Just don't be a minority. Or if you cannot help it, then try the best so you can to avoid dying. May an untimely death not befall you. But if it does, may it be sexy enough for a hashtag. You cannot leave your death to chance, because to die is woman, but to I know you love me. His friend, on learning that the wondrous dish was made by you, he proclaimed, "Oh boy, this guy likes well. In Nigerian cuisine, to like well is to love practically. And as an inspire for well has no real English equivalent. The closest to it will be love to a superlative degree." Cooking for him entitles you to show your love in another very important way. Checking his phone. You are cooked for him, and he has shown his gratitude by sweating profusely and promptly falling asleep on your couch. This is the time to dive for his phone and read all his text messages. You will find something. If you don't, go through his call records. You are likely to find calls or to or from an Amaka after he said he needed to rest last night. Whether you choose to further show your love by harassing him about it immediately, or choose to hold onto it as part of your arsenal during your next big quarrel is up to you. You know what works best for your man. Loving Nigerian men always pay. There is no exception to this rule. Not even if she has watched plenty foreign shows on DSTV and pretend that she wants to split the bill. If a Nigerian girl offers to pay, reject it like Jesus rejects Satan's evil temptation with bread. Don't even act like it is a discussion. Ignore our attempt at checking our pulse and just settle the bills. This is true love. This also applies if she is out with 1, 2, or 3 friends. Whether you choose to show your love quietly by excusing yourself and going to settle the enormous bill, or with panache by screaming, how much is my bill, is up to you. You know what works best for your woman. As a loving Nigerian woman, never ask who his female friends are. Even if you find him in a compromising situation with a woman who refuses to greet you. Nigerian love ignores such thing. It makes excuses on his behalf. She may be his colleague, business partner, or member of his prayer group. Nigerian love is good like that. This does not mean, however, that you can do the same. Nigerian love has very gender-specific rules. They do not apply both ways. The only exception to this rule is if the Nigerian man does not pay. Deny her the company of any male who is not a relative. This is important. In Nigeria, a jealous man is a loving man. If she is on the phone, watch her demeanor. If she is excited, ask her who it is. By who, you mean all the details: name, gender, nature of relationship, process and length of acquaintance, subject of conversation, the whole works. She knows this. You know the franchise of her happiness, and no other man is allowed to make her laugh. If you fail to do this, even she will begin to doubt your love. You cannot afford to let this happen. Never as a Nigerian man, do stupid things like go into the kitchen to cook. This is forbidden territory. Not even if you are starving and she is on the bed complaining of cramps. There is no better way to truncate your romantic hustle than doing the dishes after she has spent hours making your favorite dish. This is like jumping into a river with a concrete slab tied to your neck. There is no recovery from it. God will judge all the foreign filmmakers who have introduced the dangerous illusion of this being a romantic thing. In fact, when you answer the door and it is your neighbor asking if you have a baking tin or big pot, deny knowledge of anything that goes on in the kitchen and ask her to hold on for your woman. It will be a tragedy for you to introduce doubt about your masculinity in your woman's mind. May God protect us from tragedies. It is my hope that as you enjoy foreign romance movies or romance novels, you do not get carried away by them. Stick to my advice, and God will bless your romantic hustle. How to own a slave. The Nigerian God is faithful. He has blessed your hustle with a husband, with a God-fearing wife. We give him all the praise. As a Nigerian husband, your wife needs assistance. Look away and provide it. Do not ask too many questions. You work as a team. If you hear the girl screaming, do not intervene. Now step aside while I tell your wife how to do this properly. As a Nigerian wife, you began your wifely hustle by going out of your way to show your dutifulness, things that will make him go online and thank God for blessing him thus: cooking, cleaning, and never saying no to him. God will meet you at the point of your need and bless you for this. However, something is happening to you. Tiredness is setting in. You feel nauseous and irritated. The doctor has told you that you are having a baby. You and your husband agree that you cannot keep up with the housework with this growing woman mass in your tummy. It is time for a house help. Your husband has left you to take care of it. You have many choices. There is the choice of young poor girl from the north who have been trained to work like horses, want little, and show gratitude for whatever they receive. The girl may have a tiny brown hair from lack of nutrition and may look stunted at 12. But trust me, she knows how to fetch water, wash piles of clothes, and sweep endlessly. You also have the choice of taking the pubescent out of wedlock daughter of that distant cousin, whom you have never met in your village. You have heard that a boy got her pregnant at 14 and ran away thereafter. Since then, The daughter has suffered stigma and neglect that has blocked any chances of your cousin getting a husband. Those village people can be unforgiving. There is that auntie in the village who promised you someone to help when you came for your traditional marriage. You turned down the offer then. Now is the time to call that auntie and tell her that the housework will kill you soon. She will laugh on the other end of the line and tell you not to worry. You will remind her that you don't want a boy. Oh. Boys are hard to control. I have heard, she will say. And in 1 or 2 weeks, you will receive your package of an awkward, pubescent girl. Then there is the international connection. The kids from Togo or Benin Republic. Someone has told you of these young kids from Benin Republic, whose salary you will pay to a man who will claim to be your uncle, to be their uncle or cousin. Hard-working children with nowhere to go, nowhere to run. Perfect. Let me just say clearly that you do not need a person of legal age, an adult who will one day kill you in all your sleep, kidnap or bewitch your children, or worse, and God forbid, snatch your husband from you. Don't roll your eyes and say your husband will never do that. We all know how men are trash. You need a child. Anyone who quotes the Children's Rights Act and calls employing anyone under the legal age child labor, God will give them paralysis of the mouth. How else do they want you to get the housework done without arousing your poor husband? When the young girl comes, the first thing to do is to, without her consent, test her for hepatitis, HIV, and other infections. You don't want her bringing diseases into your godly LDO. If you must, go to the second-hand store and buy her 2 old dresses, one for work and one for sleep. Or maybe one extra for church, which you must warn her only to wear on Sundays. You can't have her embarrassing you too much in church. If you don't have boys' quarter, clear out the store so she can sleep there. Or otherwise, get an old mattress that she will use somewhere in a corner of the living room. As she is the first to wake and last to sleep, you won't have to see it at all. So don't worry. You need to cut her hair. It is better. Both of you should not be struggling to groom your hair. You can't have her stealing your expensive hair products. Anything a small comb or brush can't do must go. The more unattractive she looks, the better for you and your marriage. Like I said before, it is not your fault that men are trash, design flaw. There is no need to waste money sending her to school. It is not your fault that her parents can't afford to. In fact, she should be grateful that you are giving her a rare opportunity to come to the city and make some money. If she spends all her time at school, when we should do the housework. But if you absolutely have to, find a cheap school, maybe one with evening classes she can attend. Something simple that won't convince her about her station in life. Imagine taking her to a place where she learned about discombobulating ideas like human rights. God forbid. Discipline, very important. Sometimes screaming, degrading insult is not enough to put an ungrateful, sloppy house help in line. The phrase, spare the rod and spoil the child, include the children who do your household chores and care for your family. Sometimes they get too comfortable. Sometimes they are possessed by demons. Only a healthy dose of flogging, caning, and starvation can rid them of evil spirits or too much comfort. Watch the food she eats, especially the meat. Nothing makes a house help grow wings like a piece of meat. Meat has a way of creating a sense of entitlement in a person, especially chicken. You don't want that to happen. Don't make the mistake of allowing her to have a friend, whether with the help next door, or with the one in the shop down the street, or the one grinding tomatoes near the market. She did not come to your house to play and network. Next thing, you will know they will connive and do something evil to you. Sometimes, no matter how hard you try, there comes a time when you must let the house help go. Such instances include when you notice that she has become a woman and is almost needing the same bra size as you. Like I said, 3 million times, men are what? Men are trash. They see breast and they lose their mind. You need to be proactive and protect your husband from himself. Send her away and look for another prepubescent one to take her place. Do not go looking for answers where you have no business looking. If the man who brought a girl from Benin Republic say he is her uncle, then he is her uncle. If he says he will hold a salary for her, then he will. The less you know, the better. Giving money to a third party ensures that it will be safe. Do this, and the wonderful Nigerian God will, through your enslaved person, lighten your load and bless your hustle. So, Nigerian husband, like I said before, don't ask. As long as your children are being taken care of, and the food is on the table, and the house is clean, then everything is as God planned it to be. God bless. How to communicate in time of crisis? To create is divine, and to destroy is woman. You did not cause this. You are aware that the history of woman is the history of crisis. Your country is no exception. As a politician, there is no need to be unusual perturbed when there is a crisis in the country. This is the way of the world. And a country without this is a boring country. Who want to be uneventful like Norway or Finland? As a government official, this is how you must conduct yourself when you suddenly hear that Christians and Muslims have started killing each other. One thing you must be careful with is truth. Truth is like a double-edged knife. Sometimes it can be an impressive tool for cutting things into precise shapes. Other times, it can be a mean tool of destruction or even a self-destructive thing, hurting the bearer beyond expectation. You must be careful who you give truth to. Not everyone deserves it or can use it. Withhold it for as long as you can. Sometimes the flip side of the truth is not a lie, but only useful, responsible silence. So when a journalist comes asking questions during a crisis, you must treat them with suspicion, for you cannot be certain whose agent they are. Many a journalist is an unwitting agent of the enemy. You give them truth, and they stab you with it. You must try as possible not to respond to official inquiries for information, whether brought pursuant to the Freedom of Information Act or any similar law that is subject to abuse by journalists. You must never feel guilty about this. It is the same as refusing to give a toddler a knife to play with. The toddler will cry and stomp its feet, but you know you are doing right by that toddler. Especially when there is a violent conflict, you must never ever provide accurate figures of those who have died. The reason is simple. You do not want anyone getting angry and threatening or carrying our reprisals. As much as you can control it, you must prevent journalists from taking pictures at the scene. It is important to claim that all is well. The good book says death and life are in the power of the tongue. I will add that peace and conflict are in the power of a press release. Unless you have to impose a curfew, you must use phrases like normalcy is fast returning and people are going about their normal activities. Being a reporter during a time of crisis can be confusing. My rule has always been, when in doubt, say the opposite of what the government says. It is sufficient to make a few calls, after which you can publish unverified information. There is that phrase that cures all known defects in a report, and you must learn how to use it. All attempt to reach so and so for comment prove abortive. When people make inflammatory statements, you must never apply so much scrutiny to it. You are a journalist, not their mother or a man of God. Your job is just to report. Sometimes you will hear of journalists in a crisis situation being selective and choosing not to report certain things. God forbid that you play God. You are a messenger, and a messenger is not concerned about the content of the envelope, only that the envelope reaches its intended destination. A typical example of what you must avoid is how some journalists cover the crisis between the IRA and the British government. Some of them decided not to report every single bombing that took place, especially when there was no casualty. And what excuse did they give for such irresponsibility? That terrorism is all about spreading terror, and they would not report every single attempt at creating such terror. How presumptuous. May such bad behavior never be mentioned about you. Report every case of bombings, even the failed attempt. People need to know all the activities of the terrorists. Let them choose which one affect them. If a bag was found abandoned in a public building and there is a bomb threat which turns out to be innocuous, you are allowed to use bold headlines like "bomb scare in Ikeja." You are reporting it as it is, and this is what a good journalist should be: accurate. There is no need to work alongside government when there is an outbreak of violence. If you want to be involved in the politics of things, you would have contested for office. Very importantly, however, life is for the living. Leave real-time conflict reporting to foreign journalists. It is wrong to want to actually cover a violent crisis or war. That is what phones and text and emails are for. Even though sometimes the government may cut off phone lines in the area, taking the next flight or bus to Maduguri, whether as an embedded journalist with soldier or otherwise, is not journalism. It is foolishness. People should be patient. They will hear about it after the fighting is over. Where there is an explosion, do not fail to suggest that it might be a bomb. The fact might be easy, but it is important for people to know that they might be dealing with a bomb there. Where there is an explosion, you can help a militant group like Boko Haram take responsibility by writing it in such a way that suggests it had to be them. The rule is simple: report first, verify later. It is not your fault that government won't respond quickly with the right information. To spice it all, never forget to splash photos of the bodies of victims and wounded people in your paper, because, as they say, a picture is worth more than 1,000 reports. And you, the blessed NGO, whom God has elevated to the position of savior of your brothers, have a special place in all of this. You must be on your toes, ready to publish a press release when there seems to be any case of human rights violation or whatever other type of violation you have told your funders you will monitor. It may not always be necessary to thoroughly examine the event that had just occurred. You don't want your funders to think you are sloppy, being the last to condemn a team. Do not fail to use the words condemn in the strongest terms. Do not fail to make a demand for someone's resignation or unconditional release. Your funders will be happy. As a Christian or Muslim organization, your role in a time of crisis is really simple. You must remember your calling and the people you represent. When violent crisis breaks out with members of another religion, you must begin by claiming that your people suffer more casualty and that you will not accept this. Do not mention members of the other religion who died. They do not matter. They may not even make heaven. Say that you will no longer fold your arms and watch these criminal killings continue. Add that if government does not immediately do something, you may force to look for your own solutions. Where possible, circulate videos and photos of the bodies of your brethren who were slaughtered by members of the other religion. Do not talk about any reprisals your own people have carried out. Communication is important during a crisis. With these tips, together, whether as government, journalists, NGOs, or faith-based organizations, I'm sure that we can succeed. And that God, seeing our heads, we bless our hustle. How to conduct a meeting? A Nigerian meeting is not just an event. It is that sacred, multipurpose, indispensable tool for living the Nigerian life. This is how to conduct a Nigerian meeting. As a business owner, always call for meeting, even for things you can do by email. Sometimes meet early in the morning for morning devotion to commit your business and hustle to the hands of God. Meet to set agenda for other meetings that will be held over the week. Meet to review previous meetings. Jobs are boring. You need a distraction. Meetings, especially ones with tea breaks, prevent you from losing your mind and picking up a gun to shoot all your annoying colleagues like white people do. White people need to have more meetings. When going for a meeting, never arrive early. This will give the impression that you are jobless, desperate, or too eager. Nobody likes Nigerians who are jobless or too eager. A true Nigerian, not one who is pretending to be white, will understand if you show up late for a meeting. They may feign annoyance, but usually they will wait. In fact, the best of Nigerians will make excuses for you, especially if you live in a place like Lagos. You will walk in late to a meeting, panting, with that false look of contrition, and the person you are having a meeting with, if she's a good Nigerian, we say, hey, yeah, traffic abi. You will only have to nod or say something like, no be small thing, no. Everyone will be grateful that you showed up, and the meeting will begin. When you are having a big meeting with an oga or an oga madam, it is safer to cancel all other appointments for the day, because the oga will saunter in 3 hours late, and you will have to smile and say, no, not at all, when she asks, did I keep you waiting? 2, if you are an oga, you should never ever show up for a meeting on time. This is Nigeria. People disrespect ogas who don't keep them waiting forever. They will think you are equals, and before you know it, one other person will call your name without adding chief or chief Mrs. or prof or honorable or distinguished or your excellency. God forbid that after hustling to get those titles, some idiots forget to mention them, or because you came early to a meeting. 3, as a proper Nigerian whose father is God, you must commit all meetings to his hand. You may work hard, but it is God that is in charge of blessing your hustle. Never forget to say at least 2 prayers in every meeting. 1 Christian, 1 Muslim. You never know which of the God will answer favorably. If you be discussing how to steal from other people, God sees the heart, and he knows that deep down, all you want to do is succeed. And God helps those who help themselves. 4, when it is your turn to speak at a meeting, it is rude to go straight to the point. Proper Nigerians are not rude. Below is a summary of how to speak at a Nigerian meeting. A, don't be ungrateful. Thank the moderator for giving you the opportunity to speak. Begin by saying, I want to take this opportunity to thank. B, don't be disrespectful. Observe all protocol. People did not become highly placed by mistake. You think becoming chief or chief Mrs. is a joke? C, show appreciation. Say how much it is a privilege for you to be at the meeting. Use the phrases singular honor and rare privilege. D, show understanding. Explain how important the meeting is to you and to everyone present. Take the convenience for having the wisdom to organize the meeting. E, show regard for the last speaker. Use words like, just like the last speaker said, or I want to concur with the last speaker, or I totally agree with the last speaker, or I want to align myself with the last speaker. Then proceed to say the same thing using your own word. It is important for everyone to have a chance to speak at a meeting. F, be considerate. Promise not to speak too long with a phrase like, I will not take much of your time, after which you can speak freely. G, always provide a summary of all you have just said. Use phrases like, so what I've just said, or what am I trying to say, to introduce your summary. Be observant. If you still have more things to say, and you sense that people are tired of hearing you speak, use the word in conclusion to give them hope that you will soon end, after which you can continue to speak freely. Hope is a great thing. 5, all meeting must end in a closing prayer. To avoid a fight, however, take care to remember whether it was a Christian prayer or Muslim prayer you began with. When you are not sure, do both prayers. You do not want to annoy any children of the Nigerian God. 6, one last thing. Don't forget that the only acceptable way of answering a phone call during a Nigerian meeting is to shout, hello, please, I'm in a meeting, let me call you back. People will smile, seeing how important this meeting is to you. I hope that this helps and that God will continue to bless your hustle as you conduct meetings. How to be a car owner. You have crossed that awkward, deeply uncomfortable, sometimes shameful social state of being without a car. I mean, in some countries where the public transport system works, not having a car is no big deal. But you are in Nigeria, where public transport is living here, and owning a car can be the difference between life and social death. You had suffered the humiliation and attendant frustrations. You swore to yourself, after the girl you came to a party with left in an air-conditioned car, that thing must change. The Nigerian girl felt your pain, heard your cries of affliction, and consequently, after much tithing and prayer, bless your husband enough to buy your own car and rejoice with you. You have taken the car to the man of God, and they have spent over an hour with the bonnet open, and not anointing your car and protecting it against the spirit of accident that those jealous neighbor and village enemy are sure to send your way. That is fine, but you also need my advice. Your car is not beautiful unless you have covered it in stickers. Get one from your church or fellowship that declare this year to be your year of anointing or your year of unsurpassed success. If your wife or husband goes to a different church, get one from there too. You can never get too many. Get one sticker that declares your child to be a star student. Let those without children see it and regret that their wives did not take enough vitamins during pregnancy. Because of police on the road, get either a Nigeria Bar Association sticker or an army sticker. You don't have to be a lawyer or soldier to get them, especially the MBA one. You can find that one in any court premises for 100 or 200 naira. Depending on how much God has blessed your husband, get a customized plate number with your name or nickname, such as Tony 01, the Don 01, that the 01 is useful even if you have only one car. It just shows how much faith you have that more will come. Otherwise, depending on your level of gratitude to God, you can use a nice Bible verse like Isaiah 43 verse 4, so that people can know how precious you are in his eyes. Now that you are a car owner, you need to realize that your status has changed. You need to treat pedestrians with the disdain they deserve. It doesn't matter you were once a pedestrian crossing this same street. You must never think like a pedestrian and do silly things like observing zebra crossing. Those white lines are there to beautify the road. Spread across them and curse anyone who tries to get in your way. Your neighbors need to feel your presence. They need to see how your hustle has been blessed. Every morning, remind them by warming your car. This process involves waking up by 6 a.m. and reviving your car engine loudly until the neighbors wake up to the evidence of your blessed hustle. You bought the car with your hard-earned cash, and that includes the car horns. Those who call your right to own noise pollution, God will judge them appropriately and truncate their hustle. In fact, if you ask me, because of how important it is, your right to use your horn indiscriminately should be constitutional guaranteed. Honk in the morning when your wife is wasting your time inside and you need her to hurry up. Honk when you see your neighbors. Honk in a traffic jam, even though you are sure this will not make the car miraculously move. Honk instead of slowing down when you are approaching a junction or intersection. Honk when you are angry and when you are happy. These are few things as useful in a car as the horn. At night, it is important that you see the road clearly. Nigerian roads are dark and dangerous, so you must use your full light at all times. It doesn't matter if you are blinding oncoming vehicles. Is it your fault that the government is not doing their job? Other things you will learn on the job as a car owner include how to double park, how to drive against traffic on the highway, how to create multiple lanes in a traffic jam, how to big traffic lights, how to stop in the middle of the road to say hello to a long-lost friend, how to litter the streets with wrappers of plantain chips bought in a hold-up, all of which every true and experienced Nigerian driver is adept at doing. I trust you will catch up quickly. Once again, I rejoice with you, and may God keep blessing your hustle. Working people, working hard. How to use a business card. The word business is a cliché, the relevance of which has attained gargantuan proportion in Nigeria. Business meetings. Anything from seeing an ex-girlfriend that one has sworn to his current girlfriend or wife that is not sleeping with, to paying your carpenter for the size stool he fixed as sacred. Business partner typically have the most intense form of relationship. Businessman or businesswoman is the nebulously omnibus job description that solves the job of having to explain why one is idle or why one has so much money without any feasible or legal source of income. Being into business can mean anything from importing cheap substandard goods from China to having a rich, generous lover. Some statistics say that the majority of Nigerians are into agriculture. That is a blatant lie. The majority of Nigerians are into business. Now, you may be forgiven if you don't have an actual business in Nigeria, but it is a mortal sin not to have a business card, otherwise known as complimentary card or just card. It goes beyond sinning to not have a business card. It is an existential issue of the highest degree. It questions your identity as a Nigerian. Recently, I have been going about my normal business, pun intended, without a business card. When I say I don't want children, people greet me with surprise. But when I say I have no business card, not that I have run out of card, they greet me with horror. I get you are an evil alien that deserves to die look. That look is not nice. You don't want to lie in bed wondering why bad things happen to good people. To avoid this, you must understand the business of business card. Whether you are a general contractor or friend of His Excellency the Executive Governor, the business card can prove to be more important than the business. Consequently, you must take care in its production. A floppy, dull-looking card can be an instant business death sentence. Your card precedes you. Many times, that will be the only contact you will make. Make it nice, firm, and glossy, or gold embossed if you have anything to do with the Excellency, the President, or His Excellency, the Executive Governor. Make sure you have at least 3 phone numbers on the card. This shows you have at least 3 phones. No self-respecting business in Nigeria take this for granted. True, one of the phones may be a cheap India. True, one of the phones may be a cheap China dual SIM phone, but nobody can tell. 3 numbers shows you don't muck around with your business. It is not your fault that not a single network provider in Nigeria can be relied upon. However, Whoever criticizes your 3 phones may their own business collapse. You need titles. Every academic qualification must be clearly printed. If you are a lawyer, for example, it is not enough to write your name and call yourself a legal practitioner. That is a waste of space on a business card. You need to add barrister in front of your name and ESQ behind. Then you must add LLB honor, BL, and any other acronyms you have acquired, including all those management and arbitration courses they advertise to you in law school and doing NYSC. Below all this, you write out your full title: Barrister and Solicitor of the Supreme Court of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Only another bad belle lawyer can fail to see the significance of all of this. You must keep your business cards handy. You never know when you will run into someone rich, famous, or extremely beautiful who has no time to wait for you to search your 6 pockets and fat multi-layer wallet for your business card. Get a nice card holder or arrange them nicely in your breast pocket. Striking up a conversation using business card is an art that takes you everywhere, from doing business to someone's bed. Meet a total stranger on a plane, and as you look into their eyes, put your hand in your breast pocket and slide out your business card in time to coincide with my name is Emeka, but you can call me Mekus. It will not matter if you are useless to each other, as a condom to an impotent man. A proper introduction is all that counts. They will take your business card and stare into it, pretending to care, by which time you have gotten their attention. The rest, if you are smart, will become history. May the good God who guide all things Nigeria guide you and your business card to people who will bless your hustle. How to identify a middle-class Nigerian? I believe it is time to conclusively tackle the question: who is a member of the Nigerian middle class? There are several definitions of middle class, many not valid for our peculiar context. Also, I don't like all that jargon that economists use. I have therefore decided to explain that this thing called middle class is in Nigeria, and which person will fall into this category. Forget what foreign economy says. This is the real deal. The generator. In Nigeria, a person who is able to purchase a generator for personal use and run said generator every time power goes off is a member of the middle class. Know that this is a difference from the group of lower class people who are able to save to buy generator for their small scale business like hair salons or barber shops. Middle class people own a generator at home. In this category, lower middle class will be people whose generator cannot power all the appliances in the house and who have to make crucial decisions like whether they will use the refrigerator or the air conditioner, not both. The upper middle class are those whose generators can carry all the appliances they own and who don't have to worry about the refrigerator being off when the generator is being turned on. So, in a lower middle class house, you will likely hear someone screaming as they try to turn on the noising generator. You have done off everything. Phone credit. Mobile telephony is big in Nigeria. Often, however, many in the lower classes have need to say that their credit ran out. Sometimes they send those "please call me" messages. God forbid that the middle class in Nigeria threaten their standing in life and society by sending a "please call me" messages. Members of this class are those who never have to tell you, "I could have called you, but I don't have credit." They can afford to top up as soon as their credit run out. In this category, lower middle class are those who can afford to top up almost immediately, but sometimes have to tell the people they are calling, "Please, let me go across the road to buy a recharge card. I will call you back." Or better still, "Hold on, let me send my house girl to buy me credit." I know many lower class people use this, I will call you back line too. But the difference between a lower class person and a lower middle class person is that the middle class person often does go and buy the credit. The middle class person call you back. The upper middle class person in this category is one who never runs out of credit because they top up regularly without waiting for it to finish. That is the main difference. Lower middle class wait until their credit finishes before running out to buy credit or using a short code to top up, while the upper middle class does not need a reason to top up. They are just cool like that. The cinema. I know that we don't have a big cinema culture, but at least in our major cities, this is one way to know persons who are in the middle class. Middle class Nigerians can afford movie tickets, often for themselves and their families, or lovers as frequently as once or more every week. While movie tickets are not completely out of reach for lower class people, what differentiates the middle class from others is not only the frequency with which they can go, but also the crucial fact that they can afford the overpriced popcorn that is traditionally part of the cinema experience and does not need to smuggle home cooked food into the cinema. While lower class people can save and go to the cinema on special occasions like Eid, Easter, or Christmas, the middle class person does not need a special occasion to go to the cinema. In this category, the upper middle class people actually avoid the cinema on public holidays so as to avoid mixing with the lower class people who have saved to enjoy this experience. You can't be mixing with lower class people. God did not elevate you for nothing. The car. The middle class Nigerians owns a car. If they do not have a car, it is usually because they are saving to buy a really fancy car and would rather take a taxi than go through the stress of driving a problematic second-hand Japanese car. However, some lower class people happen upon some cash and buy cars, like those who are able to save and buy taxis or car which they use for work like Uber. They are cars and they are cars. While a lower class person will often abandon their cars as soon as fuel scarcity bites hard, the middle class person is often able, albeit through much complaining, to buy very expensive fuel from the black market to keep their car running. During period of fuel scarcity also, the difference between the upper and lower middle class become clear. The upper middle class person will experience no change in driving habit, while the lower middle class person will do things like stopping using the air conditioner or turning off the engine in traffic on when they stop at traffic light. On social networking sites like Twitter, for example, you will find lower middle class people tweeting about their fuel woes and how much they bought a gallon for. Or they will shamelessly put an SOS asking who knows where they can get fuel. Upper middle class people never do shameful things like tweet photos of their fuel tank during fuel scarcity or celebrate when they find fuel. This is because A, the upper middle class God is faithful. B, they are usually connected to someone who can provide them fuel and never have to kill themselves. And C, they are afraid that if they confess that they do have fuel, their lower middle class friends will beg them for some. And there are many people in this lower middle class. You help one, they go and brag to all their friends, and you find a dozen strangers begging you for fuel. Because yes, no one brags like lower middle class people. To avoid this kind of situation, it is uncommon for upper middle class people to become hypocrites. Join the rest of Nigeria in complaining about the first situation without providing any specifics. In war, you must practice diversion and deception. The class warfare in Nigeria is real. DSTV. Cable television is an important aspect of middle class life in Nigeria. DSTV is one defining characteristic of Nigerian middle class. Again, sometimes a person from the lower class may happen upon some money and buy a DSTV satellite dish and decoder. But often, the lower class person will go some months without a valid subscription. A middle class person always has a valid subscription, and even when DSTV increases their charges, they will complain and create hashtags to protest the increase, but go ahead and pay because they cannot live without DSTV. The difference here between the upper and the lower class and the lower middle class is that the upper middle class person will never complain about subscriptions and will always have the premium bouquet. The lower middle class person changes bouquet depending on their finances, and they always complain. Connection. Many Nigerians try to better their lives, but often in the absence of real power, they leave matters to God. The middle class, while still cherishing the immense power of God, know the truth in the saying, God helps those who help themselves. A middle class Nigerian is one who knows a person in government or authority who can change the course of events in their favor. It can be admission into university for their children, the fast tracking of an application or other processes, or even buying bread which is in high demand from a crowded supermarket. A middle class person prays first and then looks for someone who can write them a note that can work wonders, because God works through mysterious middlemen. What differentiates the upper middle class Nigerian from the lower middle class are the degree of separation between them and the persons with real power. So, for example, while a lower middle class person may have to go to their uncle, who knows an ex-local government chairman, who knows one of the members of the governing council of a university, who can speak to the vice chancellor for their child admission, an upper middle class person may have been classmates with the governor's wife and can beg her directly to include their child names on the list the governor sent to the vice chancellor for admission. International travel. Nigerians of all social classes love to travel. Yes, they may all be traveling for different reasons, but they all at least try to travel. While many in the lower class may not be able to afford to travel or meet visa requirements, a few do, either smuggling their way to Europe and finding a way to stay illegally, or taking the dangerous trip by sea or desert. Middle-class Nigerians, however, take pride in their travels. They invest in their travels. They talk about where they have been and show off items they bought from abroad. In this category, one difference between the lower and upper middle-class Nigeria is that the lower middle-class Nigeria is more noisy about their travels, from the visa application process to talking about the bags and shoes they bought in Dubai. For every visa a lower middle-class person has, they applied for 4. They are relentless and throw dignity to the wind until they get the visa they need to travel. If they couldn't get the US or UK visa, they will try Malaysia. If they don't get that, they will try Dubai or South Africa. And they will keep coming back until the US or UK sees the dozen Asia visas on their passport and gives them that visa. Often, a conversation between two lower middle class persons will consist of sharing tastes about visa application or asking each other what visa they have and how long it took to finally get them. A visa is life for the lower middle class Nigerian. An upper middle class Nigerian, however, might have already schooled abroad. Yes, maybe in Cyprus or Ukraine. But to most Nigerians, schooling abroad is schooling abroad. So they have gotten the visa panic out of their system. They travel noiselessly and probably post pictures of their vacations just so their friend can keep up with them. The lower middle class Nigerian will turn on their internet location as soon as they leave the plane, so that no one on Twitter or Facebook will doubt their travels or their middle class status. No one fears losing their status like the lower middle class Nigerian. No one brags like the lower middle class Nigerian. Lower middle class Nigerian conversations are peppered with phrases like, when I was in London, or Austin, Texas, or Atlanta, or Dubai, or Chicago, or Europe. That is not how they do in London, or Oslo, Texas, or Atlanta, or Dubai, or Chicago, or Europe. I could go on and on. If you belong to one of these categories and have not previously considered yourself a middle-class Nigerian because of some silly criteria from some foreign economists, I urge you to claim it. Claim it and celebrate it. And if you are in the lower middle class, I pray that God blesses you and lifts you into the upper middle class. Because, trust me, there is nothing that the Nigerian God cannot do. He can make one of your friends get into power and help you get contracts that will instantly take you from a use under to a brand new care or yonder. And from that point to real riches, it is only a matter of time, greed, and connections and loyalty. God bless your hustle. Please note, I know this is difficult, but if God does bless your hustle and you move from lower to upper middle class, try to respect yourself and leave lower middle class behavior behind, like bragging or talking about your visas or how many times you went for summer or how they do it in London or Houston, Texas or Atlanta or Dubai or Chicago or Europe. And also, please note, I know it seems like I have bad-mouthed lower middle class people, but here is one great side of the lower middle class Nigerian. They are the most generous, perhaps because of fear of becoming poor or desperation to reach upper middle class. The lower middle class person regularly gives money to beggars, especially those who beg in God's name. They tithe regularly. They will not risk losing any chance to have their hustle blessed by God. Every donation is an investment in securing their position in the middle class and possibly bettering it. God bless lower middle class people. How to be a mechanic. Life is nothing without you. People may run away from you, despise you, but in their hearts, they know they need you. You are the one who saves the day. The woman stranded with an overheated car in a hold-up. The lover whose car threatened to truncate his husband. The transporter who needs his car back on the road to make money. You get the desperate calls. You see their worry face. You arrive and gaze like a prophet into the engine. You spend more time than it actually takes, but to get it done. Like magic, the car comes back to life. People don't think about you unless they are in trouble. I am here to give you the prominence you deserve and teach you those who intend to learn the trade just what they must do. You need to appear dirty. A mechanic gains nothing by having presentable work clothes. How else will the car owner know you have worked in his car if it does not have grease stains on his seat, steering wheel, dashboard, everywhere? As a mechanic, you must prefer women. You must prefer women, not the restless, jobless one who pretend to be men and try to truncate your hustle by coming to sit with you in the workshop and ask, this one now waiting, that one now waiting, show me waiting you change. Not the one follow you to where you bought the spare part. Those ones are bad market. You must avoid them like a debtor avoids his creditor. When they come, tell them you are busy. The women you prefer are good, trusting women who call you to take their car. Those ones call you to monitor progress, only asking that one how much. And that is all you need to hear, how much. That is what put a smile on your greasy face. That is when you invent parts and problems that do not exist and inflate the prices of the ones that do. This is not wrong. Your conscience must not judge you. She is only paying for the ease with which she does business with you. After all, do people not go to hotels and buy a bottle of beer for 5 times the market value? Why don't they complain? God will judge those who sit in their office and say bad things about you. The people who come for regular checks or servicing, these ones are not your main target. You do not make much from the engine oil and oil filter. People who are very careful about their cars like that are usually stingy. But you need that steady flow of money, so keep them. However, there is a way to deal with the really stingy ones. Just notice the problem. Tell them that it is not so serious, but in the near future, it will need to be worked on. Even though you have told him that is okay for now, you have already planted the seed in his heart. Forget to tie some bolts or tie it loosely. In about a week, it will come off and his car will stop on the way. He will call you and describe the problem to you. This is when you will remind him that you had mentioned it before. He will feel guilty and foolish. And when a stingy man feels guilty, he temporarily stop being stingy. If you finish fixing a car in the evening, never call the owner. Try all you can to make this car stay overnight, especially on a Saturday. Especially when Sikira, the daughter of the woman selling agbo, who is your new girlfriend, has told you of this gbedu she needs to attend. You need a car for this. The customer will understand when you tell him that you do not like to rush your work. The problems of the car were so much that you have to drop engine. He may grumble, but Sikrat will get driving to Agbedu and will show her gratitude afterward. Try not to bash the car or forget secret things in the back. Spare parts are where to make a killing. Inamdi, your favorite spare parts dealer, know how this works. He knows that you have certain customers who always demand to see receipts. He knows to ask you how much to write or even give you a blank receipt. Inamdi and his boy Emeka don't care as long as they get paid. You laugh when the receipt demanding customers stay hard into the paper to make sure they have not been cheated. When a customer complains about how expensive the spare parts are, tell them. If they like, they can go and buy it themselves. Tell them where they can get it. All you want is to fix the car. Say that, in fact, if he buys the spare part, he will lighten your burden. Most people will be satisfied that you are not trying to cheat and just give you the money. But some are stubborn and will visit the spare part dealer. Don't panic. Inamdi and Emeka know how to deal with those ones. They will have so much problem that eventually they will realize that they were cover-wise, naira foolish. You don't like Inamdi and Emeka, but they understand their business. To keep a new customer, especially the ones you think will not be stingy, you must impress them. Fix their problem quickly and tell them that, in fact, you notice that 3 bolts were missing which you replaced. Tell them the implication of those missing bolts. It is God who made them come because it might have caused bigger damage. But you are not charging for the bolt, just being a good mechanic. As they struggle to count the cash, tell them how some mechanics are shoddy like that, forgetting to put back bolts and all. You are not like that. You take your time and solve both seen and unseen problems. When a customer comes the first time and you want to keep them, never tell them how much your labor or workmanship is. Tell them, Oga, just give me anything. He is born to be grateful for all the extra things which you emphasize you did for free. For saving him from his last evil mechanic, he is born to be generous. Even if he is not, you have already made a killing from the spare parts. As you work, I pray God will intervene in your greasy hustle and bless it immensely. How to be a Nigerian writer. You know the value of books. The process of making them intrigues you. You want your name on the front cover of a book, and like an earthworm, inches through dirty into the ground, you want to make your way into people's home, heads and heads. I am here to help you achieve that. The African writer's look. First, you must look the part. It is important to look like an African writer. Find multicolor Kampala fabric and use it to sew shirts, which you will wear to all writers' events, or an old t-shirt. You should not look like a model or banker. Your precious time is spent thinking of plot and theme and words, not on dress and grooming. Your hair needs to be unkept. However, nothing says authentic torture African writer like dreadlock. Please, note that in Nigeria, there is difference between dreadlock and dada. Dada is less refined, naturally matted coils of hair due to superstitious neglect. Dada is uncool. Dreadlock and deliberate. They are cool. They make you look widely creative. If someone asks, no, you are not a Rastafarian, you are an African writer. Vice and the writer. As a writer, you must flaunt your vices. You need to show that you are a flawed character. If you drink, drink too much. If you smoke, do it at an inappropriate times. Show up at an event reeking of booze. People will understand. People will even understand if you are a male writer who sexually harasses women. Just call your action a writer exercise. Vices are a tool of the trade. Now, you have the basic tools, a multicolor Kampala shirt, cool dreadlocks, and vices. You must set above the business of writing. Reading is not synonymous with writing. You do not need to write a lot to be a Nigerian writer. In fact, as a Nigerian writer, you can make shameless statements like, I don't really read much. I don't want to be tainted by other people's jamming my own. Other people's word jamming my own in public. All you need is a burning desire to write. It is sufficient to have read Shakespeare and Achebe and made a little of Chimamanda Adichie for contemporary reading. The only thing you need to really study is a dictionary or thesaurus. Please, note that all Nigerian characters are Africa who act the same. Children are respectful of elders. Parents are always responsible. While individual teaching children valuable lessons of life. Characters do not use curse word or talk about sex, even when in the companies of peers. Nobody's mother smokes, and we have no homosexuals in Nigeria. Use big word instead of small word. Discombobulate instead of confused. How can you write like a lay person when you are a Nigerian writer? It doesn't matter how many people read or understand you. What matters is that you impress those who do. Use many words. It is better to err on the side of verbosity than to err on the side of brevity. Criticism. Protect your work fiercely and always insist that people give you constructive criticism. Anyone who points out, rightly or otherwise, that your writing is not quite there yet is evil and an enemy of your hustle. You must believe that there is nothing like bad writing. After all, you are inspired by the spirit before you begin writing. What do critics know? Editors. Do not waste your time or money on editors. Editors are paid writers whose life ambition is to frustrate the hustle of real writers like you. Show your friends your work, but only the ones who are not jealous of your hustle and will remind you that your writing is the best thing since point and kill. Find some popular person from your village who will write you a foreword without actually reading your book. Then go to press. Printing. Go to Ibadan or Lagos. Find a cheap printer who can print 1,000 copies without ink smearing or the pages coming out lopsided. Arrange for a transporter to bring your book home. The book launch. A book is not complete without a book launch. In Nigeria, a book launch is a fundraising ceremony. It is not important to have writers at this event. Well, maybe the book reviewer. You need your state governor, who may not come, but will send a representative with a check or a pledge, your local government chairman, your pastor or imam to bless the event, and any minister, senator, or rich person that you know. It is important to find a chief launcher who will encourage others to donate your hustle. Do not leave it to chance or the discretion of the chief launcher unless you are sure of his capabilities. In Nigeria, nobody is allowed to embrace the chief launcher by giving more money. So if you can, gently hint that you know he will set the bar high for others to follow. That is the job of the chief launcher, setting the bar as high as possible. Marketing and publicity. You do not need a marketer, publicist, or publisher. These people eat into your profit margin. If you have a car, carry a few hundred copies in the trunk at all times. Be your own marketer. Steer conversation towards your book and tell them you have written this really cool book. Someone will ask for it, and you tell them to hold on for a minute while you get in from your car. If you don't have a car, have a big bag that can carry at least 10 copies. Do not be ashamed to carry your books to public gathering, book by book. God blessing your hustle, you may end up selling up to 1,000 copies your printer produced, and may even go for a reprint. Awards. Get an award. It does not matter what. It may be from your church bulletin, which you have been writing for since you were in secondary school, or your old boys association newsletter. You can even have friends get together to organize and award you the Rofo Prize for the African Fiction. Then you can have on your own book, award-winning author. No need to state what award it is. An award-winning writer is a good writer. It is my hope that you make it as a writer and have many successful books in the market. And with well-organized book launching, you can be sure that God will bless your hustle. How to be a journalist. If you ask me, you have the best profession in the world. And especially as a Nigerian journalist, even though your bosses never pay you, you have so much potential to make it in this life. I have taken my time with this one, only because of my dedication to your hustle. As a Nigerian journalist, you must recognize that people appreciate the good work that you do. That is why they provide souvenirs and other freebies at events. You must collect as many of the freebies that comes your way. It is these freebies that will eventually make you a branded journalist. As a fully branded journalist, you wear the face cap you got from covering the cancer awareness work on International Cancer Day. You see the fancy pen from the speech and prize-giving day of the British School in Abuja. Your notepad, all 7 of them, are from different seminars. You prefer the one you got from the section on business law conference. Your flash drive is from an oil and gas seminar. You like the oil and gas people because they are not stingy with souvenirs or food and drink. Your bag is from the National Conference of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. You know how conference bag don't last. So you look forward to another conference this year. You have white, blue, yellow, and orange t-shirts from the unveiling of new companies, product launches, and company anniversaries. Your shiny key holder is from covering the annual general meeting of a bank. You need branding. To help in your branding process, I'm hereby making a call on companies and organizations to stop being stingy and step up their souvenirs to include jeans, bets, and sneakers, or palm sandal. Wouldn't it be nice to have it all? Now, you must watch out for stingy people. Some obscure group invites you to cover a symposium with a dangerous topic like curbing the Boko Haram menace. You take the risk, dust your cancer work face cap, and iron your orange 10-year anniversary t-shirt. You reach there and find to your shock that the high tables has only bottled water. This can be good. If the high table has bottled water, they will serve pure water to the audience. But you must stay and cover the event. Do the interviews. When the times come for you to leave, the organizer greets you with big grateful handshake and smiles and tell you they look forward to seeing their event on air or in the papers. Someone give you his card. They ask for yours. You don't have a card, but you tear a sheet of paper from the business law conference notepad and write your number. They walk away, nothing. No food in takeaway packs, no thank you envelope, no souvenirs. You think of the money you paid the motorcyclist to get here. The way you argue because you didn't think the hall was this far from the junction. The way you shouted and told him if he did not know his way around Lagos, he had no business being a motorcyclist. Something has to happen to those tapes and interview. They will buy all the newspaper tomorrow and watch your TV station until their eyes hurt. They will see nothing, just like you saw nothing, because that is what happens to ingrates. One of your sacred duties as a Nigerian journalist is to connect with the authorities when it comes to figures of fatalities. Nigerians are bad with numbers, and they have bad tempers. If you give them the real figure of how many Muslims or Christians or Igbos or Hausa were killed, they will go and start another round of killing. So when 500 people are killed in that village, you must report the official figure of 16. It is better. Make no mistake about it. You need to sell newspaper. Good headlines make good sales. If your paper sells in the north, for example, and a non-northern Boko Haram member is caught, you must find out and include his tribe in the headlines. Yoruba Boko Haram kingpin, complete with tribal marks, nabbed in Kaura, Namonda. Just like tribe is everything, a headline is everything. Sometimes you'll be fortunate and land a cool job as a senior guy in a media organization. You will get to anchor a discussion program. Important people will be on your program. You must not do any research that will spoil your ability to think on your feet. You need to argue with your guest and interrupt him as much as possible when he's speaking, but in with your own views and suggestions. Nigerians like it when two people are speaking at the same time. They will enjoy the interview. After all, why be on TV if you can't say your mind? If you get really fortunate, and I pray you do, you'll be discovered by the almighty foreign media, and they will make you a stringer. One of those guys they phone when they hear we have been bombed. Then you'll be able to sell our bad news in exchange for the title international journalist. Some people may dislike you and call you a snitch. That shows our dirty line into foreign media. God will judge them. Bad news says, it is not your fault that you get paid increased Western Union dollars to send in pictures and story of bombings. Pray to be within driving distance when there is a bomb or shooting. That way, you can quickly get there and do a phone interview and get paid. The more bad news, the more dollars. Foreigners don't need to hear about our boring good news. It is a job. And unfortunately, like the Undertaker, bad things must happen for you to make good money. God sees your good head. And if in the end, to crown your success, a government sees fit to reward your loyalty by making you the official spokesperson or a special assistant or media, to God be the glory. You must take this job seriously. Attack free speech and any other journalist who may want to print truth about your principal. Be creative with facts. Denounce unfavorable report as fake news, and want people not to insult your principal on social media. Your principal will be impressed. When finally your government tenure is over, you will have earned enough to take a break, pay for a short course at Harvard or some other American university, and write a tell-all book about your time in power, which will tell everything except how you are implicated in any scandals. Then return to Nigeria and launch that book to the glory of God and for the benefit of mankind. God bless you also. How to be a kidnapper. I hope this finds you well. If so, doxology. I'm not trying to teach you your job. If you are already calling yourself a kidnapper or contemplating it, it means that you have already found things figured out. The very reason you have become so popular in today Nigeria is that all is not well. I get that. When I say I hope this finds you well, I meant that in spite of all the problems, some of which are driving you to this profession, forgive me if you have a day job which you prefer to call your profession. I hope you are somehow okay, health-wise and all. Because being ill and doing the work of kidnapping can pose a serious challenge. You don't want to have a bladder infection while managing an abduction. In short, I'm wishing that you are in a good health or at least a state of health that will not jeopardize your business. This chapter is to make sure that you understand me and my needs as your potential client. You see, unlike many Nigerians, my head is not buried in the sand. I will not be shocked when you kidnap me. I will not express anger. I will not even break down in tears. I will not pee in my pants, except if you kidnap me just after drinking and refuse me to let me use the bathroom. I will not have any of the reaction which I assume you have become accustomed to. I hope that you have some experience in this kidnapping business, because I will hate to deal with a beginner. Beginners panic and do things like shoot the people they have abducted. If you are new, I will advise you to calm down. I'm not going to be a problem. We cannot walk through this together, like they say. With God, all things are possible. The reason I will be calm is quite simple. I'm a Nigerian that has common sense. I also read. I know how hard things are becoming. I also know how ungoverned Nigeria is. So whether it has become easier to kidnap people or life has become harder or both, I understand. Also, we both know that police is not going to get involved under any circumstances, except perhaps to make sure the ransom money is secure. So yeah, I'm not going to call them. None of my people are going to contact the police either. If we are going to have to spend money, better to give it to you than pay for fuel and paper to write the statement, then still end up paying the ransom. My point is, calm down and let us negotiate. I want you to be reasonable. I'm not suggesting you are unreasonable. God forbid. I was raised in a good Christian home, and I cannot accuse a brother falsely. You are my brother. Let us not argue. Unless you are white. Not that I am racist, but I know you are not white. I'm only saying that I'm encouraging you to do what you normally would have done, which is be reasonable. Be reasonable. I want you to understand that even though you may have read my name or the name of my book in the New York Times or the Guardian UK, it does not mean anything. I have no money. Despite what anyone tells you, writers are poor. My publisher gave me only 10% of the profit per book. And let me be honest, I can never know how many books my publisher actually sells. If they tell me they sold only 100, I can't prove they sold thousands. This 10% book business is not much better than Hawking Gala and La Casera and Pure Water and Scotch egg in traffic. I don't understand people who eat Scotch egg in public transport in traffic. They stink up the bus and they look silly opening their mouth wide to bite into it. If not that you can't get much out of them, I would have said that those are the kind of people who deserve to be kidnapped. Those ones and the agent of darkness who eat moi in office and on buses. Plus, when the advance on my book came in 2016, I took more than half of it and paid it to my landlord in Abuja. If you have not gone through the trouble of kidnapping me, I would have suggested that you should have taken my Abuja landlord instead of me, on one of those annoying neighbors with a loud generator. Or you take my publisher, who in the end makes far more money than I do. My point is, I am a poor writer. All those countries you see me going to, I don't pay for it. There are nice people in many countries who have read my book and pay for me to come and read here. They don't even really pay. They just buy my ticket and gave me a couple $100 as a per diem, if I am lucky. And by the time you have gone out twice abroad, the money is all finished. You can't even buy a decent perfume at the airport on your way back. And you know how Nigerians are. Once they know you traveled abroad, there will be a queue outside your house of people waiting for gifts. Some will even send you a list without money. And if you ignore them, they will say you are proud. They will remind you of the time nobody knew you and only them care about you. They will call you ungrateful. I also do not have rich family. My father is a retired civil servant. And my mother, well, unless you can sell her clothes
and hair products, there is no money to be made there. I had heard that my mother had other richer suitors, But why my mother chose to marry a poor man is a story for another day. So just ask for a little money and we can all be happy. However, while the negotiations are going on, I have a few requests. Notice I didn't say demands. Your ransom is a demand, which, don't get me wrong, you deserve. I'm only begging. As a writer, I want to at least make something out of the kidnapping experience. I need to write about it. You make the ransom money. I make some good writing and fame out of it. At all, naim bad pass. If possible, I want a selfie. Because you know how our generation is. If there is no photo or video or link, it did not happen. You can die these days, and the children of the devil on the internet will ask your family, announcing it for photos or links, so they can believe you are truly dead. I already said I won't do anything funny, like try to call the police. We both know how useless that is. This is not an American film where their police trace kidnapper calls and show up commando style. And really, I expect that as a professional, you would have blindfolded me on the way to your business premises. Or we can just use an actual digital camera. If you don't have one, we can buy one. Just take the money from the ransom when you get it. Or ask as a preliminary demand, because before actual negotiations that they send the camera. If it wasn't too much to ask, I might have asked if you would like to sneak a couple of my own demands into your list of demands. But you alone worked for this kidnapping, and I won't just come and ride on your hustle. That would be opportunistic. You know, like when a woman struggled with some rough guy for over a decade, patiently cleaned him up, married and made him decent, and then some random woman sees him on the street corner and think he was always this wonderful and tries to snatch him. Or like all those criminals who got elected across the country by affixing Buhari's photo to their campaign posters. That kind of opportunistic, God forbid. One good suggestion is to play some games while we are waiting. I find that boredom kills. Look at the damage our board legislators do because there is no real work to be done. Making music videos, having threesomes, padding budgets and all. I suggest Ludo, or what? Also talk to me. I want to hear your story. I will tell you mine. That you kidnap me does not mean we can't gist a little. You may find that we have more in common than you ever imagined. And please, don't worry about food. I am not proud. I have no special dietary requirements. I will eat what you eat. And since everyone is worried about equality and diversity these days, have you thought of having female members in your kidnapping company? Or more female members if you already have some? That would be great. God bless your hustle, and may you or your loved ones never be kidnapped. Law and law enforcement. How to be a lawyer. Life is challenging. There's a reason your poor family decided to pool resources to send you to law school. They didn't send you there to take the long route, serving some stingy senior lawyer or law firm for 5 to 10 years before you can afford to make it on your own. I will treat the issue of stingy senior lawyers another day. When people ask me how it feels like to be a lawyer, I often save them from the disappointment that the truth is sure to give them. I shrug, smile, and add to whatever mystery already exists in their head. But you, my faithful reader, especially you, the new lawyer or law student, I will tell you the truth. I want you to at least, like your banker colleagues, be able to afford to pay your own rent and buy a clean second-hand car in the first to second year of your call to the Nigerian bar. Register your private law firm as soon as you finish and print your letterhead and complimentary cards. Your cards especially should have your full and imposing title, Barrister and Solicitor of the Supreme Court of Nigeria. I mean, a lawyer knows that all hot air, but to a non-lawyer, it makes you seem like you learnt under St. Paul himself and have your office right in the Supreme Court. Hustling must start immediately, whether you work in a law firm or not. Learn how to eavesdrop on people's conversation for any possible legal advice or services they may need. Somebody's wife was slapped. Apologize for butting in, then quickly inform them that under our legal system, that is a crime called assault. You are a lawyer and you can help them. By help, you mean take their money. If they look at you funny, whip out your card. They will see that full title, which is a killer. Suddenly, you will appear more intelligent and more important. When you walk into a big store, don't just buy stuff and leave. If you can see the manager, ask if they have registered their business with the Corporate Affairs Commission. Company registration is a no-brainer. Yes, serious lawyers snub it and all, but what do you care? Offer to register their business for less than what your colleagues charge. The whole idea is turnover. If you have many companies to register at the same time, it won't matter that you are charging less and spoiling business for other hustling lawyers. You must never ignore police stations. There's always money to be made there. Anyone who calls you a charge and bail lawyer, God will consume them by fire. Take keen interest in the affairs of your neighbors. There's always someone dragging someone to the police station or someone being arrested for something. Don't wait until you are called. Go there and offer your services. Trouble is your business. The art of securing bail is one that only the streetwise can handle. No one will teach you that in school. They teach you crap like bail is free, and no one must be held for more than 24 hours without charge. Bah! The police in Nigeria don't care what you have been taught. In fact, the more legal you get, the more complicated things get for your prospective clients. And trust me, there's nothing worse than messing up a neighbor's case. You don't want to be sneaking into your own neighborhood at odd hours. I have only in my few years of legal practice secured one free bail. And that was only because the DPO was on the investigating officer's case for something else. I cashed in on his confusion, and by the time he realized I was not going to give him any money, my client had been released and bond papers signed. He, however, took me to the side and gave me a good talking to. Now you make your client no give us anything, abi? Okay. Moral of the story. Number 1, common sense is more useful than law inside a police station. Number 2, you have no friends inside a police station. And number 3, bail is hardly ever free. You must learn how to negotiate with the investigating police officer, IPO, firmly, respectfully, and pragmatically. Learn this and you will become a hot cake in your community, making so much money that you won't care if anyone calls you charge and bail. To avoid the stereotypical look of the struggling Nigerian lawyer, shirts that were once white, shoe soles eaten to a 45-degree angle, a heavy tattered bag containing everything from your wig and gown to dozens of company registration forms and affidavit forms, you need to also be an estate agent. You must befriend as many landlords as you can so that you will have signboards reading "to let" on as many empty houses as possible. Look, for people trying to sell houses or land and help them aggressively market it, you never know which 10% commission will take you permanently out of poverty. When you have sold that expensive house and ride home in a Range Rover Sport with NBA stickers in front and behind, no one will bother if you ever go to the court or not. Your neighbors will hail you as you drive past. Barrister. It is no surprise that struggling lawyers are the most hated in their families. The reason is simple. After supporting you morally and otherwise to become a lawyer, the least they expect from you is to make reasonable contributions at family events and send money into their accounts when they call you. God forbid that you become a struggling Nigerian lawyer. Follow my advice and your family and neighbors will think you are the best thing since Saturday banking. As always, God bless your hustle. How to become a police officer. You didn't know it would be like this when you were applying. You just knew you wanted a job. Your relatives came together and contributed the money you put in an envelope to grease the wheels that will roll you through the various recruitment levels. Money that was probably going to be bigger than your first salary. But no amount of money is too big for the privilege of wearing that uniform. You were excited about the new uniform, about the rank, the serial number, your name on your breast, but no one told you, no one whispered it into your ear that you'll be serving an ungrateful, hateful bunch of people who think you are the worst thing since discovering palm oil on your white shirt as you walk into school on a Monday morning. You do not understand the hate. You cannot make sense of the lies they tell about you. But you will do your duty and serve your fatherland. Or is it motherland? You can never tell. In spite of all the naysayers and bad belly people, you will be a police officer. The checkpoint. God forbid that they put you on checkpoint duty. Someone has to do it. Someone has to flag down cars and shine a weak torch into people's faces. Someone has to salute the people in nice cars and remind them that their boys are loyal. And especially on the weekend, someone has to wish the law-abiding citizens happy weekend. Who else will give road users the privilege of showing their appreciation for the selfless work you do with a bit of cash? You are not doing anything wrong. Think if there were no beggars in Nigeria, if they all went on strike, all those people who go to marabouts and juju priests would have nowhere to give up the offering that form part of the rituals. You perform a serious duty. Take it seriously. Raise your voice when you ask. Anything for the boys? Or Oga, how you go be now? Or Madam the Madam? Be proud of who you are. Be confident. Look people in the eye. Don't squeeze the notes you receive. Fold them nicely, put it in your front pocket and slap it gently to make it sit comfortably. God sees your heart. The station. People may scrunch up their noses when they walk into a police station without asking, why does this place smell like an abandoned public secondary school male toilet on a Friday afternoon? They will not ask why the walls have to look like a kitchen of a motor park booker. They will judge you over a small thing like filth and stench. Your intention is not to make anyone comfortable in there. You want the suspects to reflect, to think of the crime they may or may not have done, to be so moved by all of the sights and smells of repentance, to come to a point where they hate crime. The people who judge you do not understand that as a police officer, you're a literal person. Your walls and floors are a metaphor for the heart of the criminals. Dirty. You want to hold up a mirror to them. You do it for their own good. You do not want a nice, comfortable police station where people will commit crimes just to spend the night as if it were a motel. God forbid that your station becomes a motel. It does not matter if they are innocent. The fact that they got arrested means that at least they followed bad gangs. And did someone important not say, show me your friends and I'll tell you the kind of person you are? And you know, if you ask me, I will introduce a standard fee for paper when people need to write a statement. You do not fetch paper from the streets. People should stop being stingy and support your station with the right kind of stationery. The pot's belly. You may start out thin and flat-bellied. Do not see that as a thing of pride. You will look awkward with your police uniform tucked into a thin waist with your stomach looking like a chalkboard. People won't respect you if you look hungry. Whether you are male or female, this applies to you. You need to slowly work your way to making your uniform look good and make the journey around your large belly. That way, you look like authority, and when you talk in your uniform, You look menacing enough to stop crime. God forbid a flat, hungry belly. It will not be your portion. The patrol vehicle. Like I said, you're a literary person. You are deep. Your patrol vehicle is another example of a symbol and a metaphor all in one. Don't mind the people who watch Hollywood movies and want to bring fiction into reality. Wanting police patrol vehicles to look nice and neat, complete with bombers and fenders, rear lights, windshields, and a radio that works. Your patrol vehicle is a metaphor for the struggle of society. The dents are a metaphor for the deep impression you want to make on people. The broken indicator is a metaphor for all the broken things which indicate how problematic crime can be. Broken things which you intend to fix. Your job is to fight crime, not have a nice car. Leave nice cars for politicians. Nobody has time for that. Do not bother with replacing lights. Hold together broken or cracked bombers with nice thick copper wire. You are like that copper wire holding the fabric of society together. And for this, God will bless you. The barracks. As a humble person, you do not care about looking flashy. The barracks is where people can best see your humility. In the open sewers, in the litter, in the bushes and shrubs, in the half-naked children everywhere, the barracks have to show how down to earth you are. So down to earth, you do not care about kempt surroundings. If you see someone obsessively cutting grass, cleaning the gutters, bearing children responsibly, or sweeping the streets, it is a sign that they don't have work to do. And we all know that the idle man is the devil's workshop. May God never let you become a workshop for the devil. The discipline. People don't understand you. To get well-shaped metal tools, the blacksmith must beat it into shape. The blacksmith doesn't beat the red-hot iron because he hates it. Far from it. The blacksmith beats it out of love for the craft of making metal tools and items. Same with gold. It has to go through fire for purity. When you slap a suspect or chain them or beat them until you get a confession, or slam batons onto the soles of their feet, or strip them naked, or whip them, or let other cellmates beat them or electrocute them through their penis, if PHCN allows, you do it out of love. Same way a mother will let a nurse insert a needle into the buttocks of her child. An injection hurts, but a mother knows it will help the child in the long run. You, more than most people, know this, and it is not like you even go that far. You will never insert anything into another person's buttocks. You love the people you torture. I mean, discipline. You want them to change. You want them to confess and write that statement that will make the case end quickly. God, who sees your heart, knows this and will reward you greatly. The accidental discharge. No, I don't mean when you accidentally ejaculate into a sex worker you have arrested behind a police van. Sometimes, as a police officer, you will shoot people accidentally, like when you have drunk too much Alomo bitters during the night patrol. You need the Alomo. The night is cold and full of errors, and guns are unpredictable. Don't let this affect the love you have for your job. Don't let a small thing like an accidental discharge or killing someone at a checkpoint stop you from giving your life to changing society. Bail. See, people are ungrateful. If someone helps them carry load in the motor park or in the market, do they just walk away? Don't they give them something? In fact, these days, the motor park touts negotiate their fee very aggressively before they even touch your load. No one sees anything wrong with that. In the old days, people helped people. If they can pay a tout, why should they not pay a law enforcement officer? Are they saying that a tout deserves more than a person who risks their life to protect society? Yes, bail is free, but you are only asking people to be reasonable. Just some appreciation, the way they would appreciate any other hard-working person they meet. May God send sensible lawyers who have home training and know how to show appreciation when you finally release their clients. I mean, they could have been accidentally shot or dead in a shootout with you. You know how those criminals like shootouts, sometimes even with handcuffs or ropes binding their hands, they will dare to engage you in one. God forbid that you are forced into a shootout. I have heard rumors like police officers working with armed robbers and sharing the proceeds, renting out guns, asking for money to help recover stolen property, raping sex workers without condoms after arresting them, helping politicians harass people who disrespect them, disappearing people. Rumors are the work of the devil and his children. People should stop allowing the devil to use them. I do not take them very seriously. You shouldn't either, because no one can prove that any of it is true. God bless your hustle as you serve and protect everyone, including ungrateful rumor peddling Nigerians. Politricking. How to be a politician. The biggest mistake any person interested in politics can make is to apply rules generally applicable to regular human beings to Nigeria. Often, Nigerians in the diaspora wishing to return home to enter politics assume that just because they are black or have a green passport, they can fit right in. This is a manual for persons hoping to avoid embarrassment as they enter politics in Nigeria. God. This is the first and most important thing. A Nigerian politician must understand how to tap into and use God, both in times of peace and times of trouble. This is because with God, all things are possible. From the relocation of funds from public coffers into your private accounts to making sure that you get more votes from a polling unit than the number of human beings you are registered to vote. The latter is not strange. Do not let anyone make you feel bad about it. Did Jesus not take 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish and multiply it until it could feed 5,000 people in Bethesda? A good Nigerian politician knows how to use God for protection. So, for example, when you want the people not to revolt against you, remind people that you were sent by God. Declare that you could never have entered office without God leading you by the hand and personally giving you the seat. Those who voted, including those who adjusted figures and thumb-printed on ballots, are nothing but biracists in the hand of God. They should know that no one gets power unless by God's permission. This will make anyone afraid of questioning the authority of God. God is also important when you have just won an election and you need to blackmail the outrigged opponent. Give an acceptance speech saying that you thank God for giving you the victory. Say that you cannot question God who decided that you were the only person fit for that office. Your opponent will feel bad and let it go. God is great. However, you need to know when not to use God. If you have a task that you doubt you will be able to perform, say, I will do everything humanly possible. To remind them that although God is personally involved in giving you power, they should not be disappointed if you fail because you are only human. Branding. Your hustle as a politician involves a lot of branding. Forget the elitist social media people who make fun of politicians who brand bags of rice. Those people do not vote. They sit in Abuja, Lagos and Port Harcourt with their iPads and expensive smartphones making noise. Some of them do not even live in Nigeria. The real Nigerians who vote not only do not mind, they expect it. They expect to receive items like mint sweets, coffee mugs, t-shirts, small bags of rice, beans, flour, sugar or salt, exercise books, pens, phones, bottled water or sachet water depending on how poor your constituents are, and rechargeable lanterns branded with your name and or photo. The Godfather. Unless you are the Godfather, you always need to have a Godfather. If you do not realize this, then you are standing on slippery ground. The identification of an appropriate godfather is the beginning of political wisdom. Show your loyalty and donating money at events organized by your godfather or his children and close relatives. If your godfather child is getting married, you must make sure your large donation is seen and acknowledged. If your godfather is running for office, you must sponsor billboards with his large photo and your small one in the corner where it says courtesy, someone whose loyalty needs to be noticed. If you ever meet your godfather's wife or child at a shop, whether in Nigeria or abroad, make sure you pay for whatever they buy. Even if they say no, insist. Beg if you must. Tell them if they do not let you pay, you will kill yourself. Pay for full-page color ads in newspapers on their birthdays and call them a blessing to all humankind. A godfather can be the blessing to your hustle or the tool of your downfall. Never allow anyone to print your photo in the same size as that of your godfather on the same billboard or newspaper ad. Your photo must always be smaller and beneath that of the godfather. Social media. Now I know I have said those people on social media are good for nothing. I insist that in real voting terms they are useless, but it is important to have people who fight for you in the media. In Nigeria, there is no good or evil. There is only one and against. An evil person is one that has no one fighting for them. There is poverty and unemployment in the land, so getting people to post tweets and Facebook posts for you is not very expensive. Many will even do it for free. Avoid those hustlers who call themselves social media consultants. They just know how to blow grammar. All you need are motivated guys who have internet connection and the hope that when their oga hustle is blessed, it will reach them. It is these ones who will identify any bad thing said about you and attack appropriately. Scandals. When a real scandal happens, like say foreign police catch you with stolen money or people identify you as a sponsor of terrorism, the best thing to do is nothing. It does not matter how bad it is. Those who support you do not need your explanation, and those who demand an explanation will never support you. Plus, Nigerians have the shortest memories among human beings worldwide. Just be patient and they will forget everything. It is more important to forget than to forgive. Of what good is forgiveness if people can remember the wrong that was done? That is why Nigeria is such a great place for politics. Yesterday's murderer can become tomorrow's statesman. Catchphrases. There are phrases that every Nigerian politician must use. I'll give you a list, which is by no means exhaustive. Dastardly act, campaign of calumny, nascent democracy, gratitude to God Almighty, all hands are on deck. I have set up a committee. I remain committed. God, as in God sent, God willing, God's grace, etc. Shame. Do you sometimes feel shame when you are caught doing something wrong? If the answer is yes, then you are not ready for Nigerian politics. Can you look at a crowd when you are caught with your fingers in a pot of soup and tell them while licking your fingers that in fact you have never entered a kitchen in your life? Talk less of a pot of soup. No. Then you are not ready for Nigerian politics. A good Nigerian politician who is caught on camera stuffing wads of dollar notes into his cap knows how to say it wasn't me without blinking. Nigerian supporters, especially those of your tribe or religion, do not need evidence of your innocence. Once they support you, they themselves will come up with reasons why you cannot be guilty. Religion. Do you have doubts about the existence of God? Keep it to yourself. If you have a Christian background, find a few churches and start attending. Go to Jerusalem. Take a photo there and hang it in your office. If you have a Muslim background, then make sure you are visible at least once a week at Friday prayers. Go for the Hajj. It does not matter that when you are on holiday in London or America, you enjoy bacon and lots of alcohol. Appearance is everything. Nigerians would rather a fornicating, lying, thieving Christian or Muslim than a clean atheist. Keep your other beliefs to yourself, but claim one of the two foreign religions. It is important to always have a good friend or the other of the other acceptable religion. That friend will come in handy when people accuse you of favoring only people of your own religion or of being a fanatic. If you cannot find a friend, they have employees of the other religion, like a cook or driver. Otherwise, sleep with women of the other religion. That way, if someone says you're a fanatic, just say, if I hated the other religion, would I have slept with their women? Caps and hats. You may take these for granted, but close your eyes for a minute and think of a successful Nigerian politician who doesn't wear a cap. When was the last time you saw the bare head of a Nigerian president? I don't know what it is about a cap, but it cannot be a coincidence that everyone from our founding fathers to the current destructive fathers wear a cap or hat. Better to be safe than sorry. Find a cap or hat and wear it often. Fitness. Especially if you plan to be a legislator at the state and federal level, it is important to be fit and strong for the occasional fights that will break out. You don't want to be the one who ends up in hospital after a fight in a House of Assembly. Everyone has a phone with a camera these days, and it would be a tragedy if you were caught on camera unable to fight back. Sometimes, also our democracy means that you may need to break menaces or climb over parliamentary gates. If you are currently unfit, register in a gym or start doing yoga. Follow these tips and I assure you, you will be properly positioned for God to bless your political hustle. How to be First Lady. People underestimate the power in the cliche. Behind every successful man, there is a woman. You know the useful variations of that cliche, like behind every successful man is a sensible woman. Sensible because there are women behind and in front who are never seen. We all know how men are. They can't make up their minds as to what they want, whether it is the wife, the wife's friend, the girlfriends, or the housemaid. It is your job to make sure he keeps you in your proper place by his side as First Lady. You do not confront him about the other women you and half the world knows he has. In fact, officially, your husband is a kind, God-fearing man, incapable of carnal knowledge against the order of marriage or of nature. You say this as often as you can. You showed early interest in politics. This is what separated you from the other women. The ability to support his career. You didn't need plenty of degrees for this. You didn't even need to know how to speak English well. Wisdom saved you. You got into the field, attended party rallies, and didn't show signs of sleep deprivation or irritation. It was clear to you that during election campaigns, primaries, and election proper, you would be expected to show stamina, stay up all night campaigning, counting votes, manufacturing votes, or waiting for results. You did. You won. Now that you have crossed the preliminary hurdles, it is time to think of your public image. This is where I come in. Listen. The pet project is a blessing in disguise. People underestimate it, ignore it, misunderstand it, even mock it. It is not their fault. Leave them. They don't understand the potential. Nobody asks questions or checks your budget. Nobody asks how much you make or spend. It is just like your husband's security vote. Do something for the less privileged, orphans, widows, that kind of thing. Show you are not afraid of poor or disabled children. Let the cameras capture you smiling while you touch a cripple, hug a poor person, pick up an orphan, or push someone's wheelchair. This will prove that you really love and care for them. Has NTA show you dancing with them on Children's Day? But don't sweat it. You also need time for other aspects of national politics. The days when first ladies were all about pet projects are over. Remember that no matter who the party appoints as women leader, you are the de facto women leader. The mummy of the federation. Act like it. Host parties and gala nights for wives of governors, ministers, and party men. Sit at the head of the table. Be innovative. Take the initiative to touch base with your husband's supporters. Go and thank them for voting in. It doesn't matter if it causes massive hold-ups while you are at it. That way, they know you are in town. Consolidate your position by supporting one or two people to get appointments in Oga's government. You need an eye there. Flex your muscles once in a while by making someone who has annoyed you in the presidency lose his job. People need to know you are not just a pet project first lady. However, be careful when you are collecting kickbacks from contractors and those who badly need to see the president for favors. You don't want your husband to leave his serious job of being president to clean up your scandals. Use reliable people to do your money laundering, not people who will blot out your name the moment they are caught with huge sums of foreign currencies. You are getting older. Take care of yourself. Do complete makeovers if you have to. I hear Dubai is great for makeovers, but be careful. With the exception of harmless Botox injections, avoid needles. Avoid knives and tubes and suction pipes. You don't want to leave your exalted position for some small girl to inherit. There are people in the media, half-baked journalists, and idle bloggers who will look at everything you do, your hair tie, your children, your grammar, your toenails, the texture of your voice. Unfortunately, this is a democracy and you must endure them. But rest assured that God will judge evil journalists, bloggers, and Twitter people. To boost your international image, you need to be seen in glossy magazines with wives of leaders of good countries. Aim high, the American First Lady. My prayer for you is that the Americans don't elect a woman or gay man as president when it's time for your photo. Finally, don't get carried away. Those men who kneel at your feet today do it only because your husband is alive and in power. If that changes, they will disappear faster than the money in your treasury. People will no longer print wrappers with your photo or use your name to sing local songs. Nobody will even call you to events as ex-First Lady. That future might appear grim, but that is why you must face the serious business of enjoying the present. God bless your Ozuma. How to be an opposition politician. Our politicians in the ruling party have failed us, and God will address their matter. But before that divine judgment must come, the judgment of the people. It is just responsibility as an opposition politician to deliver this well-deserved judgment on behalf of the good and oppressed people of this country. Your status as opposition politician is attained upon the loss of an election or political post, whether or not that post was secured through the ruling party. It is evil for anyone to point to your past and say that you once enjoyed the luxuries of the ruling party. What matters is that God has, through your political loss, shown you the light and led you to the honorable path of opposition. Loss of failure to secure political office does not an opposition politician make. What completes you as an opposition politician who has lost out in politics is a righteous anger against all the unholy things going on in the government you tried and failed to be a part of. There are some who lose out and take the shameful path of hanging around the corridor of power, placing full-page, full-color pro-government ads in the papers, congratulating every politician in power, commiserating with every 7 politician whose grandmother has died. Some even go as far as digging up some dead relatives of someone in power to do a 10th-year remembrance ad. God forbid that you disgrace yourself like this for political power. First thing to do is to change political party. You cannot remain in the ruling party and be successful as an opposition politician. Our ruling party does not take kindly to dissidents. They destroy all who try. Look at that small man in the House of Representatives who was trying to be an opposition leader, and how they use bribe money to smear and truncate his hustle. So, you must decamp. It may be in a colorful, well-attended ceremony where the opposition leaders will welcome you and your supporters in front of cameras or through a press release. It doesn't matter. What matters is that people know you now have nothing to do with the evil big party. As an opposition politician, you need a platform. You must remain in the consciousness of the people, especially now that losing elections has led you to the glorious and honorable part of opposition. Try Twitter. People don't realize how powerful it is.